It's 1014 for Naruna before that, which is in northern Burnett County. And then you are seeing Lampasas here listed twice, but part of that is just for the airport here, which is also 1026, and then getting into Gunderland Park at about 1030. Josh, do you know what's the speed on this storm? What's the motion of
forward
this?
Speed at about 45 miles per hour. So this thing's cooking at a pretty good pace, but that's why we want to cut in and give you a heads up on this storm, is just because this could be in Lampasas here in the next 15 to 20 minutes, if not a little sooner. So that's why we're taking this time in this commercial break. But 45 miles per hour, the speed on that.
Okay, yeah, so not the fastest mover, but it's not exactly moving at a crawl either. Lightning is picking up in this storm. The intensity of that has gone up. This has a severe thunderstorm warning for San Saba County for the far eastern portion, but it looks like it's exiting San Saba here in just a little bit. Also, northwest Burnett County, you see the yellow line here. This is really where your severe thunderstorm warning exists. So for Naruna, it's a pretty rural area out there in northern Burnett County, but you all have that warning until 1030. And is this a 1045 expiration for Lampasas, Josh?
Let me double check that for you real quick.
Okay.
I believe it is, but yeah, 1045.
Okay, so I wouldn't be surprised to see an upgrade in the hail wording as we get this storm further into Lampasas. But again, we're jumping into programming because we have a populated area that's going to be under the gun here shortly of definitely some hail potential there, and it could be some large hail. We don't have any severe thunderstorm watches or tornado watches for the viewing area yet. However, the Storm Prediction Center is in talks right now to probably issue one of those for Central Texas. My thought, based on their wording, is that it could be a tornado watch that will be coming out for the viewing area. Once that happens, which it probably will, an issuance that is, we'll get that to you guys straight away. And of course, you can stay tuned with us as we jump in and out of coverage, or maybe just take over coverage for a little while if we have to at some point. By the way, there it is. That's a blue background, Josh, so that's a tornado watch. Can you get me the details on that?
Let me get you the time on that for you. We'll click on it real quick. And tornado watch going now until 6 p.m. there.
Till 6 o'clock, and that's because some of the latest model data suggests that we could have some renewed development of storms behind this initial batch across this region throughout the parts of the afternoon. So this is not just a morning event. We can't let our guard down beyond midday. We could be seeing some additional severe thunderstorm development into the afternoon hours. Again, that's shaded in blue. That's our code for tornado watch. So that's fresh off the press. We were just talking about it. That's going to run until 6 o'clock. So that's a new heads up for all of Central Texas, excluding Burnett County and Williamson County by the look of it. But again, that's going to be pretty much for most of us there. This thunderstorm continues to look pretty strong as it comes into Lampasas. We've got a little bit more to go in this commercial break. We'll get you back to programming there, but we will hang on our OTT platforms and into our digital, stay on Facebook. We are on Facebook. Okay, so we're going to continue to be on Facebook even after we toss it back to programming. So if you're in Lampasas or Lampasas County and would like to get that continuous coverage, you can go find us over there in just a little bit. So again, for Lampasas, you've got a strong thunderstorm, a severe thunderstorm rolling into your neck of the woods. This warning goes until 1045. This storm has the potential to produce $50 to maybe golf ball size hail as it comes into town. We will continue to monitor this on Facebook. We're going to get you back to programming here on television. Stay with us. We'll keep you advised. We are still online. Okay, we have sent our viewers back over on Channel 25 to regular programming, but I'm here with meteorologist Josh Johns. We're going to stay on Facebook till at least we get this storm through Lampasas. We want to make sure that we can get this through a populated area before we let you go, but of course it remains to be seen just how long we'll be talking to you all here, considering the severe weather threat that could be unfolding this morning. This all has kind of ramped up pretty quickly. I know the wording has changed, but we really didn't get a whole lot of interference from any kind of thunderstorm activity early this morning. This is a fresh atmosphere that is really primed for some severe weather, and we're already seeing that take effect this morning here in Lampasas County. Have we had any spotter reports, Josh, from this particular thunderstorm so far?
I haven't seen any just yet. I wanted to check on the winds with this, Caleb, since it is kind of showing a little bit of organization. I want to make sure that the winds are still behaving. And thankfully, it looks like they are. So as far as a tornadic storm, that's not what we're seeing right now. Again, we mentioned that tornado threat that could try to exist today. Just because if you've been outside, you felt that south wind really cranking here today. That's going to feed right into the storm. So we're going to watch that closely. Thankfully, though, looks like this is just a hail storm at this time coming through Lampasas. But it could have some pretty powerful hail with it there. You see that coin to even golf ball size hail possible rolling into the western part of the county. That's what we'll have to watch for the city of Lampasas as we end up seeing that near it between now and 10:30. So if you're in Lampasas right now, you probably want to be thinking about where you're going to be if this hail starts coming in. And if you are in your car, probably thinking about where you need to head to get ahead of that storm before it comes in.
That's right. And fortunately, this is just the one severe storm that we have on the board at the moment. We do have some other thunderstorms in the area. I know it's getting a little bit rumbly in eastern Lampasas County, and you've got a thunderstorm that looks pretty healthy coming into Coryell County. It's actually over western Coryell County at this time, working its way on into Gatesville. It's not a severe thunderstorm, certainly a lot of heavy rain and lightning with that, and we'll take some rain. I know these areas aren't in a drought, but we want to keep any drought away as long as possible because we know once we get into the summer, rain is going to be hard to come by. I don't believe these are producing any small hail. I don't know if we've got any small hail cores out there. Josh, what does our hail tracker have to say about that?
Let's take a peek at that and see. And you have a little bit of that small hail showing up, but that's not going to be the issue with those. This is just real electric that's coming into Coryell County at this time, not really looking at the big hail threat. You see the small hail there. That hail threat continues to be mainly confined over to Lampasas County. And thankfully, at least right now on a hail tracker, you are seeing those sizes come down. So maybe that'll spell a little bit of relief there as that hailstorm comes into Lampasas, but still one we don't want to mess around with.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if the hail went away entirely before it came into Lampasas, but it's nice to see that perhaps the largest stones could have fallen out of this thunderstorm already, but we see how these hail cores have done in the past. They can perk back up again. Maybe these sizes will continue to fluctuate as we go into the next little bit. Either way, I don't anticipate some sort of hail in Lampasas, small hail at the least. Hopefully we can keep those sizes below $half, but there is still that potential for quarter to $half size hail for Lampasas proper and in and around central parts of Lampasas County, which is fortunately pretty rural once you get outside of town. But for those of you who are watching in those rural areas, want to make sure that you are taking shelter as well. To remind everyone, we do now have a tornado watch in effect for most of central Texas. That came out in the past 5 to 6 minutes. Everything shaded in blue is a tornado watch here for you, and it really does encompass most of central Texas. Brazos Valley, not necessarily, but this environment up here could be conducive for these storms, not just for some damaging winds and some large hail, but we also have that environment ready for perhaps some tornado potential as we go throughout the morning hours and into the afternoon, especially as we exit the next few hours and get into this afternoon. We do have the option, by the way, Josh, for an additional commercial if you want to take that. I'll leave that to your discretion.
Well, I think with the hail coming in, it's not a bad idea. Is this a national break, Bailey?
Yeah, because we have the option of.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. Let's go ahead and do it.
Yep, let's do it. All right, thank you very much, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Meteorologist Caleb Chevalier with meteorologist Josh Johns this morning, back to bring you more updates on this severe thunderstorm moving into Lampasas. And again, this is a storm capable of producing $half size hail or perhaps a little bit more. We're going to cover this national commercial break here for you and send you back to programming while our digital platforms are still ongoing, even while television is back in its original coverage. So we do want to mention that, again, Lampasas, you're certainly seeing the heavy rain and lightning right now, but the strongest part of the storm is still a few minutes away. The hail core is going to be located right about here. You see the darker colors on reflectivity, but we can actually go a step farther and show you our hail tracker here. And by the way, Josh has indicated that's only about 8 miles out of town right now, so it doesn't have too far to go. It's moving at about 45 miles per hour. So we're only talking about a matter of minutes before this strongest core of the storm gets into town. That will roughly be at about 10:25 to 10:27. Time right now is 10:19. So you've got about 6 to 8 minutes. This is when you want to make sure you are in your shelter, indoors and away from the hail that could be falling. It's not a tornadic thunderstorm. We were looking at the winds in this earlier. It's not necessarily rotating right now, but certainly a potent thunderstorm nonetheless. So those areas, again, in the next few minutes into Lampasas, that will be arriving shortly. This is what our hail tracker has to say, and the colors continue to change a little bit with every scan, but at the very least, west of Lampasas, north of Naruna, we could be indicating some $half size hail here, maybe even up to a little higher than that. I wouldn't completely rule out some ping pong ball size hail with this. In other words, about 1.5 inches in diameter. So a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm continues for Lampasas County until 10:45. Lampasas, the city of which is going to be primarily under the gun with that over the next few minutes, which is why we're coming back to programming here to give you the latest update. So again, you can pretty much tell that where the strongest part of this storm is. And again, even outside of the hail core, you're going to encounter some likely gusty winds Certainly the lightning has been prolific, and there will be some heavy rain with this one as well. This is the one severe thunderstorm we have on the board. There is also an additional warning for northern Burnett County with this storm, so Nagruna, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning at this time. All of Lampasas County has a severe thunderstorm warning. And I would say that if you're watching up in Rumley, or if you're out in these rural areas east of 281, also prep for the potential for some hail. And I'd say just Copper's Cove, keep an eye on this one too. There's no warning for you, but it's headed in that direction. And I don't know that this is going to be losing steam anytime soon. Based on some of the data we were looking at behind the scenes, just really poking around at the micro level, it does look like the better tornado potential is when these storms get east of Highway 281. That's when the environment becomes a little bit more favorable for that. So this one is not a spinning thunderstorm at the moment, but we'll have to watch as we go throughout the next few hours to see if these storms will do that. The potential certainly is there. What Josh is looking at right now is the velocity, the winds within the storm. Nothing's rotating at the moment. There certainly could be some pockets of gusty winds as this comes into Lampasas. You might actually be experiencing that right now, but nothing rotating at this time. Like I said, it's a little bit less conducive for that out here, a little bit more conducive to that as you get out towards I-35, as we start to see the winds having, well, I'd say more of a directional influence. There's changing of wind direction with height more as you get out to I-35 based on the environment that we have this morning. So we've got a little bit longer here on television. We'll get you through this commercial break and then send you back to your programming while we will maintain our coverage over on digital platforms. You can find us there if you'd like to join us beyond our commercial break. So once again, we've got some thunderstorms here in Coryell County, non-severe, lots of heavy rain and lightning with that. In addition to our severe thunderstorm, we have a tornado watch for all these areas shaded in blue. McLennan County, Waco, Bell County, Killeen and Temple, Belton, you all are involved with that. And basically, it's most of central Texas. That runs through 6 o'clock. We're certainly going to be watching this throughout the morning and the afternoon as that potential persists for some severe weather. We're going to let you go back to the national programming here, but we're still on Facebook. Stay with us, and we'll keep you advised. Okay, we are back here on exclusively OTT and Facebook for the time being. There's your tornado watch, ladies and gentlemen, for our basically the entire viewing area. So this is saying that we have the environment capable for some storms this afternoon and late this morning in all of these areas to produce not just some hail and damaging winds, but tornadoes as well. That's not to say every storm will. It's not to say that we're going to have prolific, tornado producers, but the environment is capable of generating a few of those as we go throughout the next few hours. And we really have started to see again, some of these storms really blossoming over the last little bit, which is why this was really a rapidly changing situation as we saw these storms going out towards Mason, and they quickly became strong. Also, that storm that was up near Meridian and Bosque County, that has left the area, but that didn't take too long to go severe either. That was for Somerville. They had a severe thunderstorm warning with that storm, which has since left the area. All right, so we're getting into this storm now, closing in on Lampasas. And in terms of any reports, Josh, have we heard anything from emergency managers or spotters?
I haven't seen anything from the National Weather Service. I'm also watching our Facebook chat because we tend to get a pretty good feedback from our viewers here when storms come into the area. So I haven't seen anything yet about from folks from Lampasas reporting hail just yet. But remember, that hail core is still about 2 to 3 miles outside of town. Mm-hmm. It's still intense. You can see those deeper reds showing up. It's come down maybe just a little bit. Right. And with that in mind, that means that the hail is probably cycling through the storm, as you know, Caleb.
Right.
And that probably means we may see a little bit more of the larger hail making its way down there. It's not in the cloud as much as it was earlier, so that could be closer to the ground now. And the hail indicator is still showing that potential for coin to golf ball size hail.
Yeah, so Lampasas is really closing in on you. In fact, because this data is a couple minutes old, you might actually be getting the first small hailstones in Lampasas right now. I would say brace for at least quarters, but there could be, again, some potential, like Josh said, of $50 to maybe up to golf ball size hail with this. That's something you don't want to be outdoors in. So make sure you have yourself inside. Hopefully you've brought things indoors that need to be there. But at this point, I just say take shelter and don't worry about yeah, go ahead, Josh.
We did have a report of $50 size hail that was reported at Colorado Bend State Park. So that's what's coming into Lampasas County or into Lampasas rather, as we speak.
Yeah, okay, so we have some ground truth now as to what this storm is capable of doing. Colorado Bend State Park would be just off your screen here. That's out on the Colorado River at the county line. This same storm passed over those areas, produced some half-dollar size hail. This algorithm looks pretty much the same as it did at that time, so I would still say half-dollar size hail, maybe a little bit larger, possible here in Lampasas over the next few minutes. So the bigger takeaway, of course, if you're in town, now's the time to be indoors and be in your shelter and basically hang out there until this storm gets through. We don't want you venturing out in that. So whether you're going to be, hitting the road on 183 or 281 here, don't do that until this storm gets out of here. So Kempner, I'd keep an eye on it as well. Shortall, we've got Rumney up here as well. Those areas are going to be perhaps in line for this hail too. Certainly some heavier rain and lightning. Okay, how much time do we have until that one, Bailey? We're working on getting some commercial times. Okay. We'll go ahead and take that when it happens. So for the folks watching back on Facebook, yeah, so we've got over on ABC, another commercial break coming up in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. We will go and jump in on that over on channel 25. Of course, we're not going anywhere for those of you watching on Facebook and our OTT platforms. We're going to stay right here. We're just letting some additional viewers come on board. So as we head into, let's see, this is, okay, we're actually jumping in sooner. So we're going to go into our national break here in just a moment. We'll let some new viewers join in just a bit. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm meteorologist Caleb Chevalier. I'm joined by meteorologist Josh Johns this morning with some severe weather to talk about. A severe thunderstorm warning is continuing for Lampasas County and certainly for the city of Lampasas. You're under the gun right now for what could be some large hail. The warning here for all of Lampasas County goes until 10:45. For some potential for half-dollar size hail, maybe even a little bit larger, and we can't rule out some 50 to 60 mile per hour winds with this. The strongest core of the storm with a lot of heavy rain and lightning is really knocking on the door of the town right now. And so because we have a populated area involved with this, that's why we're coming back into programming. We're just overriding your commercial breaks, so actual programming should be maintained. Of course, if we get into a situation later on this morning or afternoon where it becomes tornadic, we're just going to be overriding everything. But as of right now, your hail core is just to the west of town, probably over town by now, considering that this data is 2 to 3 minutes old. So we just want to make sure that you all in Lampasas are in your shelter. This continues to look like a healthy hail core. At the very least, I'd say half-dollar size hail. I know, Josh, once we start to see these colors, we're getting into ping pong ball territory. Would that be right?
Ping pong to golf ball size hail when you start to see the red. So definitely something you don't want to mess around with. And to your credit, you were talking about half-dollar size hail. We did have a report of half-dollar size hail at the Colorado Bend State Park, which is over on the Lampasas-San Saba County line. So this has already produced large hail.
Right, yeah. So we're not just saying we're guessing that this could be doing that because it's done it already. We have reports of large hail a little bit out to the west of here along the county line with San Saba County. So, and this looks basically the same. In fact, maybe just a little more potent than what it was. So half-dollar to ping pong ball, maybe golf ball size hail coming into Lampasas. You see how the colors are changing there. Hail cores change over time. They can drop their larger hail, then start to regrow larger stones, and then dump them out once again. So large hail, a possibility in addition to some damaging winds here in Lampasas. Please be in shelter until this passes. It's going to be a few minutes. Let this one go. And we also need to be watching this for places like Kempner and Shortall down the road, as you all are also involved in this severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45. We're going to go back to Facebook for our on-air viewers. We're going to let you go, but we'll be back if necessary. We'll keep you advised. All right, our on-air folks are back, but we are still here on Facebook. Thank you all for joining us. I'm meteorologist Caleb Chevalier with meteorologist Josh Johns here in the studio this morning on a wet and stormy morning for some of us. Certainly things have escalated rather quickly, and all of a sudden we've gone from not only some warnings in place, but a tornado watch is in effect for all of Central Texas, or most of Central Texas, until 6 o'clock. And that is going to include the counties you see shaded here in blue, which does include McLennan County, by the way. You see Bell County here, you're in the tornado watch. These storms are basically entering that watch zone. So as these storms move out to the northeast and east, these could be entering an environment that could be a little more favorable for some tornadic activity, and it's likely not just going to be these two storms you see here. Additional development is possible, if not likely, behind these as we get into the midday hour and going toward early afternoon and maybe even the late afternoon itself. So Coryell County, you've got a potent thunderstorm over you. It's not severe. A lot of lightning in it, though, and some heavy rain coming into Gatesville right now. But we do have one severe thunderstorm warning on the board. It's now 10:30, so the warning for Burnett County has been canceled here. So we just have the one. It's for Lampasas County until 10:45. This is certainly over top of Lampasas right now. So if you're in Lampasas and you can safely do so, let us know if you're seeing hail where you are. Chime in on Facebook. Let us know what you're seeing. Of course, don't go outside and do that, but maybe if you can grab something off your porch or some sort of a sheltered location, let us know the size of the hail. Not just if you're seeing it, but if you can accurately give us the size, let us know, because we'd love to get some reports out of there if you can safely do so. So this runs until 10:45, the severe thunderstorm warning for all of Lampasas County. It's the hail that's the primary threat with this one, and it looks like that is going to be right over 281 at this time, including the city. Josh, have the hail tracker changed within the past few minutes? Or are we basically seeing what we were seeing a few minutes ago?
Take a look at it and see. It looks like it's come down a little bit, but as you said, this cycles because the storm is breathing in. It holds up that hail for a bit, drops it, and then has to reload. So that's what's happening right now, at least with that. But as we were saying earlier, we were seeing some of the reds on that hail tracker, which indicates that ping pong to golf ball size hail. That's why we were worried about Lampasas. At the moment, we're seeing coin to golf balls, so that's going to be closer to the $50 that it's already produced that was reported there at Colorado Bend State Park. Haven't seen anything out of Lampasas yet. I'm monitoring the comments from viewers on Facebook. I'm monitoring our chat with the National Weather Service, and we haven't had any official reports yet out of Lampasas. But that hail core certainly bearing down, at least on the north side of town for sure, very close to the Lampasas airport. That's probably where you're going to see the largest hail out of this storm at this time.
Yeah, north side, like we've indicated, the airport here, that's probably where the largest of the stones are, but certainly hail of some capacity is probably occurring in Lampasas right now, because of course this data is a couple minutes old. So if you project that forward a little bit, that's pretty much over top of town right now, which is what we were seeing on reflectivity, that classic radar image that you're used to seeing. We call it reflectivity, and that pretty much shows the core of the storm over town right now. Is there anything involved with the winds with this, Josh? Is this trying to get its act together in that way in any regard?
I've been monitoring it on a separate radar program over here on this other computer, and I tend to look at that for the rotation. And I'm not seeing a lot of rotation. What I am seeing is, you notice the red is increasing a little bit. That's likely the storm is breathing in more of that warm, moist air coming from the south. So that could be something to watch. Of course, when you come off the plains like this, get closer to I-35, storms do funky things. So we may have to watch it closely, especially just with the amount of spin that's in the atmosphere today, Caleb.
Yeah, that tendency for some of these storms to be able to spin will be greater as these get to the east of Highway 281. There is more shear out there. There's more directional shear. So we have winds at different levels of the atmosphere that are all blowing in different directions. Well, if you think about that like a barber pole, that's going to be trying to at least induce some spin in these thunderstorms. Now, it's not doing that yet, but again, that environment looks a little bit more favorable for that out to the east of here, which is why that tornado watch has gone into effect for pretty much most of central Texas until 6 p.m. this evening. So there's the latest view. This is GRK we're looking at.
Yeah, so I had multiple radar sites turned on so we could see the hail core more clearly as it came in, but given the fact that this storm is a little bit more dynamic, I wanted to take a single site view of it for you. Just so we could see more of the features within that storm.
Yeah, and it's interesting how we, in addition to the main cell here, almost a linear look on the southern end here. So I wonder if they're trying to get some more gusty winds on the flank here of this storm, trying to advance forward. But anyway, we will continue to watch this particular storm as it makes its way to the northeast. The darker colors can sometimes, not always, but sometimes be a good indication of where your hail is. Now, sometimes that's just coated with some heavy rain. But I would say, again, that correlates pretty well with where our hail core is, which is pretty much right along 281 at this time over top of town. Still moving at about 45 miles per hour, and we don't have any new warnings yet. We don't have any downstream warnings. Of course, if we hear from that, Josh will chime in and get you that latest information. But I would imagine if this continues to hold together, we are going to be looking at potential for a warning downstream for parts of Bell or perhaps Coryell County. Speaking of downstream, let's check on the storm track of this as it continues to work to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour.
I think it slowed down a little bit closer to 40 as it's starting to encounter some different winds in the atmosphere. So I've slowed that down to 40, and that's why you see a slower speed there. But there's your latest track as it moves kind of to the east-northeast, which will take it over Fort Hood, over Coryell, and straddling the Coryell-Bell County line there. So.
Right. Okay. So that put it into Kempner at about 10:51. Fort Cavazos at 11:13. Of course, no warning right now for Fort Cavazos, but just giving you guys a head up. And then out into the flat area at 11:23. I mean, certainly this is going to be probably holding together in some capacity. I don't see flat escaping rain or thunderstorms because I think this is going to be holding together. It's just a matter of if it's going to be severe by that time, or if severe, how severe. But we will continue to watch that one very closely and make sure that we don't let this one catch us off guard as it moves closer to I-35. So now that this is moving over a populated area, it could only be a matter of time before we get some reports. And like I was saying, if you're watching at home and you can safely get us a hail report, we don't want you going out in the storm to do this, but if you have the ability to grab a hailstone or two off of your porch or where you're not going to put yourselves in harm's way, let us know and see if you can get us the latest measurement. So we're still identifying some pretty good sized hail here on the north side of town. The reds continue to indicate ping pong to golf ball size hail. And that is, again, generally on the north side of town. There's probably some form of hail falling in the town of Lampasas itself, but it could be that the largest is on the north side. I'd like to keep it there. I want to keep, of course, the largest hail away from our most populated areas, if at all possible. Not that I really have any sort of way to control that, but we would like to see that as it moves to the northeast. So anything on the chat that you're monitoring, Josh? I know they're probably talking about some things in the background with the National Weather Service.
I don't see anything on the chat at this time, but just looking at the last few frames, I am seeing an increase on that front flank that we may be seeing a little bit more inflow yet again with a little bit more outflow. So it's possible we're getting a little bit of shear developing on the south side of that storm. And as we know, that can be a precursor to rotation starting to form within the storm. So that's going to be something we watch very closely. Again, as it comes into Coryell and Bell County. So I want to show you the winds and show you what I'm talking about, Caleb. Let me get over to SRV, and you'll notice we're starting to get that a little closer together than we had. See how it's forming up a little bit more? So we've got winds coming in from the south here. We got winds coming out of the storm like this, and they're starting to bump up a little closer. So that will be something to watch for sure as it heads a little closer towards, say, Copper's Cove, Rumley, Pigcoke there in southern Coryell County.
Yeah, I agree entirely. That would be like your precursor to some rotation. Josh is talking about how the winds are kind of playing the dance here. Inflow winds indicated in red, and you've got the wind blowing toward the radar site, which is the one down by Lake Granger right now, and that's associated in greens. And earlier, the greens weren't exactly trying to merge with the reds, but there's some indications now that they are. And I wouldn't say it's rotating yet, but it looks like this is that step where it's trying to, as those winds are trying to come together there from opposite directions. Right now, that's just on the south side of Lampasas. We'll go ahead and take that national break, by the way, to our directors. That's coming up in 2 minutes because this isn't completely out of our populated areas yet. So until it is, we'll jump back into programming and make sure that those folks are given the latest heads up. And that's okay. So we'll be on television for about a 3.5 minute duration and then throw it back. Of course, we'll be here on OTT and Facebook all the while. We're just letting people come in and out of programming over on channel 25 as this continues. We are at a single site radar here, so that gives us kind of a cleaner look at the Gatesville storm. It's not severe right now, but we've got some heavy rain, and the lightning has been turned off right now just because we're trying to get a visual of the storms themselves. There's so much lightning out there. All those little lightning icons actually have some clutter to them. But there's your Gatesville storm, excuse me, and that is, well, it's not severe. And I don't know that there's really any hail with it. Oh, you know what? We do have a new warning, by the way, and this is probably not for the Gatesville storm, but it's probably a downstream issuance for this storm that's coming out of Lampasas County. So brand new severe thunderstorm warning. That's a good timing because we're about to be going back into programming here in 1 minute to let our television viewers know. So Coryell and Lampasas County, all of Coryell County, by the way, the whole county there is in this new box. That's going to run until 11:45 a.m. So a brand new severe thunderstorm warning likely drawn for this storm right here. So they're doing that in anticipation as this moves to the northeast. They're still warning that for $half sized hail. We could see a little bit more than that. 50 to 60 mile per hour winds possible. We haven't seen the strongest wind signatures with these storms yet, but can never rule out those stronger gusts making it down to the surface with storms like these. In addition to that, of course, heavy rain, and you're not seeing it here, but lightning certainly pretty prolific with that, in addition to the tornado watch. Lots to talk about, so we're going to let our on-air viewers join in just a little bit, so give us a moment and we'll let those guys come on in. Good morning, everyone. Meteorologist Caleb Chevalier joined by meteorologist Josh Johns. We have a brand new warning to talk about, came out within the last 60 to 90 seconds. It is for Coryell County and also eastern parts of Lampasas County to account for this thunderstorm, this severe thunderstorm that we have in central Lampasas County working to the northeast. So now Coryell County, you are involved in that. It is the whole county, and it is for a warning until 11:45 this morning. This storm continues to show some large hail production. So this warning is for the potential for half-dollar size hail. I'd say maybe even a little bit more. Can't rule out some ping pong balls. And 50 to 60 mile per hour winds will be possible with that as it shoots to the northeast. So that's the very latest we have for you. We'll go ahead and zoom in a little bit and see what's happening here. You know, Josh, we were also talking, in addition to the hail, we talk about how sometimes the southern flanks of these storms can start to interact favorably with some winds. And I'm just curious what this signature on your end is looking like.
Yeah, it's still looking like it's trying to increase a little bit there in the inflow. I tried to turn our Coryell camera to the west to take a little view of that. I don't have that at this time, but we'll be watching that from our Syntex Roof Systems camera in Coryell and try to get a look at that storm. But definitely seeing a little bit more dynamics take place with this storm. Some shear trying to develop on the south side. That could do one of two things. Either that can develop into rotation, or it can actually increase the intensity of that storm. We've already had half-dollar size hail reported from this back along the Colorado River in the Colorado Bend State Park. Yep. And I mentioned, you mentioned the storm moving to the northeast. I want to put a track on it, give some heads up, at least for this stronger storm. Yep. I think the storm there over Gatesville may not be as strong, but for folks that are watching this storm currently, this is the direction that is moving, assuming it doesn't change direction. Sometimes you can have that happen as well, and that's something we'll watch.
Yeah, if there were going to be any change of direction with this one, it would actually lean a little bit more east. That would be what we call a right mover, as this, if the updraft were to get more strong and start to have a little deviant motion, it could slide to the east a little bit. But this is a northeasterly track for now. So with those communities in mind, Rumley at 1044, we've been talking about Rumley for a bit, Kipner at 1052, Copperas Cove at 1102. Copperas Cove, well, if you are on the, that's a Coryell County community. They're on the south side of the county. So that's going to be involved for you all at 1102, followed by Gatesville at 1119. Already a good thunderstorm over Gatesville right now, but that's not the severe one. The severe one is waiting in the wings behind you guys. So that's going to be at 1119 and then 1128 there for flat. So in addition to the heavy rain and lightning, of course, the severe thunderstorm is mainly drawn for hail. Let's check out the hail tracker, Josh, because of course I'm sure we have a new reading. Okay, so thankfully, it looks like the hail has surpassed Lampasas, but we still have a pretty good hail core in the range of quarters to half-dollar, maybe a little bit more than that, coming in on the Rumley area. And hopefully this will stay pretty rural. Hopefully the largest stones will pass between Shortall and Rumley, and there's not a whole lot out there. But of course, along these farm-to-market roads like 580, I believe, that's 580 East. If you've got some family or some ranches out there, want to make sure that they know that this is going to be probably dropping some hailstones for them as this comes into the area. And should this hail core maintain itself, it'll be moving into Coryell County shortly. So we've got that tornado watch in place as well. We're going to jump over to Facebook here in a moment. Stay with us. We'll keep you advised. All right, we are still on Facebook, and what Josh has here is the tornado watch that came out about 20 minutes ago, I'd say 15 to 20 minutes ago. And that goes for most of Central Texas. Everywhere you see highlighted in blue is a tornado watch until 6 o'clock.
Tornado warning coming for eastern Lampasas, Coryell, and Bell. Rotation just east of Lampasas. Will approach Copperas Cove in the next 15 minutes.
Thank you, Josh.
So we're going to need to get back on TV. I'm going to get.
We're going to go back to TV. In fact,
get the Coryell camera going.
Yeah, Josh is going to do that. I'll let you know when. Well, you know, we should probably just go ahead and do that right now, Josh. Back to TV.
When the warning comes, yeah, I would.
Yeah, give us just a little bit.
Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right, there it is. Let's do it. We're gonna go right back to channel 25, and we have a tornado warning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a brand new tornado warning to talk about. So now we are going to be basically on air until we can get this warning through. A tornado warning for parts of Bell, Coryell, and Lampasas County until 11:30. And yes, there is some hail potential with this, but our attention now turns to a possibly tornadic situation there on the south side of Lampasas County. That has got its act together very quickly, Josh. If you can actually roll this radar up. Yeah, well, there we go. I want to see this on the screen. outside of the banner there. This is your hook echo, which has started to perform that dance between the inflow and the outflow winds here within just the past couple of scans, very quickly right over Shortall. That's a really classic look from a radar reflectivity standpoint of your hook echo. You've probably heard us talk about that in the past. This is a supercell thunderstorm with an ongoing hook echo here. That's where we would find rotation. What does that look like, Josh? Let's get to velocity and check out what that looks like from a wind standpoint. So Shortall, this is for you guys now. Okay, so this is what we would call the couplet. Here's your rotation within the thunderstorm. It's a little bit displaced from where we're seeing the actual hook echo. So again, there might be still some level of organization that has to happen within this thunderstorm, but you've got winds blowing toward the radar right here, winds blowing away in red. And where they meet, especially where you see those stronger colors, is the rotating part of the thunderstorm. Shortall, this is when you guys need to be in your shelter. And in fact, we're not just talking about the indoors away from the hail, but an underground shelter if you've got it. Like, your storm shelters, your maybe in-ground shelters if you've got them. I know there might be some heavy rain and lightning going on, but if you can get out to those, that's where we'd like you to be. Otherwise, in the lowest level of your home, in an interior room, away from those walls and windows. Josh has put a storm track on this. This is the rotating part of the thunderstorm, not necessarily the hail core, but the rotating part of the storm, working its way out to the northeast. It's a pretty rural area, thankfully, but we do have some folks out here. So if you know that you are near places like Grundyville Church, J.L. Williams Elementary School, that's going to be at about 10:59, and then at 11, Joy Christian Community Church. We're not really turning up any communities out here. Again, it's a rural area. This is going to be south of Rumley, north of Kempner. So hopefully the rotating part of the storm will be staying north of 190. But this gives us a pretty good idea that something is definitely spinning in that storm. And all really quickly, that storm was able to navigate both the inflow and the outflow, and what looked like just a line on the southern flank of that storm turned into a hook very quickly. So this has some tornado potential for eastern Lampasas County, and that warning goes for parts of Bell and parts of Coryell. Josh, do we know what parts of those counties are involved in the tornado warning?
Yes, it does include Fort Cavazos there. It includes the very northern chunk of Bell County. So that's really going to include Killeen, North Killeen, Fort Cavazos, Coppers Cove, up into Flat. A lot of this is going to go over the land that Fort Cavazos is on. So if it doesn't take an easterly churn, of course, when you get these storms doing this, there is the chance that happens. Right now, though, it's moving east-northeast at about 45 miles per hour, as we said. And now have a report from viewers that we have tornado sirens going off in Killeen. So if you're in Killeen right now, you're hearing the tornado sirens, know that that is because of this storm coming out of Lampasas County. As it looks right now, that should track just north of Killeen. But if it happens to turn east and jog down 14, that will be going in. So respect the sirens. Be sure to be indoors. Try to find where your safe place would be and wait for further instruction. Yeah, that's great messaging, Josh. Yes, as of right now, it looks like the spinning part of the storm would be passing just north of Killeen, but let's err on the side of caution and get you guys in Killeen into your tornado safe place right now. Coppers Cove, certainly for you. We want you to be in that tornado shelter because that's too close for comfort on the track that it's currently on. So Coppers Cove, make sure that you guys are in your tornado safe place. That's a storm shelter, an in-ground shelter outside if you've got one. If not, the lowest level of your home, that'll likely be a closet or a bathroom because we want you in an interior room on that lowest floor. So closet, bathroom, and then make sure that once you're in there to protect yourself in some way, you can put a helmet on, you can get a mattress over top of you or blankets, some cushioning helps. We just want to make sure that you are protected from a possible tornado, not confirmed, but a rotating storm at the very least and a possible tornado near Shortall. And Shortall and Kempner for sure want you guys right now to be in that location. Let's just kind of pan this up a little bit, Josh, just because for the folks watching at home, I want to make sure that couplet is visible outside of the banner. We have the banner running on the lower part of the screen there. So we're just waiting for some new info. This is a scan that's a few minutes old. What does the reflectivity look like, Josh? That's probably pretty new. It's interesting that's a few minutes old because I'm looking off screen at some other products and they're coming in a little sooner. So it'll be interesting to see if that's the case. I'm going to the Granger reflectivity here so that you get the closest image. Let me turn off the lightning so you can see it a little more. It does look like, at least as that was trying to, let's turn this to like 30 minutes. It kind of wrapped up into it potentially. So if there is a tornado on the ground, this is likely rain wrapped at this point, as well as that could help to cut off the circulation, which would be good news. But certainly something we don't want to mess around with. You can tell the core of that passing just north of Kempner at this time. That should take it on the north side of Copper's Cove, if not just north of Copper's Cove. So
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So in fact, that very latest scan, sometimes you can follow the rain in the storm and the rain will follow the wind patterns. You can see the curlicue right there. The winds in the storm are actually wrapping the rain with it, and you can follow those darker shades of orange. You can give me that, just the last frame there, Josh, near Kempner. And you can see how the hook itself is just illustrated by the rain wrapping into the storm. Now, Josh mentioned that wrapping motion. It's actually already turning to the north a little bit more. So hopefully this is already wrapping itself up. When storms occlude, we call the occlusion process, is when the hook folds back into the storm and the outflow winds cut it off. Now, that may be happening already. Not going to say that just yet because we only have one new scan here to watch. But that's just north of Kempner. Let's really zoom in there, Josh. Let's get into Kempner here and close to, because the rotating part of the storm is just north of town. What is the farm to market road here?
let's zoom in and see that. 2313, and then just north of Rumley is going to be 580. So
Okay. Yeah.
help you out here. This is going to be 2313 right here, and this is going to be 580 that goes right through here.
Okay. So if you are in those areas where you know of those farm to market roads, or if you know people out in those areas of farm to market roads, let them know. And this is actually when they need to be in shelter right now. This is not 30 seconds from now. This is not a minute from now. Right now, those folks need to be in shelter. And I would be getting to shelter right now if you're in Copper's Cove or just on the other side of that county line with Lampasas and Coryell County. Now, this is a better sign that Josh was mentioning, that we're already on the reflectivity point of things, starting to see the hook close up a little bit, and we don't see the tight signature of rotation here that we did. I still see reds and greens, and they are opposing each other. This is still a rotating signature, but notice how the colors aren't as bright, and these colors certainly are not locked together. So it's not something that's imminently telling me that something's producing a tornado right there. It's still rotating, but this is not the most locked defined couplet. So that's an encouraging sign. Still want to make sure that the messaging is that a potential tornado is here, and that could be north of Kempner. I'm just not seeing something that imminently says that that's happening. And that latest scan is certainly an improvement over the last one. So hopefully that will continue to be the case. However, want to make sure that you guys are still in your shelter in southern Coryell County and eastern Lampasas County. That's the base velocity there?
Yeah, so I switched from storm relative to base. So instead of looking relative to the storm, now we're looking relative to the radar. Still the rotation that's there. It's just to give you a different view of it, too.
Right, right. And it is helpful to go back and look at both, because sometimes one can tell you a little bit something that maybe the other product doesn't. So, okay, now that we have that in mind, let's check on the hail real quick. We probably still have a hail core with this storm. My guess is it's near Rumley. Yeah, there you go. Not as strong as it was, but we've seen how this hail core has changed with time in this thunderstorm. So Rumley, really that hail looks to be either over you or probably just a little bit past you, because again, the algorithm data is usually a couple minutes old, but this is going to be in the realm of quarter-sized hail, maybe a little bit more as it makes its way into southern Coryell County. So areas of Pidcoke or just south of Pidcoke into Copper's Cove, hail is coming your way. Yes, we want to make sure that you know that, but now that there's a tornado warning on the board, that's not our main concern anymore. It's the tornado potential that is our main concern. Having said that, of course, these severe thunderstorms can bring some severe hazards in the form of hail and wind, so we want to let you know. And by the way, that road there between Pidcoke and Copper's Cove, that is a farm to market road, but it's not just a state highway, right, Josh? That's
It's
FM.
farm to market road 580, goes through Topsy as well. So Topsy about to get hit by this hail too.
Yeah, Topsy. Okay, I knew there was another one in there. We've mentioned Topsy before. So Farm Market Road 580. If you're on your way from Pidcoke down to Copper's Cove, you'd be taking Farm to Market 116. All of these areas are going to be impacted by some form of hail here very shortly. Hopefully it's on the smaller end, but we can't rule out some quarters to maybe some half dollars here as well. All right, so that's the hail side of things. Reflectivity-wise, from the just what we look at, what you're used to looking at when it comes to thunderstorms, here is a storm. It's a supercell thunderstorm, meaning it's rotating. It has its own self-sustaining rotating updraft. And the hail core is on the north side or the middle core of the storm. But the hook, which really got going there near Shortall, has passed north of 190 here. And hopefully, Josh, it's in the process of wrapping itself completely up. What do you make of the latest imagery here?
Yeah, and what I'm watching right here is just on the edge of the storm. You see where it wrapped up. You're seeing some faint looks of green, and I'm going to highlight this with a cold front icon. because I think that what we're having happen now is the outflow is coming out of the storm just a bit right here. If you look at the last frame, you can see that little gust out, which is good. You get that outflow out there, it acts like a cold front. When a cold front passes under a storm, it can no longer get that warm, moist air as well. So when that happens, it'll tend to disrupt that rotation, which is likely what happened here. One thing to watch, though, is will this wrap up again as it moves a little further to the east? And if it does, would be very close to Copper's Cove. So that's one thing we're really going to have to watch here in the next 10 minutes. Now, the hail core is really coming down, just looking off the screen. We no longer have that 1-inch hail showing up. It's actually less than 1 inch now showing up, at least on some of my off-air products. It still has that inflow. This boundary is still not something to mess with within this storm. So that's something I'm curious as this gets closer to Copper's Cove, what that's going to act like.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting. We were saying that just based on the data behind the scenes, it was east of Highway 281 where the environment was more favorable for spin. And as soon as the storm got east of 281, that's what happened. So like Josh mentioned, this could cycle again. There's potential that this storm and other storms later on this morning and afternoon could find the ability to rotate more given the environment that's out here. But at least for the time being, it looks like, okay, we might just finally have a newer circulation trying to form. And again, this is going to be where that hook was. The hook is sliding north. So it may be attempting to wrap back into the storm, and that's good news. But until then, it still looks like it's trying to spin. So your new circulation here, or at least a continuation of the old one, is pretty much on the county line here. Some of this is going to be some aliasing data. I think, I wouldn't expect to see the green and red right where that is there, but at the very least, here's your circulation right there. So that's going to be on the county line of Lampasas and Coryell, very close to Farm to Market, 1113. For reference, this is 4 miles to the northwest of Copper's Cove. Topsy is at the top of your screen, so it's going to be in between those two areas. This is spinning here. It's, again, tightening up a little bit, looks a little tighter than the last frame. And this is going to be, again, the type of stuff that we're going to see with this storm over the next few scans, I'm sure, as it's going to try to do this, try to maintain that balance of inflow and outflow winds. Just from a different perspective, Josh, what is the BV?
Yeah, let's look at the base and see what that's doing. You know, it's still showing that shear right there. You're getting the winds very close to it. And I'm looking at the reflectivity off screen, and I'm seeing a lot more twisting right there as well. So that would still be in line where it's up on the top end of that boundary that I was showing. So it cut off the original circulation, but wrapped up into another one, not too far from where that original circulation was.
Yeah, it could be that this channel right here is still getting the warm inflow, because this is a very warm and humid air mass out here. I mean, if you've been outside this morning, you know it. That fuel is there. So it could be trying to channel some of that nicer, warmer air right here and then trying to spin it up. So it's right on the county line. We don't have spotter reports. Not that I know of, Josh. No spotter reports.
Haven't had any spotter reports yet. I keep looking at our Syntex Roof Systems camera in Killeen off camera here, and I don't see anything that jumps at me just yet. But we're looking into quite a humid air mass, quite a rainy storm that's sitting there. So when that happens, it kind of disrupts our vision.
Yeah.
Thankfully, nothing wrapping up real tight yet, but when you see the reds close to the greens like that, it certainly bears watching.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you see that, that's going to jump off the page a little bit. That gets our attention. It's not the most classic signature. Yes, there are some greens and reds that are side by side. It doesn't have the whole bow tie signature where everything comes into a very clean, tight signature there. It's not the cleanest of pictures, but that certainly has my attention there. Even if there is a little bit of funky data, perhaps with a couple pixels, that certainly still appears to be rotating there near Farm to Market 1113. Let's put a new track on that, Josh. I'm sure we've got some rural areas out there that are going to be in line. Pidcoke is in that direction. You said this is now a 40-mile-per-hour mover?
I'm going to say it's at 40 because when it's spinning like this, it slows down just a bit. So
yeah,
that'll be something to watch. And I will say this is, I'm looking off screen at this too, this is going to go over some residential areas of northern Copper's Cove. And just the same from the Weather Service, low-level rotation is weakened. However, it's still quite strong just above the surface, and the tornado threat remains locally high. They're not going to cancel that tornado warning despite the fact that that rotation went away. So what you could have is something spin up real quick, which is why we're still warning you about this. Copper's Cove High School is on the north side of town, and so is the Southern Hills Baptist Church that you see there on that track as well. That's where we have some of those residential areas, if you're familiar with Copper's Cove, on the north side of town that we're watching out for.
Yeah, and we are, so coming up at here at 11 o'clock, in fact, less than 60 seconds, we're going to jump into our midday programming, which is still just going to be the weather coverage here for Channel 25. I just want to make sure we're doing the right thing for our we're going to take a midday show at KR. However, this does not involve those folks. So if we can let that show run as it would normally, if we can do that. We're negotiating that behind the scenes. Okay, so it may be that we just take both. We'll just go ahead and take both. And we are now jumping into severe weather coverage this morning on our midday show for both our KXXV and KRHD viewers. But know that this is a thunderstorm with tornado potential on the KX side of things. This is a central Texas storm. A tornado warning continues for eastern Lampasas County, southern Coryell County, and far western Bell County, which does include parts of Killeen, until 11:30. It's a radar indicated rotation at this time. No spotter reports of funnel clouds or tornadoes. Probably would have been hard to see originally. We did see some signs that that was getting rain wrapped pretty quickly. Aside from that, a hail threat still certainly with this thunderstorm as this works off to the northeast with that core over southern Coryell County getting toward Pidcoke. So at any rate, I'm meteorologist Caleb Chevalier, joined by meteorologist Josh Johns this morning. We're carrying you through live tornado warning coverage, and we will stay on the air in this capacity until this warning is over, or unless we get a new one, of course, we'll stay with that one too. But the latest imagery, Josh, looks like it could be that a new circulation could be trying to develop. I've seen this shape before many, many times, and it could be that something new in terms of circulation is trying to develop there on the southern end of this storm. Let's go ahead and zoom into that real quick. So we have what could be a new budding circulation just there on the north side of Copper's Cove. You could pretty much say, like you said, that's a populated kind of residential area there, Josh. So we could go ahead and say that it is on the north side of Copper's Cove almost.
It is on the north side of Copper's Cove. And one thing I'm noticing, if you look real closely, Caleb, on the northern fringe of the rain-free area on the south end of the storm, you can see how these are kind of wrapping in like that. So that's a sign we still have significant rotation with this storm at times. So certainly not one, even though the main little core of rotation has weakened a bit, it's certainly still spinning. It could still produce a tornado, and that's why we continue to watch it. But I want to put a track on that for you, just for folks that are just now joining us, tuning in for 25 News Midday, that as that moves to the northeast, it's going to brush the north side of Copper's Cove. So the high school, the middle school's there, 1105, 1112, Audie Murphy, and Fort Cavazos, not Fort Hood there. That's going to be right in the center of the fort, so the more rural side of the fort there by 1122. This could be approaching flat, and this will certainly need to be watched as it continues to work north, nearing the I-35 corridor. So right now there it's near Copper's Cove, but certainly something we'll continue to watch. And I want to get you the latest winds and see if we've had any change in that. I'm going to start with storm relative. It's kind of broad. That's good.
It is, and this is what we would call a convergent signature. We would be looking along the radar beam right here. Well, the colors are meeting like that, so they're converging. We've got red toward, or green toward red away, so it's a convergent signature, but that can sometimes be a precursor to rotation that's trying to develop. You'll see this a lot, especially in the Dixie states, Dixie Alley. Tornadoes often start with this signature right here, called a convergent signature, and then that wraps up. It can happen in Texas as well. We're going to watch to see if that maintains itself and if this decides to spin. You're seeing reds and greens at home, and you're seeing that they're close. This is not necessarily rotating, though, because we have to consider that we're looking from our Lake Granger radar site. So red or green toward red away. So those colors are actually coming together right now as opposed to being side by side and turning. Now that could change. We're going to watch very closely. Just from a radar standpoint, from reflectivity, it looks like it's trying to do that. Again, if you've been, in the tornado forecasting business for a while, some shapes just start to look familiar, and that's exactly what that reflectivity shape looks like to me. So we're going to maintain really keeping a close eye on this. Copper's Cove, want to be in shelter. Fort Cavazos for you guys on the civilian side or military side as well. If you've got some shelter, please be taking that. I'd say just be there for safekeeping in Killeen. You're in the tornado warning. The rotating part of the storm's probably shooting to your north, but again, let's err on the side of caution. We have reports that the sirens are going off there, so either be in your shelter there or just be ready to go at a moment's notice. But Copper's Cove, we want you in your shelter for sure. That's the same for Topsy, for Pidcoke, and areas of southern Coryell County. Your shelter is going to be a storm shelter in ground if you have one. If not, we want you in the lowest level of your home in an interior room. That's probably going to be a bathroom or a closet. Now, if you're in a mobile home or a manufactured home, that's not the place to be. You got to get out of those. Hopefully you know where your nearest shelter is. That nearest shelter is where you need to be in a mobile home or manufactured home, because in that home itself, you don't want to be there. But closet or an interior room on the first floor, and stay away from those walls and windows, and cover yourself up with something soft to keep you safe as this passes through. It's not a confirmed tornado. We don't have reports of that. This is, again, from a radar standpoint. That's why the tornado warning has been issued from the National Weather Service. Speaking of reports, Josh, do we have anything to pass along, hail-wise?
Other than that report we had earlier, back when this storm was originally over the Lampasas-San Saba County line at Colorado Bend State Park, they had $half size hail. Other than that, we haven't had any reports. I am getting notices from viewers where they're talking about you could see things trying to form up on the hill in Coppers Cove. That wouldn't surprise me that they were seeing the wall cloud associated with this. I continue to look to the west from our Coryell Syntex roof systems camera, and I really can't see anything. It's real murky.
Right.
And I'm looking down 14, so I'm looking towards the storm from where we are, or from where our bureau is in Coryell, and don't see enough of an indicator from that. So no reports, nothing that jumps out to me visually, at least from what we could see at this time.
Okay. All right. And by the way, if you guys can route the audio a little differently, I think we're now getting the KR audio overriding, since those guys are back into their original programming.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, okay. Still hearing a little bit of that in the background, but that's fine. As long as we can hear you guys primarily, that'll be good. Okay, great, thank you. All right, so what I want to mention with this thunderstorm, and again, we've seen supercell thunderstorms take this look in the past. This part of the storm, forward flank updraft, is a little more upright. Now, sometimes when it takes that upright position, that's saying it's could be trying to merge that rear flank downdraft with the forward flank. And again, that's some jargon there for you, but I'm just letting you know I've seen this play out before, where you get this shape first, and then that might try to turn itself into a hook. So we're going to watch that storm very closely. This storm was trying to rotate earlier. In fact, it looked like it really was. Last few frames have been trying to see if it can get that act together. Let's go ahead and zoom in there north of Coppers Cove, Josh, just because every so often we're going to get some new info. I'd like to see what the velocities are doing at the moment.
Let's go ahead and take the velocity then, because there is a portion that I'm watching again off screen on another computer. It's kind of showing, you were talking about that channel. It looks like the inflow in that channel is increasing.
Right.
So that could be a sign that we're trying to get it wrapped up again just to the south of Pidcoke. Now, the good news is, as that continues to transition east, that's going to move over the rural portions of Fort Cavazos. So less of a population threat as it does that. Of course, we'll keep tracking it, but that will be good news as it goes over there. Between there and Flat, there's not a lot of stuff other than the Army base. So that'll be something we watch closely.
Yeah. So again, thankfully it is rural, and for the areas it is going to be going over, Army base, obviously very restricted access to those locations. But what I'm noticing here is, we were earlier seeing just what would be, that was a convergent signature a frame ago. What it's trying to do is now the greens and reds are trying to get a little bit more side by side. So something is attempting to take that convergence and spin it and then lift it up, is what we would call lower level vorticity. So we'll watch that. It's a rotating storm, or at least trying to rotate. I don't want to let this one go and say, well, we just don't have to worry about it, because it's trying to get its act together. So Flat, you're on the very cusp of this tornado warning, but be in your shelter, because it's headed toward highway, let me make sure I'm getting the highway right, 36. So it's headed toward 36. Could be, if not rotating right now, really trying to do that. And the National Weather Service, what they were talking about, Josh, was at least from a different viewpoint, right off the surface, it really did look strong. So can we look at it from like Fort Worth and get a picture a few thousand feet up?
I could do that, or I can even go up in angle on this, I believe. Let me go up from 0.5.
Yeah, there you go.
That explains it.
Absolutely. So what this is doing
this is at 1.1.
Okay, so tilt of 1.1. So a little bit above the surface, or at least a little bit, the radar beam, even at its lowest level, is going to shoot a little bit off the surface. But what if you could tilt the radar beam a little higher than that? Well, that's what Josh just did, or at least looking at those same kinds of products. And up there in the lower and mid levels, this is a spinning thunderstorm, clearly. I mean, it's not the tightest rotation. You could say it's somewhere, I wouldn't say it's broad either. It's kind of a mix between the two, but those are some bright colors. That's a healthy, upright, spinning updraft. And so then you look down at the surface level of this storm, and what it's trying to do is trying to translate that rotation down into the lowest level. And that's actively what we're seeing right now with those brighter reds and greens. Again, not exactly opposed, but it looks to me like they're trying to go in that direction. So we want you guys in your tornado-safe place if you're watching in southern Coryell County and the western fringe of Bell County. The good news for Coryell is that it didn't make any turn. It is still going to the northeast, so it does look like this is going to shoot to the northwest or north and northwest of Killeen. So you are hearing the sirens there. We did say that, the shelter was a good place to be, and I would still say that just for the sake of shelter. But encouraging news for Killeen is that this is going to be working to the north. But I would say Flat needs to be looking out, and also places in Coryell County along Highway 36. Some locations along 36 are not in a tornado warning yet, but that could be the case if this maintains its intensity. All right, so we have that particular supercell thunderstorm. It is the only severe warned storm we have. There is an additional severe thunderstorm warning for that same storm farther north, I believe because they were anticipating that some of this hail potential could make it all the way up to Turnersville. My guess is, Josh, that's why that was issued. I don't think it was issued for the far northern storm.
Some of those storms were briefly showing some signs of some larger hail as they were closer to Turnersville. So I think they just decided, hey, we've got to focus on the bottom end of this storm. Let's just issue a blanket warning for Coryell County in case these do pulse up. But by far, the strongest thunderstorm is going to be that tornado warning storm that is now moving over the rural portions of Fort Cavazos. So that'll be something to watch as that continues. It looks like they just dropped Bell County, Bell and Lampasas. The National Weather Service saying the tornado threat still continues for Coryell County. And you can see why, Caleb. That last frame now looking a lot more healthy once again.
Yep, so this is at the surface level. Remember, that's what this storm has been trying to do, trying to translate that mid-level rotation down to the surface. Josh is noticing that nice inflow corridor of wind. This is the warm and humid air coming in right here, and it's going to try to attempt to spin that into what you're seeing here. And this could be the first indications of a new hook that's trying to form. Now, I don't want to jump the gun in saying that this is, going to go lights out here in a bit, but it just looks like it's trying to really get some sort of rotation going near the surface. That is located to the about 4 miles east of, let me make sure I got
116.
116. So, and if you're familiar with 116 in Pidcoke, that's the highway that runs through Pidcoke. So the hook on this storm is developing 4 miles to the east of 116 at this point. So again, that does place it into rural parts of the county, that does place it into parts of the military base, but down the line, we've got some communities for that. So Josh is drawing that out right now. Here's your latest track. And Flat is also just pretty much there. We could also say that you could include Flat in that too, which is what Josh is doing. So for Flat, 11:30 is the arrival time for this. You're going to get some rain before that. You're going to hear the lightning before that, but the rotating part of the storm into Flat at about 11:30, so in about 15 minutes or 16 minutes from now. Cavett at 11:41, Oglesby at 11:43, and then out to SpaceX at 11:47. There are no warnings right now for SpaceX, but just giving you a heads up, that's where this one's going to be heading over the course of the next half hour. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens in the next few scans. Is this hook going to try to hook more and really start to tighten up some rotation there? It's trying to do that. It really is trying. You've now got a better inflow signature and outflow signature, and all these two are going to have to do is just try to come a little bit closer and really tighten up, because the winds on either side are strong. You see that those brighter colors are there, and what it's going to attempt to do is to wrap that up into something tighter, into a tornado. And I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not saying that's imminent, but certainly from the presentation here, it looks like that is something it's attempting to do. So we're going to continue to carry the message that a tornado is possible with this thunderstorm. Certainly that tornado warning is still in place. So sections of eastern and southern Coryell County, which again is pretty rural, and a lot of that is the military base. But if you're out there, you want to make sure you're seeking shelter from the storm in an underground shelter if you've got one. Otherwise, it would be the lowest level of your home in an interior room. Mobile homes, manufactured homes, not okay. Those need to be left and into a closer, more sturdy structure. All right, Josh, I know you're watching some things behind the scenes. Do you have anything to add here?
Yeah, just continuing to watch that rotation that you were speaking of that is sitting there just to the east of Pidcoke. Again, we're watching for it. For those of you in Flat, there's not much between Pidcoke and Flat. That's all Fort Cavazos land. There's probably a couple of structures, but as far as residential areas, all the residential areas of Fort Cavazos are on the north side in North Fort Cavazos, and then also down closer to Bell County. So that's good news.
Yep.
This is about 10 to 15 miles to the southeast of Flat there. You can see where the core of that rotation is, and this is what we're going to be watching, is for this to potentially wrap up and turn into a tornado. We don't have a report of one on the ground at this time, but it is something we'll be watching. So for those of you in Flat, we'll put a track on this as this continues to work off to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. That would put it in Flat closer, as we said, to near 11:30. You can see it's showing Fort Hood there. That's Fort Cavazos. That's roughly the center of that rural area of the fort. North Fort Hood, or North Fort Cavazos rather, is north of that track. So that's good news. And then if this continues working to the northeast, potentially near Leon Junction by 11:37 and Oglesby closer to 11:45. And Caleb, not to forget that once it goes that direction, we're going to have to watch it for McLennan County as well, including the city of Waco, and that could be nearing closer to lunchtime. So I know a lot of folks, maybe they're at the gym right now, maybe getting a little break in before lunch, know that this is going to be heading in the general direction of McLennan County. So something we will have to watch very, very closely.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. We're not trying to, scare the McLennan County folks and saying, well, there's a tornado headed your way. It's not what we're saying. We do want you guys to pay attention and be advised as this heads your way, because it could carry that tornado potential coming into McLennan County and Waco. That is something to watch. If you know that you're going to be headed out, please keep an eye on things, or if you know of friends or family that are out doing some things right now, maybe check in on them and say, hey, something could be coming up. This, again, continues to take more of a hook shape here. Josh, this, again, like you said, this is military-based stuff. This is Fort Cavazos. But when you've heard us in the past probably talk about supercell thunderstorms and hooks, and the hook echo, and how that can be pretty much your favorable spot for tornado. And we certainly do have a hook that has developed on this storm over the past few minutes. And the reason that happens is because in the atmospherics, you've got the warmer, more humid air coming in like this. That's your inflow notch right there. And then air descending out of the thunderstorm or behind the thunderstorm is going to wrap around like that. The two join, and then that spin gets lifted up into the storm, like the barber pole, and it's going to potentially create a tornado. So that is, again, what we're going to be watching very, very closely. We don't have reports of anything tornado in progress, tornado on the ground. It would be difficult, in fact, because this is over some restricted space. But boy, oh boy, does that that is a hook echo, ladies and gentlemen. That, at least from what I see, we've seen that before. When you get tight circulations like this, that is playing the tango with inflow and outflow very, very well. And so I'd imagine from a velocity standpoint, that looks pretty good too. What does the new scan of that look like?
Let's see if we can get that real quick, Caleb. And again, this is looking from Granger. That's a little behind.
Yeah, that is the older scan.
So let me see if Storm Relative came in a little quicker. I don't have it off screen yet either, so it's possible that, well, I think that is going to be, that may be the newest scan right there.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think that did just come down. Okay, so we were saying that earlier, well, the greens were up here and the reds were out down here, but we're looking at it from Lake Granger, so that was a convergent signature. It's not that anymore. We have a rotating signature. You've got green winds moving this way, red winds moving this way, and Josh, you can actually, if you can take that jet stream tool, just draw me a little circle there. That's exactly what this is doing. That's your rotation right there. Very nice, very nice. Okay, so we know that those winds are moving in opposing directions. They are relatively strong because we see the brighter colors. So this is the rotating part of the thunderstorm, and it pretty much lines up right where that hook echo is. So, and we are going to KR or out of KR, if you can. Okay, so we're going to let our KR viewers go back to the normal midday program. We're staying with KXXV, channel 25. We're going to remain in this for at least the duration of the midday show. And maybe a little bit beyond that, depending on what happens here with the tornado warning. But Josh is putting a brand new storm track on this. It is pretty rural. It's Fort Cavazos, but this is going to be getting into flat. We were saying earlier about 11:30. That still holds true. About 11:32, Leon Junction at 11:35, and also Mound as well. Mound at 11:31. So that's going to be also in close proximity to flat there here in just a few minutes. It's not the fastest mover. I think it's still a 40-mile-per-hour mover or so. But that's going to give you guys some time downstream to take precautions. And again, now is the time, if you're in those mobile manufactured homes, you have time to leave those and get to a more sturdy structure. And hopefully by now, you know where that is. In March, when we had Severe Weather Awareness Week and we talked about these, we wanted you guys to know ahead of time what your nearest storm shelter is. So when the time comes, you know what to do, and you're not scrambling to do that. So mobile homes, manufactured homes, now is the time to get out of those along Highway 36 and get into something more sturdy. And if you've got a storm shelter underground or something like that, please do so now. Otherwise, it's going to be the interior room on the lowest level of your home. Now, I'm coming from the Midwest. Basements are everywhere, but in Texas, we don't have basements. So I have to remember to remind you all that it's the lowest level of your home that is going to be your tornado safe place, in an interior room that's probably a closet or a bathroom. And once you're there, just some things to help keep you safe. Helmets are good, whether you've got a baseball helmet from batting practice or a bicycle helmet, and then you can wrap yourselves in some blankets or mattresses. Yeah, it sounds a little silly, maybe even sounds a little bit extreme, but we're doing this to keep you safe in the event that a tornado is going to be passing near you. So Josh, that still looks like pretty healthy rotation to me.
Yeah, and with the latest frame that's about to come in, you're going to see the inflow increase dramatically. One thing I want to do real quick, this is going to be running between North Fort Cavazos and Flat, so I want to go through a couple of the county roads that may be showing up right around there. So there's what is North Fort Cavazos right there. So you can kind of see where those roads kind of struck up. I think that is going to go behind or go south of there, but folks maybe getting closer to Farm Road 1829 that runs over to Mound, and County Road 327, all these going into Flat. This is where I think the core of that rotation is going to track here in the next 15 minutes. So if you live between Gatesville and Flat right now, you need to be thinking about getting to cover quick and be ready for this to bear down in the next 15 minutes, if not a little sooner. Again, I'm looking off screen at this, Caleb, and this is going to update in our system soon, but the inflow with this has increased dramatically, and it's now about halfway between Pigcoke and Leon Junction. So you're going to see it move probably about 2 more miles. So that means it's 2 more miles closer to 36. I'd say from 36, we're probably looking at 5 miles away from Highway 36, and that's moving at 40 miles per hour. So that'll be bearing down here soon.
Okay. You're getting, from what you're looking at, you're getting GRK data a little bit sooner? Okay.
I am, and the inflow is really increased with this on the storm relative side of things.
Okay.
So.
Is that GR that you're running back there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Awesome. We love having those tools in the background. Thank you, Josh.
See if we can get this to jump.
So we are waiting on the news. Pull the screen, the radar here, just a little bit more north for us so our viewers at home can see. We just don't want the banner to block it. So let's just make sure that's a little more. There we go. Okay, wonderful. So that was the scan that we've been looking at a few minutes ago. Again, with this thunderstorm, there is still that hail threat, the potentially large hail coming into parts of Coryell County. Gatesville, that could be a situation for you. The tornadic part of the storm is going to shoot south of Gatesville, but you might be encountering some large hail there soon, if not already. So we don't want to forget that part. Yes, there's a severe thunderstorm warning out for those areas, but our primary concern is the tornado warning that is in effect. You see it right there on the bottom of your screen. Coryell County until 11:30. We're coming up here on that. It is 11:21. I imagine there are going to be some talks about what the National Weather Service is going to choose to do with this here in the next few minutes as this gets closer to our viewing, or not just the viewing area, but okay, we do in fact have a new one coming out. So Coryell and McLennan County are going to be involved in this next tornado warning. Chief Meteorologist Matt Hines will be joining us here very soon to get you all the very latest on that particular tornado warning. You're going to be seeing that come out here in just a little bit. As that map should update here, we're going to see that new red box. That's from behind the scenes, and thanks to you, those guys who are feeding us that information. We're looking at what the National Weather Service is saying behind the scenes, and they are going to issue one. A new tornado warning coming for parts of McLennan and Coryell County. So that'll be coming up here very shortly, as you'll see that pop up here on the screen. But a reminder you guys of Mound, Flat, Highway 36 to be in your tornado safe place, as this still looks like an impressive thunderstorm, potentially a tornadic thunderstorm. Could be producing one or could be doing so very shortly. So we're going to carry again, of course, through the rest of the midday broadcast here, and because that warning is almost certainly going to go until about noon or something, we'll at the very least be on air through about 12 o'clock here on Channel 25. And of course, you can always find us streaming at that same time over on Facebook and our OTT platforms. So we're waiting for this scan to update. I know Josh was looking at some things behind the scenes, and they're taking care of stuff behind the scenes as we speak. But we should be getting in that new scan of the velocity here shortly. And of course, velocity is going to be the #1 thing we look at when it comes to potentially a tornadic storm, because this will tell us all we need to know about the rotation. And certainly that is a spinning storm, and the newest data, once that comes in, should place it still over Fort Cavazos, but getting closer to, like Josh said, that northern part of Fort Cavazos. There's that new red box. I'm going to step off screen here really quick so I can get you guys that. So that is a brand new tornado warning. As we zoom out here, and let's go ahead and take just the classic view for a moment. Brand new tornado warning for parts of Coryell County and McLennan County. Let's see if this new box will populate. There it is. All right, so tornado warning in effect for Coryell County, for pretty much most of Coryell County, and that box has been drawn all the way up to Turnersville, probably to account for the hail threat, but it does look like generally south of Gatesville is where the tornado threat is going to be. But notice where the box goes. It's been drawn out to western and southwestern portions of McLennan County. So it includes McGregor, it includes SpaceX, and Crawford. You're included in that. Now, farther into McLennan County, for now, it doesn't, but those are the McLennan County communities involved in this tornado warning until 12:45. The hail potential with this continues to be, oh, I'd say in the order of about $half size hail. But again, the hail, while it is worth mentioning, is not the primary threat with this. I'm going to step off screen for a moment and see if we can get the latest for you on the velocity. Certainly from a reflectivity standpoint, this is a storm that is humming and has got its act together. But what I will do is check out our storm relative velocity products here. And this is going to be your new scan. Okay, so this is what Josh was saying earlier behind the scenes. We have stronger inflow, stronger outflow, the other winds tying into it. Colors on either side are very bright, and it all doesn't come together super tight, but it does come together, notice, right about here. So we'll be watching that closely. This all could be tying into something that would all be funneled down into a tornado here, close to, well, it's hard to say. I mean, this is going to be roughly that halfway point between Pidcoke and Flat. It's over the military base at the moment, but Josh was pointing out, once you get to 36, you find some of those more residential areas and those county roads and those farm roads, farm to market roads that might offer a little bit more of some, some houses along there. So if you have friends or family out there along Highway 36, let them know. That's going to be a concern for Mound and Flat here very soon as we continue to monitor this with that brand new tornado warning going until about 12:15. What I'm going to do now is turn it over to Chief Meteorologist Matt Hines, and he's going to get you through the rest of the way.
We're going to do it all together here, Caleb, as we do have that tornado warning across parts of Coryell County right now. And it does appear that, again, as Caleb was saying, we have the inbound, we have the outbound. It's just not touching right now, but we definitely have a good circulation with this. At the very least, we're probably going to get some hail, we're probably going to get some wind out of this, but it could tighten up in the next couple of scans. Let's go to the reflectivity. That is looking pretty good right now. Mm-hmm. You can see that hook right in here, a little bounded weak echo region. Okay, I'm going to put my finger right there. Let's go back to the velocity.
Okay. Velocity, 1 sec, there we go.
Well, this may have not updated
right
yet. So yeah, it's going to be very close to right there. This is going to be over Fort Cavazos, east of Pidcoke, and then south of 84. So right now, it's well south of 84. We'll watch it for you folks as it continues off toward the northeast. Here's Mound, Highway 36. So anywhere between Mound and Flat, as Caleb said, you need to go ahead and get into your tornado shelters now, as we do have the potential for that. So I know school kids are getting in as well. So let's go ahead and put a track on this. ISDs are going to want to know about this and what time they may have this storm impact them. And again, it could be for parts of McLennan County as well. So moving off toward the east-northeast, that puts it near Mound at 1134. Go Oglesby at 1146, SpaceX at around 1151. So we're talking the McGregor area, Crawford area, just before noon. So if this continues on that course, that will continue to work its way off toward the northeast. And again, it's going to move right across Highway 36. It's within a mile or two right now. Remember, the scans, they come in and they're a little bit old. So we need to say this is very close to Highway 36 right now. And that will continue to work its way off toward the northeast. So if you're in Mound or Flat, this is moving your way. Looks like more toward the Mound area than Flat, but you could still get some strong winds on the south side of this. We call that the rear flank downdraft as that continues to make its way toward the Flat area. But again, in Mound, you need to have, for sure, your tornado precautions in place now. You need to be there right now, as we do need to put as many walls between you and the outside, away from windows. Bathroom's a good place. You can get pillows and a mattress to put over you in the bathtub. That's a good place as well. Mobile homes are not good places in severe weather. During times of fine weather, it's fine. But during this kind of moment, you need to hopefully go to a storm shelter that's close by, or get into more of a substantial shelter and out of any mobile homes, as this storm is quite dangerous as it makes its way off toward the northeast. And it's been tornadic here, at least possibly tornadic, for the past hour or so. Now, the hook is kind of losing its effect right now. Notice how it's more linear than it is shaped like this. It was shaped pretty early, so we're going through a cycle, supercell cycle. So we're going through a cycle phase right now. Hopefully we're on the lower end of the tornado threat, but you could see earlier kind of that candy cane shape right here, what we call the hook echo. That's kind of filled in just a little bit. So hopefully we're cycling just a little bit with the supercell, but it's cycling, which means it will probably do its thing once again as it moves along and east of Highway 36. So I'm not saying we're in the clear by any stretch, but it does look like it's cycling right now, and that's at least a touch a bit of good news. Let's go back to the velocity. It's touching though. So if it's doing its thing, it's doing it right now, 1 mile to the west of 36, about 3 to 5 miles northwest of Flat, about 3 miles northwest of Flat, moving right into the mound area. And then here's Highway 84 up here. So again, between 36 and 84, eastern parts of Coryell County, this is going to be impacting you as it makes its way off toward the northeast. And again, we're getting those colors to touch. So I do think that we're cycling in. If it's doing its thing, it's doing it now, and it will continue off to the northeast. What's the Weather Service saying?
They also believe that they think it's very possible that there's a tornado with this particular thunderstorm. No spotter confirmation yet, but they say the way it looks, they wouldn't be surprised if it's an ongoing tornado. And of course, we just got that new warning, so no word right now of a new warning coming out, but of course the new one is fresh off the press. So that's the latest from the National Weather Service.
All right, so again, your tornado safety precautions. Do we have that graphic? Can we find that one?
Yeah, let me go look for that one while we, in the meantime,
so
talk about this
again,
one.
we have the reds and the greens touching. The bright reds and the really bright greens aren't quite together just yet, but we at least have a broad enough circulation tightening up that there could be at least some sort of tornadic activity with this thunderstorm as it makes its way close to Highway 36. So again, when the scans come in, they come in, and it's about every 2 or 3 minutes right now. So I would say this is likely pretty much on top of Highway 36 right now, just northwest of Flat. So anywhere between Gatesville and Flat, you don't want to be going there right now. Let this storm pass you by, as it is going to be making its way off toward the east-northeast. So folks in Mound, stay where you are. Stay in your storm shelters. It's going to continue to work its way just around the lunchtime hour into western parts of McLennan County, so around McGregor. You need to be watching this storm very closely. Crawford, you need to be watching this storm very closely. Far western end of Waco, you need to be watching this as well. Caleb, go.
This is where we want you guys to be. It's an interior room on the lowest level of your home. Again, like I was saying earlier, it's not exactly a situation out here in Texas where we have basements. Chances are your underground shelter is going to be a storm shelter built in if you have one. But if not, we want you on the lowest level of your home. And if you're in an apartment, that means, well, hopefully you know someone on the first floor that you can go to. And once you're there, we want to get you guys inside an interior room. That could be a closet, could be a bathroom, kind of like what's indicated in this 3D model right here, something that's away from the walls and windows. Now, once you're there, you want to protect what's important. Protect your head, grab a helmet. Bicycle helmets and baseball helmets are good for that sort of thing. You can cover yourself up with blankets and pillows to, again, kind of deflect. And some people actually, they'll get in the bathtub and they'll take a mattress and put that over top of them. And it might seem a little strange at the time, but these are just steps you can do to protect yourself and your loved ones. And that's what we're encouraging you all to do right now in the path of this thunderstorm.
All right, that's specifically for the Mound area right now, but you need to be ready. Make sure you know where your storm shelter is, and I know schools practice this as well. So folks from McGregor to Crawford and to the west, southwest, that's going to be the main impact for you. So some good information there. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning here for southeastern Hamilton County. What kind of hail are we seeing on this?
Yeah, let's jump to that real quick, and I might be able to get the warning box for you. Well, that's the tornado warning. But let's go ahead and check out our own hail product here. That's going to be south of Lanham, and just from a radar standpoint, it's probably looking at the quarter, maybe a little bit less with that particular storm.
And again, this may cycle too. It's got the big supercell down to its southeast, so it doesn't have the full amount of energy pumping into this thing. But again, some quarter-sized hail will be possible with this as it moves closer to Cransville's Gap. So folks there, that's a severe thunderstorm, not a tornado warning for you. And that will likely stay north of you folks in the Jonesboro area. Going back down to the south, again, we have the tornado warning southeast of Gatesville. So Gatesville, it's loud right now, but we do not have the tornadic circulation in town. Even though you're in the polygon, it looks like it's down to the southeast of you by several miles. So again, in Gatesville, it's loud. You may get a little hail out of this, thunder and lightning, but in Gatesville itself, the main circulation is down to the south between you and Flat, and again, over Mound right now as it continues off to the east-northeast. So here's Mound. Let's go back to velocity. Yeah.
Still a little old. I think that's the one we were watching earlier.
But again, this will continuously update. And again, we're seeing those colors together. So let's just stay calm here. We're going to be with you as we head through this tornado warning. So no reason to panic. We're all going to get through this together. Which site is this from?
I'm just going through BV and SRV at the moment. So, and that's all from GRK.
Little jargon. Okay. So, all right. So we do have, this is relative velocity?
That is storm relative velocity.
Okay. So this takes storm motion into account with it. So again, we are getting that rotation with this. Looks like they issued a new severe thunderstorm warning?
Yes, so on top of they're kind of just treating the tornado and the severe weather threat for the hail separately. So this is a new warning just to account for the hail part. It's this new yellow box you see here on your screen for Coryell County until, let me get you the info there. That's going to go until 11:45. So for the hail part of the storm, they're saying quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and they're issuing this separately. I think going forward, they're going to just draw the polygons for the tornado warnings and then separately for the severe thunderstorm warning. So let's take a look at that real quick. I'm going to highlight this for you. We have the red box right here. That's the tornado warning that's going to go for parts of Coryell County and western McLennan County. And for you McLennan folks, that is Crawford and McGregor, and I believe Oglesby as well. I'm going to jump over here real quick. Oglesby too. And in fact, Oglesby is Coryell County. Now that's the tornado warning. You're going to see this new yellow box, which is pretty much almost a perfect square around it, and that's just the severe thunderstorm part, because like Matt was saying, it looks like Gatesville is not in the tornado threat, but the National Weather Service wanted to include some sort of warning out for Gatesville and those areas to account for the hail threat, which looks to be actually the main core just east of Gatesville at this time, but they've probably drawn the box as it is in anticipation of this other storm getting going to the northwest of Gatesville here. I know we've got the tornado warning ongoing, but I want to just check out this really quickly. So no hail yet with that thunderstorm, but just from a reflectivity standpoint, it looks like that one on Farm to Market 2412 could be getting going a little bit. Either way, that is a severe thunderstorm warning for all of Coryell County, or most of it at least, until 11:45. Now, aside from that, we have this particular thunderstorm here, this tornado warned storm that is over eastern and southeastern parts of Coryell County. We've got this new frame in on velocity. So what you're seeing here is, yes, the inbound, outbound winds are still strong. Those colors are bright. They're not absolutely butting up against each other, but there's definitely some tightening there going on, and certainly this is a rotating thunderstorm at this time. And it is pretty much over the Mound and Flat area. You were talking about those locations earlier, Matt. Well, it is pretty much there. And next up down the road will be places like Cavett and Oglesby.
So again, we street level this for you. Here's FM 1829 for you right there. So that's approaching that location. Again, just on the northwest side of Mound is where we're at least going to get some strong winds. You're probably getting some strong southeast winds right now blowing into the storm. That will eventually turn to the west pretty rapidly as the circulation passes by just to the north of Mound. So with that, again, the tornado is probably going to be just to the northwest of Mound if it exists, and the potential definitely does have it there. We do have meteorologist Josh Johns. He's getting out into our storm vehicle right now. He's heading down Highway 84. So as this enters McLennan County, we will have some pictures starting to come in pretty soon of this thunderstorm making its way off toward the east-northeast. Again, eastern parts of Coryell County right now. You're under severe thunderstorm warning. You're also under a tornado warning. The tornado part is southeast of Gatesville. I can't stress that enough. But if you live in McGregor, all right, so we can hear now. We have Josh. He is out in our 25 Storm Wrangler heading west. Josh, I assume you can hear me. We do have the tornado warning continuing. Exactly where are you headed?
We are coming down 84, coming through Woodway, just past an old McGregor Road. So we will be getting into position shortly. As we come down 84, my plan is to go towards McGregor, potentially take a south jog if we need to.
All right, so there's Highway 84 right there. He's about to get to the HEB there in Woodway and crossing there. Woodway is not in this as of right now, but back toward McGregor you are. And we're going to get that shot over the hill here pretty soon, and you may be able to see the base of the storm. So let's keep that at least in the corner of the screen so we can have a visual on that. But as you can see, we do have that moving just to the east of Flat right now and just to the north of Mound. It has cycled just a little bit, starting to take on that hook once again as it makes its way off to the northeast. There's Josh's picture right there down in the left-hand corner. And again, he just passed the HEB in Woodway, and there on Highway 84, he'll continue to march to the west. And again, you're about to get to the top of the hill there. So once we get to the top of the hill and we can see everything kind of open up, let's take that full, so be ready for that. But again, when this moves off to the northeast, we will be able to see probably a lot of haze, I think, with this. We do have quite a bit of low-level moisture that is going to provide that haze here across the area. And we're going to have the hail part probably on the north side of Highway 84 right now. So the hail part looks like right now is moving toward you folks in the Crawford area. Looks like the tornadic part's probably going to be between McGregor and Crawford here from Highway 84. Let's put a storm track on this so we can get our ISD ready, get those school kids in a safe position as this continues to make its way off toward the northeast, give you an updated view here.
All right. Would you like the whole thing or just the tornadic
part?
Okay. Let's get you that for you. Moving to the northeast. Let's stretch it all the way out to Waco right now.
All right. So Oglesby at 11:46. McGregor, pretty much the same time we told you before, within a couple minutes here, just around the noontime hour, and then toward Woodway as well. Let's go to Josh's shot real quick. Let's put that full just to see what we have here. And again, we are looking at him going westbound. I really don't see much in the way of definition, Josh. Can you see any definition besides what the camera can see?
I don't see much definition either. There's a lot of haze, Matt. I'm looking down on the south end. I see a few clouds down to the south end, but it's not in the vicinity where that circulation would be, I don't believe. And I'm looking kind of catty corner across 84. I can make out where things are just a little less gray, and I'm guessing that's where I need to be looking. I don't see anything defined at this time.
All right, so you can kind of see the tower of the thunderstorm through some of that. And I can see it darkening there on the western horizon. So Josh, cut in any time there, and he's over the hill now. So yeah, just hard to see exactly what we are looking at right there. But again, a lot of haze, so we're going to have to be pretty close to this thing to actually visually see it because of all the humidity and moisture that's in the atmosphere. But with all that humidity and moisture, that lowers your cloud bases. That's why we have the potential for tornadoes today. And yesterday, this time yesterday, the models didn't show this at all. And today they blew it up just a few hours ago. So that's how Texas weather can change on you. That's why we always say be ready just in case. And today is that just in case because it looks like we have those storms. So let's broaden our horizon just a little bit as this is over rural sections. So we do have severe thunderstorm warnings, Hamilton County moving into southwestern Bosque. I do think that one will probably get a new warning for you folks in Meridian. So that'll be a hail producer, not a tornado producer for you. And then moving out of Coryell County, that's our supercell. This could be a long track supercell too. I don't think there's anything that's going to take and steal this energy unless something develops down to the southeast. So this one's all by itself. And when you have a storm all by itself, those are the ones you have to watch. So this may track all the way across northern McLennan County, southeastern parts of Hill, northern parts of Limestone as it continues. So I don't think we're going to see this warning go away anytime soon, at least with the visuals that we're getting right now. And again, we do have meteorologist Josh Johns in the Storm Wrangler, and he's going to be getting close to this pretty soon. So Josh, he just passed through Woodway. He's about right here, and he will continue to march on down toward the McGregor area, and we'll intercept it there, and we'll see what we can see. Again, there has been no official confirmation, any storm spotters or anything.
That's correct. No confirmation from emergency managers, spotters, anything of that nature. And that's true ever since we first noticed the rotation out near Shortall. There's been some rotation with this storm coming and going since then, some decent signatures, but the history of this storm does not have any spotters or any spotting of funnel clouds, tornadoes of that nature.
All right, the new scan, the hook is still there, and it looks like that it's trying to, the RFD may be trying to activate a little bit once again. Let's go back to our velocity products. Yeah, right here. So we're getting that spin. We're getting the inflow right here, the spin coming around here. So that's going to be just south of Highway 84, east of Gatesville now, just south of 84, east of Gatesville. Oglesby, let's go ahead and put you in your storm safe place right now. Here's SpaceX, there's McGregor, so it's probably going to go just to the north of you folks in McGregor, but it's going to be close. Between McGregor and Crawford is likely where this is going to head across western parts of McLennan County. And that tornado warning box does include you folks in western McLennan County as well. I really think it's going to be 84 up 317 to Crawford. This is likely where we're going to have this crossing over, probably right in that vicinity right there. So it's very rural out there. I know on the north side of McGregor we have some neighborhoods, but then you get outside of McGregor about 3 miles and it turns into some ranch land and farmland. So hopefully we can keep it out there, but there's no guarantee that's going to happen because sometimes these things like to turn right on us. That hasn't happened just yet. We haven't seen that right turn. And if we get a right turn with this, that will increase the inflow, which would increase the tornado potential. So it's something that we need to watch very closely. But right now, I don't see that turning. Let's go back to the reflectivity and put that into motion real quick. Let's make sure we're not losing anything here. And it's making its way off toward the northeast still. So we're not seeing that right turn, which is a good thing. But again, still the possibility of a tornado in this thunderstorm as it continues off toward the northeast. And again, your hail core is probably passing just on the west side of Crawford right now, across western parts of McLennan County. And then we may have some hail down here as well. It does not look like that it's producing a lot of hail.
Right.
This is mainly going to be a heavy rain producer and also the tornado producer as well. Any updates from the Weather Service there?
We had people asking about a possible downstream warning to take in other parts of McLennan County, and the National Weather Service desk says it's certainly possible. If the rotation persists, then it will be needed to be extended. But given the location of the storm yet, we're not imminently looking at a downstream issuance, but they'll say it'll be necessary if the rotation
We'll
continues.
probably at least get some sort of warning.
Right.
But whether it's a tornado warning or not, we'll just wait and see. But we need to treat it like it is right now. Tornado warning. This is remaining in effect. And how long does that stay in effect till?
I believe it's till 12:15. Let me
All right,
double
so we
check
got 30
that, but
more
it
minutes still.
should be a 12:15 expiration.
So again, it looks like they've decreased the hail size now to penny size and less. So that's good news. We're not seeing as much of a hail threat with this, but we still have the winds rotating inside the thunderstorm, making its way off toward the northeast. So again, penny-size hail now. We're not looking at the large hail threat with the potential of half-dollar size hail or anything like that. Let's get back to Josh. We do have the rotation now east of Gatesville by about 7 miles or so there on 84. And it's right on 84 right now in eastern Coryell County, literally on 84, making its way off to the northeast. Okay, we have a rain-free base. Josh, what do we got?
We're coming into McGregor now, Matt. So if you're familiar with McGregor, there's cornfields on the right side of us before you get to Stanley Ford there. And we're looking at the base. I still can't see anything clearly yet. It's becoming clearer as we're getting closer to it, though. My plan is to go a little bit further to the west of McGregor, see if we can see it, and then double back north on 317 and be in position for it as it continues to move north of 84. But right now, you're starting to see that rain-free base come a little bit more into picture. I don't see a wall cloud yet, but it really would not surprise me if it's sitting back there behind the gates.
All right, keep that shot up, Bailey. Let's keep that shot up. Can you put me in the shot, please? Let me know when that happens. He's on the east side of McGregor right now, so 317, he's about 2-3 miles east of 317 right now. Just entering McGregor there. You have the Chevy dealership, and you have the Peoria Tower there on the left-hand side, SpaceX on the left-hand side as well. There's the Ford dealership as you head down 84. So, okay, this is what he's talking about. There's our storm tower right here. This is the rain-free base right here. I'm taking a ride right with Josh on the hood here, and you can see that as we head westbound, that's where the rotation is. It's literally on 84, and we don't see anything yet. And you don't even see a wall cloud, do you there, Josh?
No, I do not see a wall cloud. I do see the rain-free base. I'm sure that as soon as I get on the other side of McGregor, just a little bit, that we'll be able to see that wall cloud. It looks to me like this is trying to take a bit of a westerly churn, or not, easterly churn. What do you think?
All right, let's go to the lightning and back to the reflectivity real fast on the radar. We'll come back to Josh's. Again, as you can see, nothing imminent there. There is lightning now that's starting to come out, and sometimes these things will let you know if they're about to take a right turn. We do have some lightning starting to come out here closer to McGregor, but it does look like that this is very elongated.
It's very
right
elongated,
now.
yes.
So we have the thunderstorm, but I think we're reorganized. I think we're still in a reorganization phase. I think we're not totally splitting the storm apart, but this part of the storm is heading off toward the northeast. I think we're going to start regenerating back here. I think our new storm tower is coming back. I think we're going to see this kind of go into two separate things here. So again, we'll watch this. If we start seeing more lightning out here toward the west side of Waco, that means this thing's about to take a turn on us. So we're going to be watching that close. We have a few lightning strikes that have come as far as east of Highway 317 right now. So that's something we're going to keep a close eye on to see if we're going to get some, I think we're reorganizing this whole thing. With the parent thunderstorm that's been the parent is up here, and I think we're getting some new storm development down here. Let's go to the hail product real fast. I'm really surprised that this was going up a little bit.
And while I do that, I do want to pass along from the National Weather Service. Ham radio reports, not sure the nature of this, but it's structural damage reported at FM 116 in the Pidcoke area. Deputies are en route. More to come.
All right, that's western parts of Coryell County. So reports of damage there. I know you're hearing us in the newsroom. So Pidcoke, let's get someone over there. All right, as you can see, that's moving off toward the northeast. It's kind of reorganizing right here. I think this is going to be our new updraft right here. Just to the northwest of Oglesby, and that will continue to work its way closer to Highway 317. Still the tornado warning in effect. Let's go to our velocity products. It's still there, even though it's elongated. I think the parent thunderstorms, this is the new circulation developing. That's what we're seeing right now. And yes, those reds and greens very close together still. So it does appear that a tornado is still possible right along Highway 84 as that continues to make its way toward FM 185. So between 84 and Farm to Market Road 185, imminent tornado threat here as the potential for a tornado exists. We don't have it confirmed, but the potential is there. The radar data is looking pretty good for us. So at least some potential for a tornado does still exist here. East of South Mountain, so that is good. So you don't have to worry about that. It's about 4 miles to the west of Oglesby, and it will continue to work its way into western parts of McLennan County. Looks like more toward the Crawford area than McGregor. Let's put that into motion real quick. Yeah, this is more to the northeast. So McGregor, you're going to be close. Crawford, it's going to be really close up here. So let's go ahead, and I'm sure you're already starting to prepare the kids, and Crawford ISD is getting those kids in the hallways and everything like that. The time to do that is now, as we do have the tornado warning in effect, and that will continue to work its way across the county line here into McLennan County here in the next just few minutes. And they just shaved that. That means a new update.
There is a new update for that, and Matt, they're calling it a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles to the southwest of Crawford. Moving to the northeast, slow down a little more at 35 miles per hour. Again, radar indicated rotation is the reason this warning persists.
All right, there's the new scan, and yep, it's still there. So we have the new circulation definitely developing just to the southwest of Crawford now. It's right on the county line, so right on the McLennan and Coryell County line. Moving right at Crawford. You need to go ahead and take your storm precautions. Let's go ahead and get that map back up for folks in Crawford. Yeah,
here in Crawford and places along 317, here's what we want you to know as I bring along that graphic here for you. It is time to take shelter in those areas. Apologies as we just have a little bit of a slowdown there. All right, so here's what we want you guys to know, especially in Crawford at this time. You need to be seeking your tornado safe place, and if you have an in-ground storm shelter, this is why you had it installed. It's time to go there now. Otherwise, we need you in the lowest floor of your home or on the lowest level of your apartment if you can make that happen. But once you're there, we want you in an interior room because we want you away from walls and windows that would let potentially some flying debris come in. So that's going to be a closet or a bathroom. And once you're there, there are some other steps you can take. You can grab a helmet, protect your head. This is very important. We want protection for your head. Bicycle helmet, baseball helmet. You can wrap yourself up with blankets or pillows, even bring the mattress in there to help protect you, something that could, again, just keep you safe as this happens. By the way, Crawford, again, for manufactured homes and mobile homes, you've got some time, but now is the time to do it, to leave. You need to be in your nearest sturdy shelter if that's the case.
All right, so we have meteorologist Josh Johns. He is out there in our storm wrangler right now. And Josh, you need to go up 317 out of McGregor. I'm assuming that you're already starting to do that. Do we have Josh? All right, so we'll have Josh here in just a second. Far western counties, it looks like you're clear for now. Tornado watch continues for a good chunk of the area. And the models really did pinpoint the northern half of the region starting early this morning, and that's exactly what we are doing right now.
That's right.
All right, Josh, let's get you north on 317 on the south side of Crawford. Let's get you north on 317. I think, are you on 317 right now?
Yeah, I want to give you a view real quick west from McGregor.
You're what?
No, we're on 84. I wanted to give you a view looking towards the core of that storm before we turn to go 317.
Yeah, get to 317 now. This thing's going to go north of you. We want to stay on it. So
okay.
Let's get you on 317 there. turn around there. So again, he's just west of McGregor right there. He's turning around. He's going to go back. So we'll let him reposition. But folks in Crawford, this is the time to take your storm precautions now, as we do have the potential for a tornadic spin with this as it continues to make its way off toward the northeast. So again, folks in Crawford, it does appear that the circulation is going to pass very close to you. Here's the storm track for it. Crawford Elementary School at 11:57. Crawford itself at 11:58. Shiloh Church at 12:07. We like to put these landmarks on here as well. China Spring High School at 12:16. China Spring Middle School 12:17. They're all close together anyway. And then China Spring itself at 12:17 as well, moving through the heart of town there. So folks in Crawford, in China Spring, let's go ahead and make sure that we are ready to go. But Crawford right now, as we do have that circulation that's going to pass very close. It's now inside the McLennan County line. Coryell County, you're in the clear with this. Coryell County, you're in the clear. Coryell down to Oglesby. But it's now crossing the county line, and it is making its way between the county line and 317. We should be getting an updated scan here. Do we have the Fort Worth scan too?
You read my mind. I want to look at Fort Worth real quick.
There it is.
There you go.
All right, so we have 2 radars that we can look at this with. This is a little farther away, but it is showing that we probably have an intensifying circulation right here. So this is going to probably be about 7,000 feet up. So it doesn't mean it's right at the surface, but we are definitely seeing an increase in our spin just above the surface right now, and whether that translates down to the south. So that is looking from the Fort Worth radar. We're looking from the GRK radar, and you'll be able to see that again, it'll show that spin as well. And we're looking a few thousand feet up, but it's still showing that that spin exists, and it is heading right at you folks in the Crawford area. We're here for you. There's no reason to panic. There's no reason to do anything like that. We got this covered. We got Josh coming up 317 for you. We're going to watch this. We don't see anything currently on the ground with this with Josh, but I want to keep Josh close. Josh, I know you're starting to head to the north. Please keep us informed. You break in anytime you need to, Josh.
At this time, we just passed New Windsor. I'm not going to go too far north here because I don't want to shoot the gap. There it is. There's the base of the storm. Turn to the side a bit, Angel, if you don't mind. Pull right here and point to the side. We're about to give you a look at the base of the storm, Matt. Yeah, right there.
All right, we're getting to the base of the thunderstorm.
So that's
right
the base
there.
of the storm right in there.
Is that a little bit of a lowering there, Josh? Right here.
I
Get me in
think
front of
it
the wall,
is,
please.
Matt. It's hard to tell if it's spinning. All right, stop right there. Angel.
Right here. That's what I'm looking at. Right
There's
in the middle of
a couple
your
base right
in
in
the middle of
there.
your screen, right, Josh?
Yes, pretty much.
All right, so right here, this is going to be the wall cloud. We're still pretty far away, but you can see the storm tower right now here going up into the thunderstorm. I don't see anything in contact with the ground as of yet. Josh, if you can get a little bit farther north for us, since this is moving northeast. I'm not going to put you in danger, but I need you to get a little farther to the north. There on 317, and
Go a
just
little further
stay
north.
just south of Crawford. Stay just south of Crawford by about 3 miles or
Go
so.
about a mile north.
There's some aliasing issues with the latest scan map, but if you just take that out, it
Yeah.
certainly still looks like there's some strong rotation with this thunderstorm.
Let's
At
go
least
about
in
where
the
those
mid-levels,
flashing lights
at
are,
least
okay?
in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, we have that.
Right, and this is GRK now.
Okay.
So we're shooting GRK.
So probably about 5,000 feet above the surface, we do have a good circulation going on right now. But whether that's going to translate down to the surface is close. We saw the picture there. We probably have a wall cloud going on just to the southwest of Crawford currently, and that will continue off to the north. Let's get Josh's shot in here, at least in the lower left-hand corner. And that will continue again to make its way right into the Crawford area. Let's go to reflectivity. I think we're passing this now. Yeah, it's going to be right on the west side of town. Let's go ahead and street level this. Let's get into Crawford as far as we can. Okay? Here's West 4th Street that heads out of town and then continues down toward the southwest here. So again, I would say this is approaching folks around S Avenue or South Avenue A, and then West 4th Street. South Avenue A and West 4th Street. This is going to be approaching you here, West 7th Street, west of 317. So between 4th and 7th, That's going to be the heart of town, folks, for you folks in Crawford. So this is going to pass very close to you. Broaden the horizon just a bit. The hook's right there. So stay in your storm shelter. It's going to get loud a little bit. You're probably going to get a little wind, a little hail. Let's see the hail threat with this.
Chances are it's still running in that penny size. Let me get you that real quick.
Okay, we're still,
Yep.
it's small hail, but you're going to hear some tinging going on from time to time. The atmosphere is pretty loaded with moisture today, so the hail threat may be a little low, at least with these initial thunderstorms. Maybe later on this afternoon, we'll start to get some bigger hails. We get a little more afternoon heating. But right now, it looks like the tornado threat. Let's go back to our velocity products. And again, that was the latest scan for us. I'm going to put this more up here now.
Right.
So this is coming out of Crawford, west of 317. Let's zoom in a little bit more, and a little bit more. All right, so that is Cedar Rock Parkway right there. Just probably about a mile west of town, we're getting some of that circulation very close to Crawford. So in your storm shelter, let's do this together. Put as many walls between you and the outside, and let's make sure. All right, so we got Josh. We got Josh. Josh, what do you got?
Yeah, we're about a mile further north, Matt. I didn't want to get too close there because New Windsor is my out to go a little more northeast. But you could see the base there. It's low. It's real low. I don't see a funnel yet, but you can see things dancing around underneath there a bit, especially in the center of the screen. That's where I'm seeing a little bit of that motion happening right now. You see it?
Yeah, it's going to be right here. He's talking between, that's a good shot. So here's a power line right here. Go ahead, Caleb.
The winds on the inflow with the grass there, I know you like to point that out sometimes.
So this is the inflow. That's what he's talking about right here, the inflow with grass. We really start to see this increase. That tells us that we're sucking in a lot of moisture and energy into this thunderstorm. But you have the rain and the hail potential right here, right on 317 right now. Then you have our mesocyclone. Then on the backside, you have more heavy rain right here and a little bit of hail to probably go along with that. So again, it's pretty ragged right now, but we saw this last year where we saw little things dancing around. Josh, do you see anything dancing around, kind of like what you saw last year near Valley Mills?
It's very similar to what we saw near Valley Mills, also in the same location. I see a few things dancing around. I don't see a distinct funnel. I'm also watching the south edge of where we are right now. There's a little bit of rising motion just to my left, and it looks like things are starting to grow just a bit there on the left side of the screen. It may be just out of the view of our camera, but that's something I'm watching there. It could be that there are two little areas we're watching. And then you can see the thing right in front of me there, the darker mass, and even lower. We need to get a little further north. Look, it goes even lower there near that house, Matt.
Yeah, let's get you a little farther north. Well, let's keep you safe too. So you're still in the inflow winds right now, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you can see those southeast winds. That's feeding into the thunderstorm, kind of like how you fuel up your car, you have the gas, it jets into your tank. That's exactly what's happening right now. This storm is ingesting the gasoline to try to get better organized here. And it looks like that's, again, pretty ragged still, but the potential for a tornado could happen at any time, and that's why the tornado warning continues. It's now just after lunchtime here. You're watching 25 News, KXXV, and we are tracking this thunderstorm that is across western parts of McLennan County. The tornado warning continues here for the next 12, 13 minutes, and then we'll see what happens. We'll see if they issue a new one. And I think that's going to be forthcoming pretty soon. But with the rotation that we've been seeing, I don't think it's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. It'll probably be a tornado warning. So folks across the Golson area, China Spring, we need to keep a close eye on this. Again, Josh, go north. Let's get you north on 317. And yeah, that's pretty close to the ground, right in here. I think this is your rear flank downdraft.
Yeah,
you
you
got
see
your
that
clouds.
right there, Matt?
Yeah, it's right near the road, correct?
There's some near the road, and then there's also something spinning just over here off to my left, but the inflow is now running with the road. So we'll go a little further north.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I have a right arterial to get northwest with that too, or
There's
I can
one
let
in,
it pass Crawford.
once this
and come
passes
up behind
Crawford,
it.
you can go east.
We are going to get a downstream warning, by the way, including Waco.
Okay, all right, go straight, Angel.
All right, so that's going to include the northern parts of Waco and then up toward China Spring and Golson. This will be a new tornado warning that will be coming with this. So again, it's right over the city of Crawford right now. You're underneath the hook. You're getting the rain, a little bit of hail, thunder, and lightning. Hopefully that's all you're getting right now. It could be a little bit wrapped up in rain as well. Let's go to the velocity products. Oh boy. Let's look at this as it gets into the Crawford area. So Again, we had the greens. Let's go street level. It's literally where we told you it was going to be. 4th Street, 7th Street, and then back to the west on South Avenue B there. Again, it's right over the downtown area of Crawford. Stay in your storm shelters. Hopefully nothing on the ground. We didn't see anything on the ground, but it could touch down. We could get little appendages from time to time. So right over the city of Crawford, currently, right now, this is where that is. At the very least, you're probably going to get some strong winds out of this as it continues to make its way. And there's the new warning.
Brand new warning, Matt. It is a tornado warning for, looks like, the north and western parts of McLennan County, including
Take
north,
the Wrangler.
north and west sides of Waco. Let's go to Josh.
Stop. Look at the rain curtains coming across here, Matt. We got rain curtains coming across now. They're kind of feeding back up into the storm. We're in the RFD, thankfully, but it looked like the rain curtains just came across swirling a little bit. We're going to be very near.
All right, Josh,
Rattler Hill
look
Road.
look off to your right. Over the trees.
Yes.
Here, what is this? What
Yes.
is that?
There was a base back over there.
So you're now in the RFD.
Oh, I see what you're saying. There is a funnel in there, Matt.
Yeah, it was right here. It was right over the trees. The rain's getting in. We need to get you east of Crawford. To let this pass just a little bit, and then let's get you on that eastbound road east of Crawford once we get through McLennan County. But it was right over the trees, right here. There was at least a funnel cloud associated with that. So we're going to keep Josh safe too. But again, it looks like it's now east of 317. And putting the radar data with live storm tracking right here with your Storm Wrangler, this is the advantage right here because we have real eyes on this. This is live. That's always a couple minutes behind. So this is live. And we had the winds coming out of this thing on, now we have a westerly wind where Josh is. So think of it as low pressure, which is counterclockwise. It spins around. And with that, we are now on the backside of this thunderstorm. He's going to be heading up to the east of Crawford, and we'll get back in front of this thing once again. So with the new warning, let's go back over that.
Yes, so north and west sides of the town in Waco are involved in this, north and west sides of McLennan County in this new tornado warning, extreme southern parts of Hill County and extreme southeast Bosque County with this new tornado warning running until 12:45. Hail, not so much of an issue. Again, the indication is this is a radar indicated rotation situation. And we, of course, if something happens, we're probably going to be the first to know with Josh right where he is.
All right, so it's now east of 317. I know this says the circulation's right on top of you, but again, that's a couple minutes old. We get the data feed every couple minutes here, but there's your new tornado warning. It does include you folks in China Spring. It does include Ross. It doesn't go all the way up to the west area. So folks from west to Ross to Lacey Lakeview to north of downtown Waco, we need to keep an eye on this thunderstorm. It's going to cross Highway 6 between Valley Mills and the northwest side of Waco here. So going to be close to the lake, to be honest with you. I think it's going to be here's the lake right here. It's going to probably go about 4 miles to the north of the lake, and then it will continue to work its way on the northwest side of Waco through China Spring. And remember, you had the storm. Sirens are now sounding in the city of Waco. We can hear those right now, so sirens are going off for the city of Waco. This will not affect the southern portions, though. Woodway, you are not in the polygon. Robinson, you are not in the polygon. Waco to the south, as you get close to New Road here, you're not in the polygon. You have to get from Lakeshore Drive to the northwest. That's where we're going to be seeing this go through, and I bet it's going to be just even farther north than that. Lacey Lakeview up to west, back to China Spring, Golson area, that's going to include you as well. It's going to cross Highway 6 here. It's now east of Crawford. Looks like the main circulation is east of Crawford, and it will continue off toward the northeast. Let's see, do we have a new velocity scan?
I bet we do. Okay, still waiting on one.
Let's go to Fort Worth.
Fort Worth.
Yeah, there we go. So it's just on that road east of Crawford. I know that's where I'm telling Josh to go, but it's going to be very close to that, and it's going to continue off toward the northeast. So that's going to take it close to Highway 6 as it makes its way. We have our studio cams. Do we have that pointed to the west or northwest?
I believe they're pointed, and it might be easier for just in the booth to take those rather than pulling them up back here.
Yeah. All right, so this is what we have. This is the KXXV studios. That's looking down New road right there. That's New Road and Bagby there on the right-hand side, the lower right-hand side. We're looking back up into the thunderstorm, and you can see it's very hazy, very gray. So we are on the inflow side of this thunderstorm. And yeah, let's turn it just a little bit there, Zach. Right, please. So you can see New Road there on the right-hand side that goes east-west, and then Bagby that goes north-south. And there's the Goodwill right there. And we'll see if we can get that. But again, it's grayed out in our position. That's why we have Josh that is out near the Crawford area right now. So Josh near the Crawford area. Let's go back to the Storm Wrangler. Let's see what Josh is doing. He's starting to move, which is good. Josh, we need to get you east. It looks like the circulation is just east of Crawford right now. I'm assuming you have westerly winds. What kind of winds have you had on the backside of this thing?
Yeah, we have westerly winds coming out of the RFD. I wanted to double down to New Windsor, but I think I'm going to end up taking Cedar Rock out of Crawford.
Yeah,
and hopefully
that's what
we
I
can
would
get
do.
back ahead of that circulation somehow.
100%. That's exactly what you should do. So yeah, you're almost in town in Crawford. Let's get you east. But what kind of winds do you have right now where you are coming out of the west?
Oh, probably close to 30-mile-an-hour winds. It's not that strong. It was stronger when that corner came across, when we saw the funnel. That was stronger right there. And, of course, we know that's where the circulation was.
All right, so just to let you know, you're going to start hearing sirens across where you're going across as well. We're hearing them here in Waco. Looks like the northwest side of Waco, from downtown Waco north and west. We'll have to keep an eye on things. I really do think it'll go north of downtown Waco, though, and then going across Highway 6 about 4 miles on the northwest side there as it crosses Highway 6. Then it will continue to make its way off toward the northeast. So there, let's go over the times here, Caleb.
Yeah, so in a storm track where we have the rotation and where it's headed, it's pretty much over OC now, but we can talk about ERATH at 12:23. Before then, China Spring High School at 12:21 is part of that same complex there. So we can actually probably say it's a little sooner. I think the first high school indication there at 12:18 is more correct. Waco Regional Airport at 12:25. This would be getting into Bosqueville at 12:28. 12:35 for Chalk Bluff, Lacey Lakeview at 12:38, and TSTC at 12:42. Again, that's the rotating part of the thunderstorm. Let's see, just reading some things on the chat here. Ham Radio says the structural damage reported at FM 116 was unfounded. Deputies are checking the area anyway, but that first call was unfounded, so we'll see if we hear anything new out of that.
And we love to hear that.
Yes, yes, so that is good news. Also, just as a side note, and an interesting twist of irony since this is Valley Mills, it was April 26th last year that we had this storm, and today's date is April 26th.
Good catch there.
Yeah.
I guess April 26th in McLennan County, we need to watch out for severe weather. So here we go. Now east of Crawford. This is going to continue to get closer to Highway 6 between Valley Mills and the lake. I think it's going to pass probably about 4 to 5 miles to the northwest on Highway 6, west-northwest of the lake. But that's going to get it really close to you folks in China Springs. So China Spring, we need to go ahead and get you in your storm shelters now. Let's go ahead and do that as this circulation is going to be moving right close to your area. We don't have anything confirmed on the ground, and it may be wrapped in rain. I'm going to put my finger right there. Let's go back to the circulation. Yeah, it's probably going to be wrapped in rain. You may not see too much. There is a rain-free base with this. And I know Josh is getting back into position with this. We had to keep him safe there. Josh, exactly where are you and where are you headed?
Out of Crawford on 185, Matt. So all the rain is happening to our just in front of us there. The circulation looks to be north of 185, so we're going to creep up on the backside of this, try to get a view as it comes through Spiegelville and China Spring.
All right, as you go there on Cedar Rock Parkway there, 185, remember that does go northeast. If you're moving more in a northeast direction, then it'll cut back to the east, then it will cut up to the northeast again. So you're going to be close there. That's where Josh currently is located. So that's where we have him right now, just east of Crawford. And then let's put it on the Storm Wrangler. This is where we have Josh positioned on the radar. Let's go back to the radar. And you can see that he's very close. The circulation, Josh, is probably just to your northeast by about 2 or 3 miles. So it's always interesting coming on the backside of these things. So just want to, so once it goes due east here, Josh, then It's going to take that northeast jog. I think it's going to be just off on the north side of the road when you come out of the rain. So make sure you're being very careful with that. If you start getting rain curtains wrapped there on 185, of course, you know what to do there. So hopefully we won't have that. But again, very close to Highway 6 right now. And this is, again, northwest of the lake. Here is the part of Waco that's in it. There's Lakeshore Drive right there. Notice how far away it is. I don't think we're going to see this in the city of Waco. Unless this thing takes a drastic turn off to the east, which can happen, I don't think we're going to see this in the city of Waco itself. But Bosqueville, back through, north side of Spiegelville, as you get into China Spring, yes, you will be seeing this thunderstorm. It's across on the north side of the lake and then continue to make its way off toward the northeast. So folks in Golson to Lacey Lakeview, Bosqueville, China Spring, we need you in your storm shelters right now as the circulation is close to Highway 6. And we're starting to get rain-free base once again. You're getting closer to the edge of the rain. Josh, take it away.
Yeah, Matt, we're continuing to move east on 185. You can see the rain is lightened up a little bit. On the right side of me, I have very dark clouds where the feeder bands are coming into the storm. I know the circulation's in front of us, but as you can see, there is a lot of rain, so it's really hard to see the circulation. So anyone that this tornado is moving towards, or this possible tornado is moving towards, they need to keep that in mind. It's going to be really hard to see as it approaches them. Yeah,
it may actually be in the rain as well. So I can see the rain curtains where you are. You're on the very south side of the hook. So there's your rain-free base right here. There's also rain-free base that's in front of this rain curtain that's currently in front of Josh right now, but that's going to be where the main circulation is.
Slow down a bit.
What kind of winds are you getting, Josh?
We are getting winds that are coming, it looks like they're coming across a bit, so the circulation would theoretically be to my north.
Huh. Yeah, it's going to be on the north side of the road. So it's
like they're coming out of the southwest.
Yeah, so you're getting closer to the inflow. So that will continue. So again, we're watching the inflow very closely there as it makes its way. He's making his way east on 185 right now, east of Crawford, heading toward Highway 6. And that kind of goes more northeast than east as you head out of there. So he's about to hit the curve. There's the curve right there. He's going to go due east, and then it'll take you back. So the curve's actually going to help you out here. Yep. So there's the rain-free base that Josh is seeing right now. If there's anything on the ground,
winds right here, Matt.
Be right here. Okay, go, Josh.
We have south winds now.
South winds.
South winds coming out of this a little bit. So
you're getting close.
If there's a tornado, it's on the left side of what you're seeing.
Okay. Yeah, you're going due east right now. You're about to, in about a mile or two, you're going to start curving back to the northeast, and that's when you need to start looking up into the storm. So about a mile or two,
you can see the motion from these feeder bands. Look how fast that is, Matt.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. So again, we're seeing a pretty good radar setup as well, Josh, with this. So Josh is live. We're right here. We're going to be watching this very closely for you folks. Again, I do think this is going to stay northwest of downtown Waco. This is going to pretty much stay northwest of Waco proper. But in China Spring, you need to be taking your storm precautions now. That includes all the schools there and everything like that, as it will be very close to China Spring here over the next few minutes. That's why Josh still gets in position. Tell me in my ear if we need to go back to it real quick. Let's go back to the radar. This is approaching China Spring, and let's get a storm tracker on this.
Okay, so this is still a motion at about 35 miles per hour, so I'm going to tag that right where you're seeing the rotation, maybe a little bit out from there because that image is a few minutes old. Let me draw it wider because I want to get China Spring in that track as well. So let's draw it from here out to the northeast.
All right. So China Spring at 1224, China Spring Middle School at 1224 as well. So again, everything's kind of right there in town. Waco Regional Airport, that is going to be at 1228. So that's on the north side here. All right, let's go back to Josh. Josh?
Matt, we're looking directly at the mesocyclone now. I'm watching the rain curtains. Slow down a bit, Angel. I'm watching the rain curtains, and you can just see where the circulation is. It's right in front of us. So we're about 4 miles from Spiegelville now.
Do you see any debris in the road or anything that would indicate?
Go up this curve a bit. I do not.
Okay.
Slow down a bit, Angel.
so Josh is getting position there. And again, looks like now, well, the main circulation now, Josh, is going to be just on the east side of Highway 6 to your north. So remember, you're jogging off to the northeast. Now, Josh is right here. So he's looking back up this way. So get to Highway 6 and continue to make your there's Josh right there. Make your way east of Highway 6 and continue up toward the lake right there. And then you'll probably have it there in China Springs. So you need to get east of Highway 6. The circulation's north of you. Don't fret about that. We're watching it on radar. Get east of Highway 6. Copy? All right. I don't know if he heard me on that or not. So hopefully he did. But again, the circulation approaching China Spring Road right now, just off to the southwest of China Spring Road there. There's the river crossing right there. So China Spring Road, where that comes together, that will be just to the west of Waco Regional Airport. Waco Regional is right here. So that's where the airport is. The airport's probably going to be close to the stronger winds, but it's going to be northwest of the airport where we're really going to be watching where this circulation is coming through. And again, this is going to be close here. We're going to, yeah, that's where we have everything. This is going to be, when you take a right out of Highway 6, Hellberg Barbecue right here, that's going to go out, and then you cross over the river here twice, and with the two bridges there, then you come up here toward China Spring and the high school. So it's going to be really close to the high school here, folks, and the stadium that's there. And then you have China Spring Road that you can go either right back toward Waco or left as you head off toward the northwest. So pretty dangerous situation right now. Pretty strong winds will be possible with this as well, even if we don't see a tornado. So again, it's approaching China Spring High School. We have all the schools kind of accumulated right there in China Spring. So this is going to be very close to you. And hopefully we won't see anything spin down from this, but the circulation is definitely there. Do we have anything coming from the Weather Service?
Fortunately, nothing in terms of funnels, tornadoes, debris, structural damage. We have no reports of that.
All right, Josh, what do you got?
Just above the combine. We're stuck behind the combine, but you can see that swirling motion at the very top of your screen. We're about to pass this combine and get a little closer, but that's what I'm seeing, and you're starting to see things clear out a little in front of us as well.
Yeah, so you're headed off to the northeast. He's headed toward Highway 6. He's going to cross Highway 6, and then it's going to be there up into China Springs. So make your way up toward China Spring Parkway there. All right, so we have the circulation just there on the northeast side of Highway 6. It's moving into China Spring currently. Again, this is potential, but the potential is real. So we need to go ahead and treat this like it's a tornado, as it's now moving into a populated area once again in the China Spring area. So again, if you live in China Spring, let's go over the storm safety tips.
Yes, let's do that. And as I bring that up, I want to mention that, yes, those kids at the high school, middle school, they're probably in those tornado drills, or not a drill today, it's in practice. So parents, just know that your kids are probably in good hands as they're seeking shelter in those schools from these storms. Real quick, I'm going to bring up this model once again. So here's where we want you guys in the China Spring area. If you have an in-ground storm shelter, now's the time to be in there. Most of us, though, we just have the lower level of our home. So we want you in that first floor, the ground level, away from walls and windows. So that means an interior room. More often than not, that's going to be a bathroom or a closet, something where you can, again, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Now, once you're there are some things you can do to protect yourself. Helmets are great. Put that on. You want to protect your head. That is vitally important. And you can still cover yourself up with blankets and pillows, soft things like that, just to shield yourself. And we'll give you the clear when it's time to come out. But that's where we want you in the China Spring area right now, and out of mobile homes. Manufactured homes, you need to be in a more sturdy shelter right now.
That's correct. All right, Josh is approaching, looks like Highway 6 right now. Josh, what do you got?
5, Yeah, we're at Highway 6 and 185, Matt. I was talking about that spinning earlier. That was horizontal. So we know that the updraft can tip that in and get that working down to potentially be a tornado. You can see all the inflow coming here right onto the left side of the screen. And then further to the left, that's where we have the rain curtains happening. And back in there is where that potential tornado is. Just looking at the clouds at the top of the rain curtains, you could tell there's a lot of motion with it. So it really wouldn't surprise me if there's a lot happening behind those rain curtains.
Yeah, that's where I think it is. But it's still on the left side behind the rain curtain. So as soon as we get that green light, let's get up to China Spring Parkway and then probably go left from there and then start to work with those rural roads across northern parts of McLennan County. But this is the backside of the thunderstorm right here. So everything, how fast are those clouds moving in? It can be deceptive on camera here. The clouds right above you.
Oh, I'd say 40, 50 at least.
Okay, so these are moving faster than what it looks like on the camera. So that's your fire hose of moisture. That's your feeding band going into this thunderstorm. Yeah, you can see the rotation there, Josh. Left-hand side of the screen, that cloud is coming from left to right. These are coming in here. This is your rotation right here.
Yes, that's what I think I'm seeing as well. And so it's possible we're looking up at the mezzo itself, and that maybe it's above ground at this time, but of course it wouldn't take much to work that down to the ground.
And just got word that it is a China Spring holiday.
Is it?
Kids are not in school, thankfully. So if you're at home, kids, well, go ahead and take your tornado precautions as well. And if your parents are at work, you're alone by yourself, just keep the TV on, get in the bathroom, turn the TV up as high as you can. We're going to get you through it. We're going to be right here for all the school kids if your parents happen to be at work. But again, it is a school holiday in China Spring. We just found that out, and that's good. What is that, Josh?
Yeah, that is continuing to be those low clouds. It doesn't look like that's a funnel at this time, but you can see the rotation of the scud at least around it. I'm watching it close though.
Yeah.
That very well may be a funnel developing, Matt. Slow down a bit, Angel.
Right here.
We have some tree limbs down right in here too.
Okay.
All right, slow down a bit, Angel.
And Josh, can you give me an update on your location right now, as close as you can get it?
We're approaching Wandering Oak Road on 185. So
Okay.
we're just south of those bridges, getting closer to the Karam Lodge.
Okay, it looks like that lifted up just a little bit. But again, this storm's trying. The one thing we know is this storm is trying. Currently, it is just before 12:30, so we haven't had a lot of heating just yet. But as this thunderstorm continues off to the northeast, it's moving into a very rich environment. So we still may have this thing as a long-lived supercell, probably all the way to Corsicana, the way it looks right now, because there's nothing that is going to kill this in front of this. So we will be watching that closely, but it's right over China Spring currently with the main circulation, probably going to have at least some wind. We did have reports with Josh there that some tree limbs were down in a few locations. So that will continue off toward the northeast, and it's about to cross China Spring Parkway, or China Spring Road right now, as it continues off toward the northeast, and then it will continue to the northeast from there. So China Spring, you're still into it, and then it will get closer to Rock Creek. So if you live in Rock Creek, you need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. Northwest side of Waco, this is passing to our northwest. Downtown Waco, you're fine. So we don't have to worry about that. Lakeshore Drive, if you live on Lakeshore Drive, I know you're in the Polygon, this is going to pass to the northwest of you, just a few miles. There still could be some wind on the rear flank downdraft on the south side of this thing, but yeah, that's tightening up. There's probably a little bit of contamination here.
And we're actually in range where Fort Worth is closer now, so I'm going to stick with Fort Worth for these.
So we're switching to the Fort Worth radar. Still a decent presentation here. I think there is some corruption with the data, just a little bit, but it's still a decently sized circulation here, heading up toward you folks in Golson. So near China Spring right now, going up toward the Golson area. So right now on Wortham Bend Road, there on the east side of China Spring, then this is going to be making its way up toward the Golson area. So don't go to the north out of Waco. That's probably not going to be a good place to go. Don't go to Ross, don't go to West. Let's see how this is definitely moving to the northeast. Folks in west, we need to watch this one closely for you. So from west back to Golson, this is our new track right here. So it'll be around Golson School around 12:29, Roger Hill at 12:32, in west at 12:46. So that's here in the next, 15 minutes or so, just over that. And then around West Elementary School, so we're giving you some prep time here for folks in West at 12:46, and then continuing off to the northeast from there. So from West, I-35 back to the southwest to Golson, this is where we're going to really start concentrating on. It's now on the east side of China Spring. It's about to cross the Brazos River there on the east side of China Spring, and then making its way off to the northeast. And again, a long-lived supercell. Doesn't look like it has a lot of hail with it. It's just a spinning thunderstorm that just continues to spin, and there's nothing out in front of it, so it's just getting all the inflow, all the air that it wants as it continues off toward the northeast. Looks like a new storm's back in Coryell County as well. We'll have to watch these. Got another hook developing here northeast of Gatesville. Let's look at this one.
Yep. North of Gatesville. And we're using GRK right now.
Okay.
So from a velocity standpoint, let me get you that real quick.
Yeah, that storm's going to have to be watched. This may be our next one. Folks around Coryell to Crawford again, we're going to have to watch this. And this is what the models were saying as well, that we were going to get supercells to develop, and we were going to get training supercells over the same place, maybe for a while this afternoon. So more will likely develop off to the southwest of us, and that's going to continue in. Bell County, currently, there's not too much happening for you there. Let's broaden the horizon. Bell County, not too much happening for you as of right now. But this is where the boundary is setting up, and this is where some of the high-resolution models were saying it was going to set up. We may continue to see supercells develop right here and continue to push over the same areas for a while. So here's supercell number 1. Here's supercell number 2, just northeast of Gatesville. And again, there's nothing out in front of these. So as these go across, you would think that the energy is being eaten up, but it's being replaced immediately by that inflow with the thunderstorm, with no thunderstorm activity down to our southeast. So we're going to have to watch these very closely. Do we have anything from the Weather Service on that?
No imminent warnings for those. They are keeping an eye on it. We don't have any indications that we're going to get a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning just yet. But again, they are also noting that further development is going to have to be monitored.
All right. Yes, I did, Art. Thank you. Executive producer talking in the ear. We're all going in real time here. Okay, so we do have this making its way off toward the northeast. Folks in west, we need to prepare for this thunderstorm as well. No current warning on the one in Coryell County yet. It's a storm to watch. But back to the one that's moving toward Golson and west. Again, we still have the spin in the atmosphere. This is going to be northwest of Elmont, crossing the Brazos River right now, just to the east of China Spring between you and Ross, and then continuing up toward the west area. And we still have a couplet, folks, on the east side of China Spring. That's the Fort Worth radar?
This is Fort Worth, yes.
Okay. So again, it's up there in the storm, but we're continuing to watch this closely. Let's check back in with Josh. Josh, where are you, and what are you seeing?
Matt, we're going to be east of the high school. We're about to approach, I believe, Wortham Bend, where that Shell station is. You're looking straight at what is going to be the south end of the storm. To the left, if you see it every now and then, you can see some of the rain curtains over there. We're trying to go east, go down Steinbeck, move up towards Lakeshore and 933 and come into Elmont.
All right, so we're following storm number 1 here, as it's now on the southwest side of Golson. That's a new scan, right?
Yeah, and this is SRV from Fort Worth.
Be a tree.
All right, so we have that going up here. There's Golson. So again, in Golson, we need you to take your storm precautions now. We've given you a lot of heads up here. West, you're probably going to be next, and we've given you about a 15, 20-minute leeway on this one as well. So folks from west to Golson to Ross, that's where we're going to be seeing this to the county line here. That's where we intersect Bosque and Hill counties, right here on the northern side of McLennan County. So this is going to go kind of in that triangle from west to Ross to Golson, or I should get on the trapezoid there, as it makes its way off toward the northeast, and then it will continue to work its way closer to the west area, then eventually into southeastern parts of Hill County. You're not under warning yet, but something that we're going to have to continue to watch as that makes its way off to the northeast.
And they are noting that a weakening, at least from a storm structure standpoint, is occurring. You were talking about how it doesn't really look like a hail producer. The size itself of the thunderstorm has decreased. it's a spinning thunderstorm, as you said.
Okay, go. Let's go.
And this
Go
way
to
here.
Josh. Josh, what do you got?
There's the funnel right there. You see it, Matt?
I'm trying to.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Where the power line is.
Oh, there it is.
Right at the power line, Matt.
We got a possible tornado right here. There's the funnel coming out of the thunderstorm. Exactly where are you, Josh?
We are right at Worthing
that to the
Bend
weather
and Cougar
forecast.
Ridge and 185 looking northeast. So that's going to be looking over towards Golson.
All right, folks, you are looking live from our Storm Wrangler, and there we go. That is the funnel cloud right there. Can you see it toward the ground? You probably have a better view than I do with the iris.
It's coming down towards the ground a little bit. If you look closely, it's trying to rope a bit.
Yeah, it's roping, which
And
usually
it may be
indicates.
disconnecting from the cloud base some.
Yeah, that's the end of a life cycle. It looks like it just dissipated right there. Okay, so this thing is really trying, folks. This thing is really trying. So, again, this is going to be exactly where are you, Josh?
We're right in the middle of China Spring Highway at Cougar Ridge and Worthing Bend.
Okay, so this is going to be off to your northwest, correct?
Yeah, northeast.
Northeast, okay. If we can get you farther north and east, that'd be great.
So very
great
near
shot
Golson.
there. Hopefully that did not hit
Yes.
anything when it was right there. Only
Back up.
lasted for a few seconds, and that's what these tornadoes can do. But again,
get out
it
of
was
here,
at
Bill.
least a funnel cloud. We saw that, correct?
Yes, we did see a funnel cloud.
Okay, so whether it made contact with the ground, it was a
yeah.
little hard to see, but that does tell us that this storm is definitely trying here, right over Golson right now. So right over Golson, we've had a funnel cloud. You just saw it live with us right here. So in the Golson area, again, it's not looking quite as tight with the spin, but it's making its way off toward the northeast. So northeast of Golson, that's between you and west. That's where we need you to take your storm precautions as of right now. We're at least getting funnel clouds with this. We haven't had an official touchdown just yet, but as you just saw live here, we did have that funnel that made its way probably right over the Golson area and then continuing off toward the northeast and continuing up toward the west area. So Golson to west, far south on I-35 is Ross. That's where we're going to have the most imminent part of this thunderstorm as it continues off toward the northeast. So again, we are producing funnel clouds with this. As it gets farther to the east of I-35 and along I-35, it is moving into a very favorable environment where it may try to spin a little bit more. So this one, again, producing funnel clouds over Golson. It will continue to work its way off toward the northeast. Let's go back to the storm in Coryell County. Let's see, let's just check in on it. Broad circulation just to the southwest of Coryell. This is not severe as of yet, but it's a storm we're going to have to watch as it is assuming the shape once again. It's probably going to take it a little bit to get going here, but we are noticing a notch starting to develop very close to Coryell. No warning just yet, but something to keep an eye on. There are other thunderstorms developing to the west of Gatesville as well. I don't think you're done in the Gatesville area. And let's go down to that. And again, we'll have to watch this. So we're going to have to watch this storm. This storm, we know we have to watch this storm here to the west of Elmont. So we may get more supercell thunderstorms to cross into McLennan, southern Bosque, and into Hill County out here over the next hour or so. So this could be a pretty long afternoon, folks, with the tornado watch in effect until 6 p.m. tonight for most of central Texas. I really think that's going to be around the Highway 84 area and to the north is where we're going to have the most active weather, but it may try to pivot farther to the southeast later on this evening as we start to get outflow from these thunderstorms, which will cause them to move more down to the south. So that'll be something we have to watch through the afternoon as well. So, Caleb, we got to get our voices ready here. It may be a while.
We will be a while for the next little bit because we're getting a new tornado warning for downstream. This is going to include southern Hill County. They are noting that they're watching, National Weather Service that is, watching area of rotation attempting to develop in Coryell County, as we just mentioned. So they are monitoring that, but a new warning for, tornado warning for this particular storm is coming very soon.
All right, so new tornado warning is going to include you folks in southern parts from the boot heel right here of Hill County, and there it is. Let's go with the warning.
All right, let's get you the latest details on that. Just drawn here for northern McLennan County and for southeastern parts of Hill County, and it's the red box you see there highlighted. It is a tornado warning until 1:15. Hail not so much an issue right now. Radar indicated rotation, and of course I passed along to the National Weather Service visual of a funnel cloud, and that is going to run again until 1:15.
All right, so we do have that making its way off toward the northeast. Folks in west, you are in the path of this thunderstorm from Ross to west, then over to Hubbard, Malone, there in southeastern parts of Hill County. This is going to be southeast of you folks in Hillsboro, but again, it's going to pass through west, and it's going to go through the boot heel here of Hill County. So that's right here as it comes down through here. So Hubbard, Malone, southeast of Hillsboro, and then through the west area as well. So start taking your tornado precautions. Let's get ready for this thunderstorm as it moves in. No official reports of damage with this yet. We've had a few tree limbs down, but as of right now, this has not produced a significant tornado. Let's hope that remains the case. The potential does exist, though, for it to do it. And just because the cloud bases are so low with these thunderstorms, they can spin pretty easily. And that's why we've already seen funnel clouds with this, but as it makes its way to the northeast, we will be watching this for you folks. Penelope, Abbott, I think it'll probably be just south of you folks in Abbott the way it's been tracking. Let's put this into motion here.
Yeah.
Just want to see this as it works its way. Yeah, so probably just near west, and then continuing toward Malone and Penelope, probably just to the northwest of Hubbard, there on 171 as that goes closer to Hillsboro. But I think Hillsboro, this is going to mainly stay to your south. We are assuming a better position with a better look with this thunderstorm once again, starting to get more of that hook echo look right here, right over I-35. So if you know anyone that's traveling up I-35, tell them the potential of a tornado does exist, and it may be rain wrapped as well. So is that, which one is that?
This is from Granger, a little farther away. It's more recent. We're waiting on that's New Fort Worth right there.
All right, so it's just west of I-35 right now by 2 miles. 2 miles west of I-35, going to pass on the northwest side of Ross and probably very close to the south side of West, then continuing off toward the northeast. So this is going to be crossing I-35. It could be rain wrapped as well. So here's the circulation. Let's go to reflectivity.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be close. It could be close to the rain. It may come outside the rain curtain from time to time like what we saw with the funnel. But again, south of Wiggins, between Wiggins and Ross to I-35, this is where we had the most imminent threat. And that's why the new tornado warning has been issued for you across northern parts of McLennan County, moving up into southeastern parts of Hill County. So again, the tornado warning will continue, and that goes until when?
It's a 1:15 time.
Okay, so at least over the next 30, 40 minutes or so. Again, near Ross right now, and then as it continues downstream, all the way to Penelope by 105. So that's into south, that's 171 there in Hill County. That will continue to make its way off toward the northeast. So if you live between Ross West up to Penelope, Malone, northwest of Hubbard, we need you to take your tornado precautions as this storm approaches your location. The one to the southwest, still not severe, but definitely is taking on a better shape here, maybe a little more inflow coming in right near Coryell, but nothing that is imminent with this. But this is how storm number one started. And then it just started to spin up from there. So we will watch this one closely. Again, this is on the watch list. No warning just yet, but we're watching this one as well. This would pass across northwestern McLennan County, and then across far southeastern parts of Bosque County as that continues off toward the northeast. So again, another storm to keep an eye on here. Nothing that has gone severe just yet, but it could become severe. And then as you head down toward Gatesville, thunderstorms north of you, to the west of you, and we may see just training of thunderstorms. We may see more development back to the southwest as we continue into the afternoon hours. So this may not go away anytime soon. So from Gatesville to Waco to northwestern parts of Limestone County Northwest, we may be in this for a little while as we're going to have the training of supercells that are going to continue to go off toward the northeast. And again, just to the west, northwest side of Ross right now and to the southwest of West, this is where we're going to have this. Yeah, let's do that. I'm sorry, stopping talking. Director was in my ear. We have video, brand new video coming in. This is there's the funnel cloud right there. That was over Golson. That was the one over Golson right there. So a lot of folks confirming this. And again, it's hard to tell if it's touching the ground there or not, but it was close. You can definitely see right there in the middle of your screen that it was very close to the ground. We'll be checking for any damage reports in the Golson area. But again, that was just a different view of the funnel cloud than what we had with Josh. So pretty good confirmation that we may have had a weak tornado, may have had that funnel cloud as well. We'll have to see if there was any damage, if it touched down anywhere. Right now we'll call it a funnel cloud, but the difference between the two, funnel is staying in the air, tornado is on the ground. So that's the difference between the two. We can't tell exactly if it was on the ground or not. It lasted for about 30 seconds or so and then went back up into the storm. But we are getting this curly Q once again just on the southwest side of West. So again, northwest of Ross, south side of West. This thunderstorm doesn't want to quit on us, and it will continue up into southeastern parts of Hill County. So we do have meteorologist Josh Johns. He's in the Storm Wrangler. Let's check back with him. Where are you, Josh, and what are you seeing?
We're coming up Lakeshore Drive. We're going to be nearing the Pilgrims plant here soon. My plan is to go up I-35, get it to the Ross and West area, because once we get on 35, we can get up there a little faster. But as we were coming down 19th/China Spring Highway, I could look left and see a well-defined wall cloud. This was going to be in the same vicinity that we had the funnel cloud earlier we were looking at. So I think that when we get up on I-35, we'll still be able to see the base. Even though on radar it looks rain-wrapped, we were able to see the wall cloud through it. So we very well may have a new view for you coming up from the south here soon.
All right, latest scan, is that from the Fort Worth radar?
It is.
Wow, I mean, folks, this thing just keeps chugging along and doesn't want to quit here, as it looks like the circulation's increasing, Josh, just on the west side of I-35. So again, he's seen a well-developed wall cloud with this. This can produce a tornado at any time. Just north of Ross, just south of West, making its way over to the east. So this is going to pass southeast of West between you and Leroy, and then across right there on the county line here of McLennan and Hill. That is right in here, and then continuing toward the Malone and Penelope areas, northwest of Hubbard on 171 there in southeastern parts of Hill County, as that makes its way off toward the northeast. So again, we're going to be watching that. If you live in Golson, you're in the clear now. If you live in China Spring, you're in the clear now. There are more thunderstorms developing to the west, but as of right now, they haven't really done too much, and that is good news. No official warning coming in from those, so this is the only tornado warning we have. It's right on I-35 right now, and it will continue to make its way off toward the east. So if you live in rural sections of northeastern McLennan County, rural sections of southeastern Hill, you need to take your tornado precautions as this will continue. Wiggins, you're in the heavier rain, but it looks like the main circulation is just east of you now in the Wiggins area. It is now northeast of you in Golson. So it looks like Golson to the southwest, we're okay for now. We may have more thunderstorms later on this afternoon, though, as more are developing back toward the west, and that will continue to make its way right across our area. And again, this is staying away from the city of Waco. It's not moving at the city of Waco, so Waco is in the clear as of right now. But you can see that shape of that thunderstorm. Let's go to the southwest just a little bit. And again, this one's kind of taking on that shape as well. It looks like it may have a couple of updrafts here that we're trying to compete with. But right in here, we're going to have to watch this. Far right there on the county line of Bosque and McLennan, southwest of Valley Mills. We're going to have to keep a close eye on this one as it continues off toward the northeast, and it's probably going to be right along the county line. No warning with it yet, but it is moving into a more favorable environment. So folks from Golson to Valley Mills, again, storm to watch here. Don't want to let our guard down as that continues. We may even get some pretty good wind out of this one as you head along 317 south of Crawford. Looks like a little bow trying to develop there. So we'll see if we get some stronger winds south of Valley Mills between you and Crawford there on 317, and it will continue to work its way off toward the east. Any updates from the Weather Service?
They are continuing to say that it's this Coryell storm that they are watching. Nothing in terms of saying there's going to be an imminent warning, but it certainly has their attention. And in terms of our tornado warned storm at the moment, we don't have any new reports of any visuals to pass along at this time. In the meantime, what I want to do is jump back to the Fort Worth radar, because that is the closest radar to this storm, so it's going to give us the best view of what is occurring at this time. And I'm going to maintain an eye on our storm tracker or storm wrangler as well, just in the meantime. But let's go ahead, Matt, and look at, sorry, that's GRK. Let's get a little bit closer. This is Fort Worth, still waiting on a new update from that particular radar site. It's a few minutes old. This would have placed it near Ross, but I'd imagine by now that circulation is either, well, there you go. It has crossed I-35. So and hopefully we can get in position for that here in a bit, but it'd be nice to get some visuals on this particular one. And imagine if you were on 35, you could see what was going on with this storm somewhere between West and Ross. Pretty clear indication of rotation, pretty bright on both sides. Something that certainly suggests that it wants to produce a tornado if it's not already. This same kind of view has been with us for the past few scans. And from that, we've really only seen as much as a funnel cloud, and that's still pretty serious. But hopefully this is continuing to do just that and just spinning and not really putting anything down at the moment. From a reflectivity standpoint, again, the hook is still evident. They're just south of west. With the northwest motion, it's going to take it into Bynum and Penelope and portions of the boot heel here in a few minutes. And as we continue to check out this particular storm, I do want to go back down to the south real quick and check on this one, as Matt mentioned. Let's check the reflectivity and velocity one more time. This is from Granger, Lake Granger radar site. We're going to use a different one for down there. It's going to try to spin. We'll see. It's going to be one to watch. It's maybe having a little bit of difficulty sorting everything out, but we do have just one warning on the board right now, and it is this tornado warning continuing until 1:15 for northern parts of McLennan County and the southwest, or southeast rather, part of Hill County.
It's right over the west area and just off to the east of I-35 right now, southeast side of West. And then as you head up into parts of southeastern Hill County, again, that's where we're going to have this circulation right here. And this has been a very persistent circulation. And as I've been saying, this is a long track supercell. It doesn't want to go away, and it has all the energy out in front of it. It may be affecting some of the thunderstorms back to the southwest, taking a little bit of the energy away down there. But as this continues to push on out, that may open the door for some of the thunderstorms farther to the west to start to intensify. So something we're going to watch very closely. Looks like Josh is now on I-35. Josh, give us a little update on where you are.
We just turned on 35 from Lakeshore, Matt. We're about to cross over Crest Drive here soon. We're heading towards west. I was trying to decide if we need to go down 308 towards Leroy or keep coming up I-35 here, but as of right now, I can't see the base of that storm anymore just because it got out ahead of us when we got stuck in the traffic.
All right, so you can see the base of the thunderstorm in front of him. Can you see any details in that? I know the iris of the camera can mess up our view a little bit. What about with the naked eye there?
It's hard to see details in it right now, Matt, just because we're south of it. I'm starting to get some clearing on the left side, so maybe once we get up here a little bit more, we can see the left side of it potentially.
All right. Have you passed Elmont yet?
Not yet. I was going to go up 308 if you want me to.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Leroy Park right there. Yeah, let's go east of Elmont.
All right, go right, and we're going to go up 308.
Yeah.
And as we say that, Matt, I do want to mention the emergency manager for McLennan County has sporadic damage reports coming in from China Spring.
Next exit.
All right, so sporadic damage reports, that's where we had the funnel earlier in and around the China Spring area. We are starting to get some calls from our newsroom as well. We want to wait to confirm this before we get this out on the air for you, but we are going to be watching this. We are going to get hopefully some confirmation here, but we do have the emergency manager now saying that there is sporadic damage in and around China Spring. Again, that's where we saw the funnel cloud between China Spring over toward the Golson area. There also could have been one in the rain that was wrapped up. So something we're checking on right now, the one near Penelope, that did not pan out, or not Penelope, but Pidcoke, the other P1, Pidcoke in western parts of Coryell County, that one did not pan out. But hopefully these won't either, but we are getting some sporadic reports. That is from the National Weather Service, so we are going to be watching that closely. And again, we do have the spin right here. South of west, it looks like, all right, let's go back to Josh.
We're exiting 308, Matt. You can see the base of the storm there ahead of us, still very low. That's why this continues to be tornadic. I didn't see anything stretching from the base of the storm to the ground just as of yet. We could still be too far away from it. We're going to turn right up here and go down Farm Road 308.
What's on the left-hand side there? What, just west of 35? Is that just Scud?
Yeah, that's a bunch of Scud and the base right there, Matt, but nothing is extended to the ground at this time.
All right, you're getting the tornado warning. You've now crossed into the polygon there, so we know the EAS works. That's good. and letting people know up north on I-35 that
So at
continues to
this
work its
Exxon
way
trigger,
off
right?
toward the northeast. You can see the striations in that thunderstorm as well, and it kind of looks like a stack of pancakes, and that's a classic supercell look right here. You can see that stack, you can see that stack, you can see that stack. When you start seeing striations like that, this is a very well-defined supercell.
And I want to mention, are we going to Josh?
No.
Okay, this from the sheriff, McLennan County Sheriff, a tornado in progress heading toward Tours. That's from the sheriff.
All right, tornado on the ground just on the southeast side of West. That is coming in from the sheriff's office. Make sure that, Josh, if you can hear me, just southeast of West, we have a tornado on the ground confirmed by the sheriff's office of McLennan County. You copy?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, so get up there on 308, continue to make its way up toward the northeast there on Leroy Parkway, and then across part of the county. So,
Where is that?
okay, let's go to the pictures now. Please inform me while we're doing this where this is. This was,
That's in China Spring.
yeah, that's in China Spring. I'm asking the directors. Okay, so this was the China Spring Gulson one. That's where we had the potential touchdown with that possible tornado. And we're going to say possible because we don't have any confirmation yet that it totally made its way to the ground. So we're going to go possible until we know for sure. But definitely a tornado on the east side of China Spring and then moving over to the Gulson area. And we're getting lots of confirmations with this as well. We have another shot of that was coming in. That's outside Eddy. So, Eddy?
Yeah, we may have a different location
Okay,
on this one.
So again, that's northwestern parts of McLennan County from earlier. So we had that live for you. We also have lots of pictures coming in. We have some reports of sporadic damage. We do not have reports of significant damage so far, which is good news, but still sporadic damage could have been caused by this possible tornado. You can see houses right here. So that was very close to a neighborhood. This is going to be interesting to see some damage reports coming in from that. So again, we had that funnel cloud right there, and that's possible tornado as it made its way off toward the northeast. It lasted for about 30 seconds to a minute, then it went away, and there could have been spin-ups back into the rain as well that we did not see. So just because this was just one, there could have been several little fingers coming around on the base of this thunderstorm. But definitely confirmation that we've had a lot of spin with this thunderstorm, and the funnel clouds, possible tornado across northwestern parts of McLennan County. I know our newsroom is working really hard to get you all the information on this. We thank them for that, and all the folks behind the scenes as well.
We have a report from a chaser from CBS 11 out in that area. He sees a tornado on the ground. He can see debris. His location is near West.
All right, tornado on the ground, southeast of West. Josh, you are on 308 heading off to the northeast. You should be able to see the tornado pretty soon. Josh?
Yeah, I've got tree blocking it right now, Matt. We're turning left up here. We're kind of curving to the left, coming down at Elmont, so we'll be facing Leroy soon. Theoretically, we should be able to look right into the storm just over this. We're trying to get up there closer to West. You can see the dark clouds there, and I think if we have a tornado, Matt, it's going to be right there, kind of on the left of center of our screen, where you see a little bit more rain in there.
Yeah.
I don't see anything on the ground at this time, but again, I don't really have the greatest view of it. There's a lot of scud on the south side, though. I'm also watching that closely.
Well, we've had two confirmations, a sheriff's office and a storm spotter saying that there is a tornado on the ground just inside the county line there, just to the east of West now, and continuing to make its way into Hill County. So we've had two separate confirmations of a tornado on the ground with that as it makes its way off toward the northeast. And this is what I was saying. It's getting into a more favorable environment as we get east of I-35, and yeah, that's likely a tornado there. As, yeah, there's probably a little contamination here, but this is going to continue off toward the northeast. If you're in Malone to Penelope, you need to go ahead and take your tornado precautions now. 105 for Penelope, Malone at 112, and then continuing down or upstream from there. This will eventually make its way into Navarro County. So Navarro County, you need to be watching this. It's going to go just up 31 here. So here's Highway 31. It's pretty much going to parallel that, and 31 actually takes more of a steeper angle here. So this may get close to 31 as we get into Navarro County. So folks in from western Navarro County through the boot heel of Hill County and then down to the east of West, you need to be in your storm shelters as we do have confirmation of a tornado on the ground continuing right near the county line of McLennan and hill, and it's kind of a messy little circulation here. And it's not exactly where you would think it would be. It's more down here and not up here. So it's very interesting seeing this coming up like that. And then let's go to the velocity products, and it's more down here. So that's very interesting that it's on the south side of the hook instead of more up with the parent thunderstorm. So it looks like we may have a couple of updrafts competing with each other. The south one is winning out as of right now as it continues to work its way across parts of Hill County. So tornado warning remains in effect. A new update with that one.
Yep, they're trimming it, so they're removing some portions of that particular warning. Let me see if I can get the text for you here. Yeah, there we go. All right, I'm going to expand that and read the latest from the National Weather Service, and I'll bring up the graphic at the same time. It's going to go until 1:15. Again, it's an update to the original warning, and the text reads that it is now observed tornado. Of course, we know that from the 2 reports. It is confirmed near west. They also place it 14 miles southeast of Hillsboro. Motion continues to be to the northeast at 35, and again, this goes till 1:15.
All right, we have tornado that from earlier. This is video of that possible tornado. This is looking close from Waco Regional Airport up to the northwest. Again, it's hard to see if it's touching the ground, but we at least had one extending down at least 3/4 of the way, but a good video there and a good shot of that. Thank you for sending that in. Don't know your name, but thank you for sending it in and being brave to get that shot for us. Again, we had Josh, now we've had 2, 3 pictures, now we have video. So yeah, definitely confirming that we had a tornado in China Spring. Alexandria, thank you for sending that in. China Spring to Golson, now producing a tornado just east of west, moving into southeastern parts of Hill County around the Penelope and Malone areas. So again, if you're in Penelope, if you're in Malone, you need to take your tornado precautions now. We have a confirmed tornado. Let's go and tell people if they're just tuning in where to go.
Yep, this is now when you need to be seeking your tornado safe place. And if you're in Malone and Penelope, that's not going to be 30 seconds from now. That is right now. So here's where we want you to go as I get that graphic up here for you as our systems are going to try to run that. It's a little slow. There we go. So we want you in the lowest level of your home. If you've got a built-in storm shelter in ground, that is wonderful. And that's where we want you. But otherwise, in the lowest level of your home in an interior room. Now for apartments, second story, it's time to go down to the first story. Again, ground level is where we want you. Once you're there, we want to get you away from windows and outside walls. You know the phrase, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So an interior room, more than likely that's a closet or a bathroom. And once you're there, you can take some other steps to protect yourself. You'll want to put a helmet on. You might have some bicycle helmets or some batting helmets. Those are good. Protect your head. And you can also wrap yourself in blankets and pillows, something soft just to keep you safe. Again, we want to keep the debris off of you in the event that a tornado were to impact you, but we want you to be safe. Also, manufactured homes and mobile homes, now's the time to go. You get out of those and into a more sturdy structure.
All right, I want to bring Josh back in right now. He's stopped. Josh, what do you got?
We're at Lula Bell and 308, so that's just north of Leroy, Matt. I think it's going to be right in there. Do you see that lowering and then also the rain curtains wrapped around it?
Yes.
I think that's where we have our tornado.
So this is the clear slot coming in right here. That is the updraft of the thunderstorm, the flanking line, if you will. And then that goes into the updraft. We have a little clear slot right here. It's going to be right over where the trees bend down, correct, Josh?
Yes, where the trees bend down. If you look really closely, there's like a red farmhouse at the very bottom.
Yeah. So right in here is where we have that potential. So let's get a little bit closer. Let's confirm that. But let's get a little bit closer.
Right,
but that's definitely where we need to be looking right there. So
Matt,
you're close.
I do think there may be more than one circulation because the area where the radar is showing it is going to be further down 308 here. So I think there may be 2 circulations with this.
It wouldn't surprise me. We kind of saw 2 thunderstorms competing with each other. It could be one to the north and then this one as well. So it's going to be right in front of Josh, just off the road to the left-hand side, correct?
Yes, it'll be just off to the left-hand side. We're trying to get further north, closer to it.
So good striations there. It definitely looks good, correct? The visual eye is this with the updraft. I can see the updraft right in front of you.
Visually, that looked to me like it could be producing stuff.
Okay.
So you see we've got one little lowering right here where that power pole is, and then off to the left is that one I just showed you. So that's why I think there may be 2 little circulations in here. Although that one to the left now looks more ragged.
Yeah, it looks a little, but it's going to be close to where that rain curtain is. But again, right here. This is where we're going to be looking for. This is now crossing
We're
into
passing
southeastern
Casey
Hill County.
Road now to our right.
Okay, so moving into southeastern Hill County, this is going to be where we're going to have it, right in here. Josh is very close. I see some condensation getting closer to the ground. That could be the wall cloud right here on the left-hand side of the road. So that would be what the tornado would be. Now, we're going back a few minutes, about 5 to 10 minutes, when we had that last report of a tornado on the ground. So again, these cycle. Doesn't mean it's still on the ground, but it could be cycling once again. What do you got, Josh? That looks pretty low.
Yeah, you see the wall cloud now just to the left there?
100%.
I think that's where we're looking. So I'm going to keep going forward a bit with caution. I'm still watching the back end of the RFD here because I think what happened is maybe that one we were looking at got cut off, and then that's the main circulation right up there on the left-hand side.
All right, so the parent storm tower is right here. The rain is on the northeast side of the storm tower blowing away, and then we have our possible tornado right here. We don't have confirmation just yet. We've had 2 reports of tornado touchdowns though, one from a sheriff office, one from another storm spotter, but it's going to be right in here.
You see the funnel, Matt?
Yeah, this is getting really close.
You'll get to see it here soon again as we get over this hill, but there's a funnel on the left side of the screen.
Okay. We're pixelating just a little bit, but we're over rural sections.
See it right there?
Yeah.
Right over the building.
Right here. Keep going, keep going, keep going. You can get that view.
Keep going.
It's still
We're at County Line Road, so we're now at the Hill McLennan line.
Yeah, it's still pretty far away from me. I know it looks a lot
That's
closer.
on the ground. I'd say that's on the ground. Look here to the left. It's very close
right
if
here,
it's not on the ground.
Right here. Possible tornado, cone tornado coming down southeastern Hill County. Yes, I would agree with you. This is our second tornado today from our storm wrangler. You can see that right now, southeastern Hill County. This is just southwest of Malone. Tornado on the ground, or very close.
It's on the ground, Matt. I'd
Okay.
say it's on the ground.
All right, let's go back to the radar. Let's give people a reference. We're going to go right back to a shot. But this is FM
we're gonna
2114. FM 2114. It's right along 2114. So this is just southwest of Penelope. If you're in Penelope, you need to be there. You need to be in your storm shelter now. We have confirmation of a tornado. Did you pass that on to the
Yes,
weather service?
they know this now.
All right, so let's go back to Josh. There it is. There's our tornado.
There's the tornado, Matt. I believe it's on the ground. I could see down there it's getting a little rain wrap, but I saw it get down to the ground there, and you can see it moving. It's about to cross to our right a little bit, but you've got a clear view of the tornado on the ground. We're just north of County Line Road, so we're just inside southeastern Hill County here, looking towards the Malone area, kind of towards Penelope as well, closer to Penelope.
All right, so there's your tornado just southwest of Penelope, continuing to make its way up. So this is the base of the thunderstorm, flanking line going this way, the precipitation's this way. Here's what we call a clear slot coming in through the mezzo. Eventually this may choke this off. Hopefully that will happen before it gets to Penelope. But as of right now, there's your tornado right there live from our 25 Storm Wrangler in southeastern Hill County, just to the southwest of Penelope, and that will continue to make its way off toward the northeast. Looks like it's kind of wiggling back and forth between being on the ground and then kind of lifting up a little bit, Josh.
Yeah, we're going to go up 308 a little bit more, Matt, since this is moving northeast.
Looks like it's trying to get wrapped in the rain.
It is wiggling in there a bit. Yes, sir, I agree.
Josh, what is your location relative to Bynum?
Relative to Bynum, I don't see Bynum on my map, honestly. We're between Leroy and Penelope, and we're just
Okay.
inside the Hill County line.
You're likely very close. Okay.
All right, so there's your tornado right there. That's been kind of oscillating up and down. I'd call that more of a funnel now. Let's get you up 308. You can get closer to this. You're still safe right there.
Go.
So let's get a little bit closer so we don't lose this thing. so we can really inform folks in Penelope exactly how this is moving. We've had several confirmations of a tornado touchdown starting from China Spring to Gulson, or at least a funnel cloud, China Spring to Gulson, possible touchdown there. Now we've confirmed touchdown here with meteorologist Josh Johns in our 25 Storm Wrangler as this moves from McLennan County into southeastern Hill County. So folks, Penelope to Malone, this is likely going to be impacting you as it makes its way toward the northeast. So let's go back to where we are. Caleb, it's interesting that we have almost two, this is what Josh was talking about, almost two little circulations going on.
And it's not only visible from reflectivity, I mean, you can see there's an elongated hook with this storm.
Like
I mean,
here and then here.
we have competing areas of rotation. One's obviously winning, of course, but if we go back to velocity, you could almost identify two circulations. The southern one, I believe, has the tornado.
Yeah, that's the Penelope one. So folks in Penelope, in your storm shelters, it looks like it may have gone back into the rain. So just because we can't visually see it as much on Josh's, it still doesn't mean it's not on the ground. It could have wrapped itself into the mesocyclone, into the rain. And then we may have one right here that's going to be approaching 171 very soon. So we may have a couple of areas of spin here. And that's what Josh was talking about. Good eye out there as it makes its way off toward the northeast. And again, right along 171. Looks like we're getting some updates here. We did confirm with the Weather Service, correct? On
Sure
that?
did.
All right, so going up toward Malone, Penelope to Malone. Hubbard, I think you're going to be okay. I think you're going to be just a little too far south for this, but folks in Malone to Penelope, you are in the crosshairs of this tornado as it continues to make its way off toward the northeast. Again, hail, not a huge threat with this, but we've observed the tornado. It's very obvious that it has been there. I want to go check real quick back to the southwest. Let's don't take our eyes off this. Looks like that storm's struggling west of China Spring right now. Let's go to reflectivity. Yeah, it's struggling. It's outflowing out a little bit. So, okay, let's leave that one. Go back up to the northeast. And again, right there, around the Malone area, new tornado warning. Looks like it's just been issued.
It has, let me scroll up real quick to get you the new one. That's a new tornado warning for the part of the boot heel of Hill County and western parts of Navarro County. That's going to run until 2 o'clock. So notice the locations included in this box. Hubbard, it does not include Frost, does not include Corsicana. I believe it includes Blooming Grove. Yes, it does. Runs till 2. And of course, this at this point is an observed tornado or at the very least funnel cloud.
Yeah, and he's going in and out of the rain. Let's get back to meteorologist Josh Johns. He's in our 25 Storm Wrangler. Josh, it's hard to see it right now, but it could be in the rain there.
Well, I don't think it's so much in the rain, Matt. I think it actually has a bit. You can see the spin there on the bottom of that, and you can see the rain curtains going around the main circulation. But I don't see it extending as far as I did. I'm also watching to my left where I see a little bit more of clouds trying to build in, and I'm trying to make sure that we don't have another lowering trying to come through here. But you can see the rain curtain spinning. Go ahead and stop here, Angel.
Yep.
I don't want to go much further than this. You can look right there. That is where the tornado was, where it kind of dove into. And you'll see the rain curtain spinning, Matt. You'll also see the clouds themselves. So go ahead and stop here.
Right here.
And see, I don't think it's on the ground anymore, but it's still rapidly spinning for sure.
Yeah, so it's going to be right in front here. Josh, let's get on top of that hill. We're getting some pixelation. Let's get on top of the hill just in front of you.
Get on top of the hill, Angel.
While we're doing that, I should note additional chasers in the area near Penelope note a wall cloud. No ground contact, but a wall cloud with this storm.
All right, so again, this is underneath the mesocyclone that's right over, this is 308, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so that's Farm to Market Road 308. That kind of snakes in there into Penelope, into the Malone area as you get closer to 171. And it will continue to work its way across southeastern parts of Hill County. So we are watching that one very closely. Again, we're on top of the hill.
Is this a better shot?
Oh yeah, 100% better. So again, we're getting some brightness with some of the camera, with the iris. Exactly how do you see this right now?
I see a swirling area of clouds in front of me that's not extending to the ground. I see rain curtains coming around the side of this, and I see that we're a little under the well's mouth. So I think directly in front of us is going to be where the circulation is. I no longer see a funnel dancing in there, and I don't think it's because we're further away from it. I think that whole cloud mass in front of us is spinning, Matt.
Yeah, it's condensating right there on the right-hand side of the road. You see that? A little bit of a cloud right there. So let's keep an eye on this shot. Again, this is probably going to be right over Penelope, if not very close. Again, rotating wall cloud. We've had confirmations of tornadoes. This is a tornadic producing storm. It's cycling right now. As we say, supercells like to cycle. We're in a cycle phase where it does not have a tornado more than likely, unless it's in the rain and we just can't see it. So that's why we need unit tornado precautions. But it looks like it's trying to reorganize there just on the right-hand side of the road. This is Highway 308. Penelope's just right up the road up here. And then we got Malone that's just farther down as you head toward 171 that goes northwest-southeast across southeastern parts of Hill County. So right in there, that's where we have that potential. What kind of wind do you have currently at your location? Looks like that's blowing pretty good.
I have winds that are blowing more parallel to my vehicle. So I believe that's going to be southwest winds.
Yep.
Maybe southerly winds.
All right, let's dance a little bit closer to Penelope here. I don't want to lose the shot.
To go a little further north?
Yes, northeast. It'll take you northeast. And eventually you'll have some good roads out of Malone. You can go either more east than northeast, or you can go back to the southeast on 171 if you have to. So is this right?
Okay.
Do you think this is right turning on you there, Josh, at all? No? I guess on the radar it's not, so.
I think we're getting a little gustier on the moving a little more east. The shelf is moving east.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So that may be your rear flank downdraft time. There's new storms developing south of that storm. It may be cutting off some of its inflow right now. So that's very interesting. So on the south side of that storm,
yeah, and we need to watch those too.
Yeah, we do. Ones that are east of Elmont. Let's go back to the radar real quick. East of Elmont, we have storms. This could interrupt the inflow of this, which would be good news. It's taking away that fire hose of energy that's been just feeding into this thunderstorm. It's going to start saying, no, I want the energy here. So hopefully we can get these to kind of interact with this and lessen our tornado threat. This would be good news. We want that to continue to develop, but with that, we may get these storms to become stronger down here. And then the ones right along the McLennan and Bosque County line moving on the south side of Lake Whitney, not classified as severe right now, but definitely something to keep an eye on as thunderstorms will continue to erupt in this area. Let's go farther to the southwest. Just little things right now, but near San Saba, we do have some thunderstorms developing there.
Yeah, just from a very broad view, it looks like, again, we'll have to monitor those locations for some development because, as we mentioned, further storms could develop within that sector and maybe become problematic as we head deeper into the afternoon. That cluster, by the way, in Bosque and parts of McLennan County, National Weather Service is debating putting a severe thunderstorm warning on it. It is strengthening, and I'll go ahead and, while we're at it, check the hail potential with this. We have a few hail cores located within that storm, all of which could be producing some coin-sized hail. I don't see anything quarters yet, but it may be that a warning will be necessary if that continues to strengthen in the form of a severe thunderstorm warning. And for now, the one active warning that we have is the tornado warning in Navarro and Hill County.
All right, so now moving across the Malone area, folks in Malone, let's stay in your storm shelters. Should be northeast of you folks in Penelope right now as this continues to work off toward the northeast. There's a tornado. It's between Penelope and Malone right now. We do have broad area of rotation, but that's definitely a signal right there that we could have another tornado at least close to the ground or attempting to make its way to the ground. We have Josh there. Josh, the reflectivity is looking pretty good with this thing. I know it's right in front of you.
Yeah, we're in Penelope, Matt. According to the velocity data, where we need to be looking is the right side.
Yep.
I don't see any funnels. The whole thing is obviously spinning, but to the right side, you can see there's a little bit more cloud cover over there. And I think that could be where we need to be looking, is right in there.
Yeah, there could be a little appendage there on the right-hand side of the road that's trying to do something. Again, we'll watch this. It may be trying to lower once again, do its thing one more time. But again, we've had on and off tornadoes with this as it's marched its way from northeastern McLennan into Hill County. We're going to stay with this thunderstorm, folks, as it's still affecting populated areas. right just on the northeast of Penelope right now. It's going to be close to Malone as well. So it's going to pass between Penelope and Malone. It's not to 171 just yet, but it will be working its way. Folks on Farm to Market Road 744, excuse me, coming out of Malone, that one will have the potential for getting close to you. So if you live east of Malone on Farm to Market Road 744, kind of give you a heads up.
Flip around. Flip around.
All right, Josh, what do you got?
Flip around. We're going to go down that road that we just passed.
Okay.
Oh, I'm just telling Angel to flip around. We're going to take 2214 over to Hubbard and get ahead of this a bit more.
Okay.
And that'll also give us an out in case any of those south storms decide to do anything.
All righty. Yeah, strongest circulation just to the northeast of Penelope right now. Then working its way up toward Malone as we are getting Josh to kind of reposition here. He's going to move more over this way and then get up here into southeastern parts of Hill County and eventually over into Navarro County. This is going to pass close to 31. I think it's going to parallel it. So 31 may not be a bad road as it continues to make its way off toward the northeast. We have had tornadoes with this, and it looks like we will continue to have that potential as it makes its way off toward the northeast. And again, it's really not a classic looking storm where you would say, wow, I'd see a tornado there. But yeah, it's been producing tornadoes and it will continue. I think the parent part of this thunderstorm is up here, and these are new updrafts that have just been developing on the south side, and it continues to develop. We have increasing thunderstorms here near Mount Calm. That will continue to work its way off toward the north-northeast, so that hopefully will cut off a little bit of inflow with this one up to the north. If it can get, this may get out in front of this though, and then we have another storm that we're going to have to watch out for across southern parts of Hill County. Then the one rolling out of Bosque and Hill counties. This is not severe as of yet, but it's kind of maintaining itself. This is moving more off toward the northeast. So folks in Hillsboro, maybe a little coin-sized hail associated with this thunderstorm as it works off toward the northeast. Waco, you're pretty much in the clear right now, and that's good news, but we've had a lot of rain up to the northwest of Waco, and probably getting that to flow down into the Waco Lake. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go.
Yep, brand new severe thunderstorm warning for that cluster there in, let's see if I can actually toggle the correct one. If not, I'll go ahead and get you the information for that. New severe thunderstorm warning is going to be in effect for eastern Bosque County and Hill County until 2:15. So it's that yellow box. Until 2:15, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for both 60-mile-per-hour winds and the potential of half-dollar size hail till 2:15.
All right, so we are now 1:20. Wow, time is flying early this afternoon. So it's now 1:20 in the afternoon, and we do have the potential for hail with this near Laguna Park, then down toward the county line, and then probably another little hail core up over Lake Whitney and north of Laguna Park. So that's going to be heading toward you folks in Hillsboro. Could be half-dollar size hail associated with that. So that's why the severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. So if you live in Hillsboro, not tornadic, but the potential for some hail will exist with this thunderstorm as it continues off to the northeast, up 22. And again, from Lake Whitney, around Whitney, especially north side of Whitney, extending through 22 and going over toward Hillsboro. And then the tornado warning continues for southeastern parts of Hill County, moving now closer and closer to Navarro County. And folks in Corsicana, we're going to have to keep a close eye on this one for you, as it may have the potential to continue to spin if it can stay away from this neighbor to the south that is starting to move closer and closer to it. So we're going to have to watch both of these thunderstorms as they continue to march off toward the east. And we've had plenty of confirmation of the potential of tornadoes and actual tornadoes. And as of right now, looks like there's a little weak echo region right here. We'll have to watch that. Let's go back to meteorologist Josh Johns. He is in this thing, and yeah, we're seeing a little bounded weak echo region in this just to the east of Malone. What do you got?
Yeah, Matt, we are on 2114. We're between Penelope and Hubbard. I can see a couple of bases here. There's one lowering to my left. There's one directly in front of me. None of them in contact with the ground yet. None of them appear to be spinning rapidly at this time. I'm trying to get to Hubbard before I take a look back so that we don't get cut off by this and stuck in it. But we're watching the base of this thing very closely. I don't have a tornado on the ground at this time. It's very turbulent underneath this. The inflow winds have come down a little bit as well. So I wonder if that's part of it, is the fact that that stuff down to the south is helping to cut that off. But to the left, you can kind of see where the base of that would be.
Yeah, it's very evident that this one's probably not done just yet. It's going to be on the left-hand side of the road now, right in here. That could be a developing wall cloud. That looks like it's getting lower to me, Josh. Of course, you're there, so you tell me.
It's going in and out of some signal right now, I believe.
Or not. So yeah, he's there into parts of southeastern McLennan County, again in some rural locations. You'll get that to happen from time to time. But again, we'll continue into western parts of Navarro County. Could get close to you folks in Corsicana. So folks in Corsicana need to watch this one. This has a history of producing tornadoes. Looks like the main threat is now east of Malone, east of 171, and continuing down, if I believe, far to Market Road 744 as it continues to work its way off toward the northeast. So we're tracking the tornadic part of this thunderstorm, and it looks like it will be Navarro Mills at around 139. Then eventually, as you get on the west side of Corsicana, that's Tiger Field there at 157. So 157, probably here in the next 30 to 40 minutes, that'll be moving toward Corsicana. Now, hopefully this thing will change, but this has been a long track supercell that has had no worries about producing tornadoes and funnel clouds. And right now, it's still the winner, and there's nothing that's impeding it just yet. We'll have to watch this thunderstorm here. If this one can outrace this one may fill in on the backside. So we're just gonna have to wait and see exactly how that works. But again, the tornado warning continues, and we're gonna have that going through western parts of Navarro County. Severe thunderstorm warning back to the west around Hillsboro. Quarter-size hail there, and also west of West. Possible quarter-size hail with these two cores. One that's north of Whitney, right over the lake, and then one that's here south of Laguna Park toward the county line with McLennan County. So again, close to the west area and to the north, we could have some pockets. It's not going to be continuous, but some pockets of $quarter to $half size hail as that continues to work its way off toward the northeast. Other thunderstorms are trying to develop back to the west. So we may not be done with this just yet, as another wave of energy could be coming into the area, and more thunderstorms developing near Evant and then back to the south of San Saba. If the latest model guidance is right, these could strengthen fairly rapidly. So we're going to have to watch these as well. It could be a very long afternoon here across central Texas, maybe going into the evening hours as well. That's why the tornado watch that you see in blue goes until 6 o'clock tonight. It does include Waco, Temple, Killeen, back to Lampasas, and then up to Corsicana into the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and then parts of northeast Texas as well. So far, things have stayed just to the north and east of Waco and to the northwest of Waco, and then Bell County, you haven't seen much at all, but the atmosphere is set up for more thunderstorms later on this afternoon and this evening, so it's something we're going to have to continue to monitor as this makes its way off toward the northeast. And again, it's getting close to the Dawson area. That's on Highway 31 there as it makes its way into parts. I think it's going to go just northwest of Dawson. It's right here. This is now crossing the county line. So it looks like around Emmett and then toward Navarro Mills, right in here. That's where we're going to be having that roll through the area as it continues off toward the northeast, just northwest of Highway 31. So again, right on the county line. That's where we do have that tight circulation that just doesn't want to go away. It's been producing tornadoes, and it goes up, and then it cycles again and produces another tornado, then it goes up. So we'll continue to track that as it works its way off toward the northeast. So folks across rural western sections of Navarro County, you're up next with this thunderstorm just up FM 744, which ends there on the county line, moves over the lake here, and then continues to work its way off toward the northeast between Emmett and Navarro Mills. And then eventually Corsicana. We're going to have to keep an eye on this. Any updates?
They are going to remove shortly Hill County from this warning, as the circulation is going to be passing into exclusively Navarro County. I know we had some chasers out in the vicinity of Josh as well, and haven't heard anything since then. Not since Penelope have we heard anything. So that's encouraging news. Haven't heard anything in addition to the Malone area of any funnel clouds, wall clouds, tornadoes. But if anything does happen to come down that way, we will certainly let you know. I think we're working on getting Josh's shot back up. He's in an area of low service. So we are working to get that back up when he can maybe work his way back into some better data. But for now, this is certainly still a rotating thunderstorm, which looks pretty good from a radar standpoint. Certainly a healthy spinning updraft here near Emmett, really on that county line near Pelham. So those are the locations that really need to be in their tornado safe place at this time. Emmett, Pelham, Navarro Mills, up to Dresden. You guys have to be in shelter right now because this could imminently be a tornado, or if there's still not one on the ground already. So it's moving to the northeast. Fortunately, what we've seen so far is that the ones that have been produced haven't lasted very long, and they didn't look particularly large, but we do want you to stay safe all the same. So any tornado is going to be a problem, and we want you guys to be seeking shelter from this storm if you're in that red box, but especially for Emmett, Dresden, Navarro Mills, and Pelham here over the next few minutes. From a reflectivity standpoint, again, this is not the most classic supercell look. You'll get some of these that look this way down along the Gulf states at certain times of the year. Not really the kind of supercell we'd see here, but this does have that look where it's got the core of hail up to the north side of it, and then right here would be the hook. And it's not the most pronounced hook, but it does actually have a local drop in values right there in the center. So that would be the updraft that is churning the rain around the updraft, and in fact, kind of like a centrifuge, turning the rain, kind of spinning the rain out of the center, so to speak. So you have almost an eye-like feature, not quite like a hurricane, but almost an eye with that storm thanks to the rotation that is present. So that's right over Pelham right now. Those areas near Emmett and Pelham and Navarro Mills in shelter right now, and stay there until we give you the all clear. They are going to trim Hill County out of this warning. Hill County, you are in the clear, at least in terms of the boot heel for that tornado warning. Now out towards Hillsborough and Whitney, you've got some thunderstorms surrounding you at the moment. In fact, we have a report of some hail from Whitney, or at least 3 miles west of Whitney, of, let's see, that's 3/4 inch. So we're talking about nickel-size hail there. That's not severe, that's not quarter-size hail, but we did have a report just come in of some nickel-size hail near Whitney, likely from that hail core right there. As I back it up in time, that was about 116. You see those darker colors near Whitney. That's likely where that fell. That hail core now, it's working almost northerly. Let's go ahead and track that real quick. Working to the north, yeah, almost north-northeast, so that's got some hail in it for sure. This is going to be near Covington and Huron and Woodbury. And from a hail tracker standpoint, we can definitely pinpoint. This project's a little outdated. It still has the hail core back here over the lake, but I would imagine that that's going to be a lot closer to Blum and Mayfield now, and Covington's in here somewhere. There it is. I see Covington. So hail's going to be in those communities soon, if it's not already. And then down here to the south, we have another thunderstorm. I don't know if there's any hail production in this one. Let's go ahead and find out. Yeah, there could be some coin-size hail here, less than quarters, but that could be over Aquila right now and Vaughn, and working its way into Hillsborough soon. So Hillsborough, we might get some hail soon. It could be in the severe variety. It could be quarter size or more. But as of right now, it looks like the largest hail is going to be falling near Blum and Covington here over the next little bit. That was the storm here near Whitney that we had to watch because it looked like it was trying to get a hook and get some rotation, which thankfully hasn't happened. And if it hasn't done it yet, it probably won't, but there is still some time. I think the bigger story might be the storms that are developing back here towards San Saba County. Those will be one to watch because as those grow, they're going to be, so we have a tornado warning coming right now near Aquila. Okay, so we have a new tornado warning that's about to be coming into effect for Aquila for some rotation. So let's jump to that real quick. Let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity values here. This is going to be from Fort Worth. That has the best side of it. Okay, and I see what they're seeing.
And we're going to have Josh going back to that storm.
Okay, great. So Josh is going to head back to that one as the previous one kind of gets out of our viewing area, or at least close to. But rotation for sure near Aquila has, even just within the past scan or so,
it's increased.
Decided to ramp up. And I'm sure it looks similar from the GRK point of view. I'll go ahead and look at that. That's more distant, but it's rotating there too. So yes, Matt, we're going to have a new tornado warning coming for this very shortly.
All right, folks in Aquila, we need you to take your storm precautions now. Get to the lowest floor of your home or business. Put as many walls between you and the outside, as it looks like this one now wants to become our next storm to produce possible tornadoes. We do not want to leave the one from Corsicana, though, so we're watching both of those thunderstorms. But the new tornado warning, there it is.
Yep, brand new. All right, here's the latest for that, Matt. And this new polygon, you see it drawn here it's just a Hill County storm. And it's not all of Hill County, but it does include Hillsborough. It's the southern and eastern sections until 2:15. Now, there's some hail threat with the storm as well, up to $half size. But this is radar indicated rotation for the storm in southern Hill County. And the warning goes until 2:15.
All right, till 2:15, we have radar indicated, so this is not observed as of yet. We do have meteorologist Josh Johns near Malone. He's going to start heading back toward the Abbott area, see if he can intercept this one as it continues. And as the one toward Corsicana, that's moving farther into the DFW viewing area, so we want to take care of ours. So we're going not leave the one in Corsicana, but we definitely want to watch this one. There could be a tornado in this now. This one has wrapped up very quickly south of Aquila, and it's going to be heading toward you folks in Abbott. So folks on I-35, if you know anyone between West and Hillsborough right now, you need to let them know there's a possible tornado that could be just to their west. They'll be crossing I-35 here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So again, near Aquila, up toward the Abbott area, that is going to be making its way off toward the northeast. So a very active thunderstorm day here across the region. And we may have more back behind this as well. Let's check farther to the west. Let's check in on those thunderstorms. And yep, we have a few more developing west of Gatesville, also southeast of San Saba. Not too bad just yet, but again, these may blossom up here as we're getting into the heating of the afternoon, which would put more of Waco, Temple, Killeen in play later on this afternoon and into early evening. So still have to watch that. Looks like lightning increasing around Evant. Those are going to take about 30 minutes to an hour to get going there. But we do have our large thunderstorms here. One right here that is across part just southwest of Corsicana. That one will continue up to the northwest of Highway 31. Right in there, that's your bounded weak echo region. You can see how the greens come into the yellows and the oranges right here. So that will be the potential for the tornado there. Also, the potential for the tornado will exist here to the west of West, and that's going to be moving up toward you folks in Abbott. I think this stays just outside of McLennan County. So you folks in West probably not going to be dealing with this, but we will have that very close to the Abbott area here in the next few minutes, and then continuing off toward the east and northeast from there. So this will be a little farther to the northwest than the last one was, but likely staying just to the south side of Hillsborough unless it turns and includes more to the north, which that can sometimes happen as well. So there is your storm track on that. It gets toward Abbott at around 151. Of course, that's I-35. So we're giving you a nice heads up there. Bynum at around 203. So that will continue off to the northeast. That's the main circulation that we are worried about as it continues across southern parts of Hill County.
Yeah, and that's the very latest from the National Weather Service, Matt. And I believe that is a motion of 35 miles per hour. I'm going to double check that really quick because that would impact some of those arrival times. So I'm going to read kind of the behind the scenes wording for that particular warning. Let's go ahead and get that real quick. So they have it moving at, about 30 to 35. So those times are going to be roughly correct there. And like you said, Matt, we don't want to completely leave our Navarro County folks in the dust. Latest update on that is there's no extension of the warning. It's just the same locations in western Navarro County that have a warning until, I believe, the top of the hour, but I think it's either 2 o'clock or, 2 o'clock.
All right, let's get velocity on that. So again, I'd say right near Dresden right now. Yep, just to the west of there. That is a couplet, folks. There likely could be a tornado on the ground with this just to the northeast of Emmett and continuing toward Dresden there and then continuing off toward the northeast. So folks in Corsicana, let's keep an eye on this. Hopefully it'll pass just to your west, but along Highway 22 here, Blooming Grove to Corsicana, we're gonna have to keep a close eye on this. Dresden, you're also in the path of this possible tornado, but we've seen it tighten up once again. So we do have the potential for a tornado with this as it continues to make its way off toward the northeast. So western and central parts of Navarro County, that will continue your way. Barry to the west side of Corsicana, east of Blooming Grove down to Dresden. That's going to be where we're going to be seeing the potential as that continues to work its way off toward the northeast. And the storm to its south, it looks like it outraced it a little bit. So we still have great inflow going into this thunderstorm as of right now.
Emergency managers do note near 744, it's a tornado in progress on Navarro.
All right, so tornado on the ground right now near Dresden. That will continue, and there's Raleigh. And let's go ahead. It's going to probably be right in here.
Yeah, I'm looking for farm to market 744 would be, well, in this vicinity. It looks like we actually don't have the map of, you'll notice we have the Hill County roads.
Yeah,
It looks like we don't have a map for Navarro. But it's almost certainly within the Raleigh area right now.
Okay, let's go back to our velocity product. And yeah, folks, that's a tight circulation. That's likely a tornado there. That will continue up toward the northeast. So 2 tornadic circulations we're tracking for you right now. That's the one in Navarro County. Let's go back to Aquila into Hill County. And yes, we do have the spin going on here. It's not quite as tight and as bright, but Aquila, you could be seeing some strong winds probably out of the north right now in your location as we are getting the backside of the thunderstorm to move there. Then this is continuing up toward the Abbott area. These have had no problem with spin. So folks in Abbott, we need to go ahead and prepare for this as to be a possible tornado as well. We are definitely getting the circulation with this. Folks in West, it looks like it's going to stay just across the county line. Let's keep an eye on it though. It looks like there's another appendage starting to develop west of West. So this may be one of those cases again where we get 1, 2. We may have 2 appendages that we're going to have to watch here. The one west of West, not tornado warned as of right now. A storm to watch. And then this one up here east of Aquila between you and Abbott, that's likely going to stay south of you folks in Hillsboro. So if you're in Hillsboro, you're getting rain, thunder, and lightning, you're like, oh, is it moving my way? Yes, you're in the polygon, but I think it stays to your south the way this is tracking as of right now. Then it will continue across I-35 here in the Abbott area. This is now 139, so here in the next 15 minutes or so, it'll likely be crossing into the Abbott area. We have meteorologist Josh Johns. He is in our storm wrangler right now. I do want to bring him back in. He was on the storm in Navarro County, now heading back to the west. Josh, where do you stand right now?
Well, we are sitting on 308. We're cutting between Malone and Penelope, and then we're going to go down Cottonwood Road heading towards the west area and see if we can't see any of these circulations. If we need to go to the north on 35, we can do that as well once we get down there. But right now we're trying to get in position closer to the west area and try to bring you a live view of these quickly wrapping up thunderstorms.
All right, thank you, Josh. And do you happen to know which road are you on at the moment? Which highway?
308.
You are, okay, 308. So which one are you going to hit to divert to the west?
2114 is probably labeled on the map as Cottonwood Road.
Okay, awesome. We're going to make sure that we look for those roads as we're using the Wrangler icon to identify where you are on our radar, so we'll try to keep that location updated. And in the meantime, the storm that Josh is headed towards is this one near Aquila with that rotation definitely there. Strong rotation, hasn't completely come together, but it's attempting to do so, and this should stay just north of that county line. So again, the tornado warning is only for Hill County, and this should stay in just Hill County. So west and the northern tip of McLennan County, you should be fine, barring an immediate right-hand movement. I think we're okay there, but that means Abbott, you're definitely going to be under the gun. And getting into Vaughn, you've probably got that hail core there, but the rotation right now is certainly still looking on the impressive side. And I want to go ahead and double check that from the Fort Worth site. So that's the latest scan. Again, it's a large area of rotation. That whole thing is spinning. And what it's going to try to do is condense that down into one spot to produce a tornado. Now, will that happen? We'll just have to wait and see within the past few scans. But we had storms go through this same environment 30 minutes ago. They were able to do it. So we do need to watch this one very closely. And in addition to that, Matt, of course, we have the confirmed tornado near Dresden, which continues for parts of Navarro County. And I imagine they're going to get a new warning soon.
Heading probably just to the west of Corsicana. Then we have the one here to the west of Abbott. Again, that one's been spinning. Looks like more storms are starting to develop back into McLennan County as well. We'll have to watch west of West to see if that will start to spin. So it's going to be an active afternoon. We've been saying this, and it looks like that the models this morning nailed this. Yesterday, the models didn't have this at all. That just shows you how fast conditions can change here across central Texas, but we're on top of it for you. And we're going to continue to track this, but that is a very well-defined hook echo now, and with that spin just northwest of West between Aquila, Abbott, West, in that triangle right there, that's where we have the potential for that tornado to continue as it makes its way closer and closer to I-35. Now, there could be a little hail here southwest of Hillsboro, but I think that's going to be more on the penny to quarter size hail size, but it's going to stay. The circulation is staying south of you folks in Hillsboro. I want to really stress that. Wow. We definitely have a tight couplet now just to the west of Abbott. If you live in Abbott, this is the potential tornado. We have Josh getting closer and closer to it. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a tornado with this as of right now, just to the southwest of Abbott. This is just inside the Hill County line, probably about 2 to 3 miles inside the county line, northwest of West, and then heading up toward the Abbott area. If you know anyone on I-35, let's make sure that we're telling them, especially close to Abbott, there's the potential for a tornado close to Abbott moving across I-35 here in the next several minutes. If we have troopers out there that are listening to us, well, you may want to shut this down on north and southbound as you get north of West, as we will have the potential for that tornado to cross very near the Abbott area as it works its way off toward the northeast. So we are looking at the inbound winds and the outbound winds, and this is from Fort Worth, so it's kind of opposite of what we look at when we are usually tracking our storms here, but we're looking from the north, so these winds are going in, these winds are coming out, and that's our circulation right there. But a tight circulation, and it's been tightening over the past few minutes here across the area, excuse me, and it will continue to make its way off toward the northeast and again into the I-35 corridor as it works its way closer to Abbott. So Abbott, in your storm shelters now, let's go ahead and get the graphic up.
Yes.
We've been showing this all day, but in Abbott, this is a serious situation.
It is, and we're going to continue to show you guys this whenever this need arises, because the tornado threat is going to continue with this storm and perhaps with some additional storms later on into the afternoon and evening. But for now, here's where we want you to be. Now, if you've got a storm shelter, an in-ground storm shelter, that is great. That's why you have those. That's where you need to be. But if not, we want you guys on the lowest level of your home, the ground floor. And in an apartment, that still means you got to make your way down to the ground floor. But once you're there, you do need to be finding an interior room, something with a lot of walls away from you, put as walls between you and the outside, windows away from those as well. We want you in an interior spot. Now, that's likely a closet or a bathroom. And once you're there, you can take some additional steps to protect yourself. You can put on a helmet. You might have a bicycle or a baseball helmet around. You can also take some pillows and blankets and cover yourself up in the event to keep yourself from flying debris. I know that sounds a little scary, but that's what we want you to do to keep you and your loved ones safe. So that's where you need to be, and mobile homes and manufactured homes need to be leaving those areas right now. Hopefully by now you have identified your nearest sturdy shelter, but that's where you need to be as these storms come through, because those are areas that, mobile homes especially, you just cannot be in those when we get a situation like this. So that's especially true for Abbott right now as this storm bears down on that location. Let's jump back to the radar here real quick, Matt.
Losing the coat here, as it looks like we're going to be in this for a while, ladies and gentlemen. So here we go with that tornado warning that continues across parts of southern Hill County, and that will continue to move toward the Abbott area. And again, it's right in there. We do have that good hook echo that's going on. So that's the inflow of the thunderstorm, sucking all that moisture and everything in. And then you have on the downside here, that's likely going to be some pretty strong wind between Abbott and West here on I-35. That will start screaming out of the west here over the next few minutes. But there is your tornado. That is right there. It is not confirmed yet, but on radar, Caleb, I'm saying this is looking pretty decent.
It is, and I'm also looking behind the scenes at just some correlation coefficient stuff. I'll get you that in a bit.
All right, so we're going to continue to look at that and look at some advanced products for us as well. Again, near the Abbott area, you need to be in your tornado shelter as of right now. Lowest room, don't be upstairs, lowest room of your home or business, many walls between you and the outside, away from windows. If you live in a mobile home, hopefully the mobile home park has a storm shelter for you. You do not need to be in mobile homes when we're talking about tornadoes. Any other time of year, they're fine. But when we're talking about tornadoes, no way. Those things can flip over pretty quickly. So let's make sure that we are out of the mobile homes. Let's make sure that we are ready to go with this, as it will be crossing through town here any minute. I do want to bring meteorologist Josh Johns back. I just want to get an update on his location. Josh?
Yeah, Matt, we are on Cottonwood Road, which is also 2114. We just crossed from Hill into McLennan County. I'm trying to get us on the south side of this storm. Unfortunately, a lot of these county roads in Hill County are dirt. I don't want to get on that with this.
Nope.
And get stuck. So I'm trying to get into west and then go up north through 35 a bit and try to get a view that way.
All right.
Maybe even camp down on west on that second circulation.
Yeah, we'll have to watch both of these as, yeah, we have the one that's near Abbott and then also the one that is west of West. That one is not producing a tornado as of right now, but we do have the one that's west of Abbott. That's definitely a possible producer right there, and it's looking more and more likely that we're going to be seeing that. Josh is getting into position with that thunderstorm. Exactly where are you? It's moving into the Abbott area now. Where are you in relation to Abbott?
We're between west and the county line. So you're looking towards Abbott right now. I don't see anything on the ground yet. There's that, you see the lightning strike. That's going to be, I believe, the direction of Abbott because we just churned a little bit to the west.
All right, this is the whole mesocyclone right here.
I don't have a compass on this Jeeper, I tell you.
This is the supercell. This is the part that's spinning. This is the flanking line that's feeding into the thunderstorm from the west side. We have the southeast winds feeding in as you have here. So again, kind of a barber. If we remove some of the low clouds, it'd look like a barber pole going up into the sky. Whoa! There we go.
All right, you got a view of it now, Matt.
All right, what do we have?
I think on the left side there's a lowering there. You can kind of see where there's a little bit darker, and then there's the clear sky. I think there's a lowering there. We're curving back towards west. We're passing Four Brothers Road to be exact. But as we pass that, I'm looking. I don't see anything on the ground, but I see a very, very low cloud in that general area I was just trying to point out. So we'll try to get a little closer to that soon.
All right, so he had to turn back to the west, and now we will be safely doing that maneuver, and we will continue to get back up into this thunderstorm. We're trying to get back up into it for you folks. East of Aquila now into the Abbott area, and that will continue to work its way off toward the north. So let him reposition there, but we saw the base. We saw the thunderstorm, so at any time this could produce a tornado near the Abbott area. The conditions definitely are favorable for that to happen, especially when you see this on the radar. You have the greens and the reds getting closer and closer together. We have the hook echo. Everything is lining up here. I know you were trying to look at some other views of this.
Yeah, and also just from some apps I have native to my phone as well. Fortunately, any sense of debris, it's coming up clean. And I can actually pull that up here as well, but what we would call correlation coefficient, you know it as debris tracker, has been, it's messy, but I've been trying to filter some of the noise out. And for this particular storm, it's been okay. We did, I think, have maybe a slight signature of debris near Dresden, and that's the Navarro County storm. But with this one, I just haven't seen anything from a debris standpoint yet that would be alarming.
And that's good news. It's over rural sections. It's just to the southeast of Farnham Market Road, 1304. And moving into the Abbott area, it's likely crossing I-35. If not now, it's going to be very, very soon. So if you know anyone on I-35, let them know you do not want to be going through Abbott right now, as the potential for a tornado is very real in the Abbott area. Then it will continue up Farm to Market Road 1242. So that's where we'll be able to track that as Josh will be moving up toward the Abbott area, and then he can get northeast on FM 1242 there, just on the northeast side of town. So good network of roads for us here. Hopefully we can get you a view of this pretty soon. Bynum, you're going to be in the path of this as well. So folks in Bynum, you need to go ahead and prepare for the potential of a tornado as it continues to rock its way off toward the northeast, moving at about 30 miles per hour, correct?
Yes, sorry, 30 miles per hour. I do want to mention, by the way, EM in Navarro County, still an ongoing tornado near Barry. It's on the ground at the moment.
Oh, okay, so we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. That's near Barry. Let's zoom in. So that's Navarro County?
Navarro County storm, Barry.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's Barry right there. So a confirmed tornado here. This is Navarro County. This is west of you folks in Corsicana. Hopefully it's going to stay west of Corsicana. And the way this is, there's Corsicana there on the right-hand side of your screen. And as this works its way up, it's going to have a bullseye for Barry here on Highway 22. It looks like it's going to stay to the west of you folks in Corsicana. So that is some good news. But folks in Barry, we need you to take your storm precautions as of right now. Maybe near Dresden earlier that we did have a little bit of debris there trying to get up into this, maybe.
Yeah, behind the scenes, as I was looking near Dresden, that was the signature that stuck out to me a little bit. It had to line up with the velocity, of course, and it did for a moment.
Okay.
Thankfully, it looks like that signature has dissipated, because what you're seeing over Dresden, doesn't really line up with where we have the ongoing product. Yeah.
All right, so going up into the Berry area right now, you need to be in your storm shelters. As we do have that, let's go back to the reflectivity. And right where we had that little hole, right? That's the tornado. Right there, just to the southwest of Berry. That will continue off to the northeast. You're getting rain right now. You may not be able to see this thing coming at you, so don't try to go get video or anything like that. Know that it's there. We do have a confirmed tornado on the ground that's moving up toward the Berry area. And this is going to stay west of you folks in Corsicana, and we're probably going to get another downstream warning as this continues. But once it gets east of I-45 and toward Rice, that becomes more Dallas-Fort Worth than our area. And there's the new warning. As of right there, that will go up to Rice, and it looks like eastern parts of Ellis County.
Yes, and once that gets along that county line and above the Navarro County line, it becomes for Dallas-Fort Worth. But for Navarro County, it's your northern sections, includes M House, Blooming Grove, and Rice. It's going to run until 2:30. Again, it's an observed tornado. Emergency manager says it's ongoing at this time. So locations in that box need to be taking this one seriously.
All right, let's go back to Abbott.
Okay. Here's your Abbott storm. And let me make sure I'm on Fort Worth. We are in Fort Worth. Okay, so this is the latest.
So southwest of Bynum, right over Abbott, coming up Farner Market Road, 1242. Probably some hail near Chat right now, and probably some really heavy rain in Hillsboro. But again, this is staying to your south, so that's a bit of good news right there. But this will go up FM 1242 toward the Bynum area. So let's go to our velocity modes. And just northeast of Abbott, just crossed I-35 between Chat and Abbott. That's where we have that. It's moving right up toward you folks in Bynum. So we do have meteorologist Josh Johns in the Storm Wrangler. He's getting closer to this storm, folks. Josh, can you see anything?
We're at West. We're right by the West High School. I don't see anything yet. We're taking this little side road to get up to I-35 so we don't have to deal with traffic as much. And then we'll be going up I-35 into Abbott.
All right. And then when you do that, go east on the FM road out of Abbott. So just giving you a little guidance there as it continues up toward the Bynum area. So he'll get on I-35. He'll continue to march his way. There is a storm that's moving into west right now, but it looks like that we are seeing that potential of that rain continuing to work its way off toward the northeast. So there's the hook right there. This is kind of bending back. We do have new development that is right along the county line. Those storms aren't severe as of yet, but we will watch that for especially southeastern parts of Hill County as that continues to make its way toward Mertens and then up toward the Navarro County line once again. So folks in Navarro County, southern parts of Ellis County, south of Italy, that's going to be moving up your way here over the next several minutes. And mainly it's across southeastern parts of Hill County right now. The other tornado is west of Corsicana near Berry on Highway 22. That has been a confirmed tornado. This is going to be moving toward M House, up toward Rice there on I-35. It will stay northwest of you folks in Corsicana as it works its way through the M House area and then up to Rice, then eventually up into Navarro County. So at the very least, we have some very strong inflow winds with this. And not as much red on the outside, but we've had an observed tornado between Blooming Grove and Corsicana right there at Berry. So that's why the new tornado warning has been issued, and it looks like it's moving more north-northeast now.
Yeah, that's exactly why they drew the polygon that way. They noted that the motion was leaning more northeast. I can actually...
Which means it could occlude here.
That would be good news.
Which means it would kill itself.
That's essentially what would happen. You can see over the past 30 to 45 minutes, the motion that was pretty much due northeast is no longer that. It's got more of a northerly component, which if it were to continue to do that, could take it just west of Rice. I don't want to say Rice is completely in the clear, of course, but hopefully that trend will continue and it will make it more of a beeline for Ennis than, say, our communities along I-45.
All right, so we have that making its way through Navarro County. Let's go back to the storm that's east of Abbott. That will continue now east of I-35. It's through the I-35 corridor there between Abbott and Hillsboro. There's still some rain, a little thunder and lightning, but it's now moving up toward the Bynum area and then eventually into far western parts of Navarro County and then up into Ellis County. So this one may take a track where it's going to be more of a Dallas-Fort Worth problem than our problem here as it continues off to the northeast. So again, in and around Bynum, you need to take your tornado precautions right now. Put as many walls between you and the outside. Circulation is still there, south of Chat. That will work its way up toward the northeast. Here's Highway 171 right here near the Bynum area. That will continue to work its way through and then make its way up to the northeast from there. So a lot of county roads here. Looks like the closest county road here is, what is that, 31?
Yeah, I want to bring up 3106 because I believe, okay, so the Bynum Fire Department reports a tornado and they put it at CR 3106.
That's 3106,
which is
right
that
here.
right there, and they say it's going towards 1242.
Okay, so going toward 1242, well, this is 1242 right here.
And
So
eventually it runs
I think
up to
it's
Bynum.
going to go pretty much up this way. So yeah, we'll need to get Josh on FM 1242. He's heading up that way right now. Let's bring Josh back in. Looks like he's made it to I-35. Josh, are you just south of Abbott?
We're just south of Abbott. We just came off of County Line Road, so we're just inside the Hill County line. You can see traffic's backed up on I-35, so we're going to go through this stop sign, and then I believe the next exit will be Abbott, and that's when we'll go down 1242. But look at all the folks that are pulling over and just not messing around with this storm.
And that's a good sign. The EAS is working well, and that is definitely good news. Folks slowing down as this has moved now east of I-35. I do think now I-35 is going to be okay, but it's now east of I-35. We've had a report. We have a confirmed tornado now northeast of Abbott. That's going to pretty much ride parallel to FM 1242 up toward Bynum. So just wanted to give you that update right there. Looks like you're approaching 1242 right now, so it's not going to be too far away from you, Josh. When you get on 1242, it's going to be about, 2 or 3 miles to your northeast. You copy?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, so we have that. We want to keep Josh safe as well because he is in a little bit of rain. So just want to let you know, right now, Farm to Market Road 12 to 42 is safe for you to be on. But if this were to angle, we're going to let Josh know immediately because he's in a little bit of rain there. But this is still the Fort Worth radar.
Yep.
That is showing broad circulation, and this is storm relative?
Yes, this is storm relative.
Okay, so I would say your tornado is right here, just a mile north of Farm to Market Road, 1242. We had it confirmed by a fire department there in Hill County. So, folks in Bynum, this is a confirmed tornado. But remember, these things, we've seen them come down. They'll last for a minute or two, then they'll go back up, and then they'll come down once again. It doesn't mean it's a continuous tornado. It just means that we are producing tornadoes. We are visually seeing them as well move up toward the Bynum area. So folks are along 171 from Bynum to just southeast, about 3 or 4 miles. You need to be in your tornado safety room right now. As we are looking at Malone, you're going to be just to the southeast of the main circulation. So you may get some wind in Malone, but you're probably not going to see the main circulation itself. That's going to be between you and Bynum, closer to the Bynum area. So if you live on the southeast side of town in Bynum, and then farther down to the southeast, that's where we're going to have this. So let's put the storm track on here. Bynum at 2:03, so, well, we're 3 minutes away. And then also into Mertens, that's going to be around 12:17. So that's western parts of Navarro County with that. All right, Josh, looks like you are going up the Farm to Market Road there, getting off to the east. Tell us what you got.
Yeah, you got to turn right here. We got a lot of rain, a lot of wind coming out of the side of this on the RFD, Matt. Very slow going on I-35, and we're turning on 1242 now. We're going to come up on the backside of this thing.
All right, okay, they're telling me in the back that we had a picture of a tornado north of west. Is that what you're saying to me? Okay, let's take that one. That's with this thunderstorm here. So if we can go and we'll get a picture. So there is what we're seeing visually with that. And we do have a picture that they'll be bringing up here just in a second from one of our viewers there in southern parts of Hill County. And I haven't seen the shot yet, so I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay, and while they bring that up, Matt, I do want to mention fire department is responding near Abbott to 18-wheelers overturned on I-35. Unsure if that's high winds or tornado, but 18-wheelers overturned on 35 near Abbott.
All right, which would be indicatives of at least strong winds, if not the tornado crossing I-35. And that's what we were afraid of. You never want to be in a vehicle with this as well. So are we still working in the back to get the picture up? Okay, just let me know when you have that. And again, we've had confirmation just looking up from the west area toward Abbott. We're trying to get a picture for you of the tornado of that. And then it's crossing into Bynum. So folks in Bynum, stay in your precautionary areas right now. Many walls between you and the outside, away from windows, especially west and south-facing sides of any structure. That's where we're going to get the winds to come in first, from the west and the southwest side. So the center part of the house is definitely going to be your best place with this. If you live in a mobile home, hopefully you have a storm shelter. Get to that immediately, as you need to be taking those tornado precautions right now. And that will continue. Again, here's western parts of Navarro County, and that's up into Ellis County as well. That's going to move between Mertens and Italy the way it looks currently, and then it will continue off to the northeast from there. So that's Highway 22 that comes out of Hillsboro right there, and it's going to be pretty much right there just east of I-35 currently. And we have Josh making his way up the Farm to Market Road. Let's go back to Josh real quick. Josh?
A lot of rain right now, Matt. We're coming up 1242 just outside of Abbott. Didn't see any damage while we were in Abbott, which is good news. But you can see there's still heavy rain. We had a lot of winds that were coming out of the, at the time, coming out of the west. I think now we're still seeing them out of the southwest, but we really can't see anything in front of us right now. I know we're heading towards where the circulation is, but right now it's just a bunch of rain where we are.
Yeah, you're pretty grayed out. So, again, be careful there. But it's making its way toward Bynum. It's north of the road, so it's moving toward Bynum. So you're in an okay position right now. We'll keep you up to date with how this is currently working its way through. But again, he's pretty grayed out. He's in the part of the thunderstorm where we're on the south side of the hook, and he's trying to get out of the rain, and it's going to be hard to do it on this road. So we'll see what he can see as he gets up closer to the Bynum area. As he works his way off to the northeast, it looks like the circulation is pretty much going to be just northeast of you from where you are right now. So the main circulation is northeast of you. I know you're in the rain. It could be rain wrapped into the Bynum area. So with that, we have had visual confirmation of this tornado, but we've also had some of this wrapping into the rain from time to time as well. So that could be part of this. So that's why we're trying to keep Josh safe. He's moving right out of Abbott, right here on Farm to Market Road, 1242, and then going to continue up into the Bynum area as it gets closer there. But of course, we want it to go through. We don't want to get him in any trouble as that curves back up into the Bynum area, more toward the north than to the northeast. So we are working on that. And again, we've had that tornado. All right, we have the pictures ready. The one looking, this is out of west. Yeah, this is looking north out of west, and this is video. So there was our confirmation of the tornado right there that moved through the Abbott area. So yes, we have confirmation of that. Let's tell the Weather Service we have confirmation that there was a tornado, and that's right there. We're getting all these pictures coming in. So this is looking out of west, looking to the north, correct? Okay, so this is looking out of west. This was up toward the Abbott area. You can see the tornado that was touching down here. Thanks to Sean for sending these in, as we did have that tornado. So if I'm counting that, that's 1, 2, 3, that's 4 tornadoes so far that we've seen on our airwaves for today. Hopefully we don't see any more, but if they're going to be there, folks, we're going to show them to you because we have our eyes and ears out and about here across the area. So that was looking toward the Abbott area. 100% a confirmed tornado out of that, and that's when it was definitely not in the rain right there. We also have a view of the Penelope tornado. That was the one that was west of Corsicana. So again, that was more of a rope tornado coming down here, so not as wide. And hopefully it didn't hit any of the buildings there in Penelope, but it was very close to town when this happened. So thanks to Allie for sending that in. And remember, we want you to be safe when you send pictures or videos in. Yeah, it looks cool. Yes, it confirms to us what we're seeing, but make sure you're taking care of yourself first before we get the snapshot, because we don't want anyone to get hurt from this. But if you're doing that, thank you for sending those in. Thank you for giving us permission for that, as we are having our eyes and ears all across central Texas with this thunderstorm. And again, it's making its way off toward the northeast. And folks in Bynum, that's moving your way. So it's right there right now in Bynum. It will continue up into far western parts of Navarro County, then eventually up into Ellis County as well. It looks like a lot of the rain has moved into that hook echo. Yeah. So hopefully that means it'll weaken a little bit maybe. Let's look at the velocities once again. It's kind of messy in here, but it's right over Bynum. It looks like it has come down just, it's not quite as bright, right, but hopefully we are seeing a weakening trend with this, but we're not there just yet. So let's keep you in your storm shelter in Bynum. That's going to be working its way closer to the Mertens and Blooming Grove area as it makes its way across northwestern parts of Navarro County. You saw the one earlier. That one definitely included. Let's go over to this one. That's going to be just to the west of M House right now. And watch this curve up north of Berry. Boom. Going more in a north-northeast direction. That's about to cross very close to Ennis. That'll be Ellis County and the Dallas-Fort Worth market for that one. So this one is leaving our area and going to be moving up toward the Dallas-Fort Worth market up there. But back to the west, we do have our thunderstorm here. This one will continue. And we have more thunderstorms developing to the west.
We sure do.
Great news, right? We do have these thunderstorms here. These have been intensifying just to the east of Hamilton. So we'll have to watch these very closely as they're in a favorable environment to become supercell thunderstorms. And again, this could last for a while here. Tornado watches until 6 o'clock. It does include Waco, Temple, and Killeen, and it will continue off toward the northeast. So we're going to have to watch these thunderstorms very carefully as they work their way through our region. And those are developing even farther to the southwest, back to near San Saba. So these may activate over the next 1 to 2 hours. And those are the ones we will have to watch for the potential of tornadoes. We're getting some lightning strikes in and around Waco as well. These are not severe. Just want to go ahead and hone in on that. These are not severe, but we do have individual cells with these. So we're going to have to watch that very closely as that makes its way off toward the northeast. So again, nothing severe in and around Waco, but we are seeing thunderstorm development a little closer inside McLennan County as that works its way off toward the north-northeast. These thunderstorms southeast of Clifton, those are strengthening thunderstorms, nothing that is severe just yet. Then we have the one into Hill County that is making its way off toward the northeast. But we're going to have to start watching these farther south thunderstorms as these are taking a lot of the energy up here. And we'll have to watch these ones that are farther down to the south that will be moving across the Waco area here over the next hour or two, and eventually maybe down into Bell County as well. You're not in the clear with this, so we will continue to watch this very closely as we work our way through the afternoon hours. So it could be a long one around here. I know I've said that a couple times already, but with that tornado watch until 6 p.m., some models even extend that more towards 7, 8 o'clock tonight. So we could be seeing this. We got on an axis of instability that the models just picked up on today, and boom, we got the thunderstorms here across the area. The cap broke today, and when the cap breaks, this is where you get that potential for these tornadoes. And now it's east of Bynum, working its way across rural sections of eastern Hill County and then up toward the Blooming Grove area. So it's going to be moving up into western parts of Navarro County and then eventually into Ellis County, closer to the Ennis area. So if you know anyone there, you may want to tell them that we have a couple of supercells heading that way. But right now, it looks like things are going to be hopefully starting to quiet down just a little bit, but we still have that circulation now east of Bynum. Here's 171 that comes southeast out of Hillsboro, just east of Bynum right now, and off toward the northeast. Across rural sections of Hill County, still have, with a brand new scan there, a good scan there east of Bynum. So east of town, Bynum, you're okay now. And then it will continue to make its way off toward the northeast from there on Highway 22.
The latest report we have from the Bynum Fire Department was that they said that the tornado lifted as it was coming at 1242, which I assume is where it joins town, because it does make a jog north up to Bynum. So they said it lifted before that. And that report is a few minutes old, but they were saying as it approached Bynum, that's what happened. And from a reflectivity and velocity standpoint, that seems to line up fairly well. The only other thing is that with our Navarro County storm, north and northeast of Berry, that tornado was still confirmed from the emergency manager there. And this one really is almost completely out of our viewing area. But just to kind of check on it one more time, we've got near M-House something that appears to be spinning. And I believe there was a note. Yeah, so the National Weather Service noted that there was debris indicated by radar, which there sure was. As this came up to M-House, that's what we would be looking for when we were talking about using this product to detect debris on radar. So unfortunately, there were some things that were hit out there. Hopefully it wasn't structures and it was just flora and the greens and things that are growing. But we will see what develops out of that situation. So by all indications, this tornado is still in progress near M-House. And I know we're talking about the fringe of our viewing area, and I don't know that we've got a whole lot of people up there who are watching, but if we do, just know that north of M-House and west of Rice, you're really going to want to be taking shelter from this storm. I don't have any roads that are coming up at the moment, but think like east of Bird in northern Navarro County want to make sure that you are seeking shelter as that storm gets out of here, because that could still very well be a tornado in progress. Not so much the case near this Bynum storm that we know of. This looks to be rotation that has broadened out. It's still spinning, but not necessarily imminently producing a tornado. We, of course, have eyes in that area, and latest spotter reports have said that the tornado in progress had lifted near Bynum, and hopefully that will continue to be the case.
Well, good news there. We saw that it was losing some of its spin just a little bit, but doesn't mean that the tornado threat is completely gone altogether, as we are likely seeing a cycle in this thunderstorm, just like all the others have done. So we have seen that for today. We've seen several tornadoes across central Texas today, most of them just to the north of Waco and then heading up into parts of Hill and Navarro counties. So it's been McLennan, Hill, Navarro, where we've seen the tornado activity for today, and it's all been north and west of Waco. And this will continue. It looks like a very heavy rain producer now, and maybe some small hail as it continues off. But this is definitely losing a lot of its, looks like its potential to produce a tornado. It looks like it may even be outflowing just a little bit on the latest scans. So hopefully that is the case. If that is the case, we're losing the hook, and that is good news. Hopefully that trend will continue as this makes its way off toward the northeast, and there will likely be another warning issued for northwestern parts of Navarro County moving into Ellis County as well from the southwest to the northeast. So we'll be watching for that. Other thunderstorms are developing down toward McLennan County and into Bosque County around the Clifton area. This will be one that we have to watch in and around Clifton. Right now, it's not severe, but as we saw with the one that moved through Hill County, guess what? It doesn't take long with the way the atmosphere is set up for today, and we may see this one try to puff up here. It looks like it's on the south side. It has plenty of inflow going into it as well, so we may get more supercells to develop, and that could go back into eastern Hamilton County, moving into northern parts of Coryell. Not severe yet, storms to watch. And then as we get back to the southwest, we do have some of these thunderstorms really not taking off as of yet across our southwestern areas near Lampasas and San Saba, but just kind of nuisance shower and thunderstorm activity falling into some of the river basins there that feed into our lakes. So that's what we need the most here across the area, and hopefully that trend will continue. But as we look at this, you can see that we do have the potential for a little bit of that rain, and it's right over Waco with a cell developing here. A lot of lightning associated with this one. Little tiny thing right now, moving over Lacey Lakeview. Nothing that is severe with this thunderstorm. But again, it's in an area to where it could increase as it continues to make its way off toward the north-northeast into the Lacey Lakeview, and then up toward Ross, then eventually up toward west with another cell up there. So we'll be, hopefully we're in a little bit of a lull right now before things start to make their way farther to the north. Looks like the tornado warning, did they cancel it?
Well, it's 2:15, so it has expired, and I haven't seen anything new about any reissuances of that warning.
All right. So the only one we have now is in northern parts of Navarro County, just to the west of Rice. That will continue to make its way off toward the northeast. This one has been producing a tornado and will continue to have that potential. But again, losing some of the bendy in there, if you will, and hopefully with a more linear look to this, hopefully we're starting to lose some of the inflow into these thunderstorms. If there's any rotation, it's just north of M-House, and it's about to cross into Ellis County. So let's broaden our horizons once again. And here we go. We have a lot of reflectivity going on. So a tornado watch is in effect until 6 p.m. in the blue shaded area, which includes Waco, Temple, and Killeen. And it looks like, are they going to reissue this warning in Hill County?
I have not seen any word from that about, let's see. Okay, so the latest, they said the M-House storm weekend, thankfully the debris signature that was there is gone. They're going to monitor to see if another downstream warning will be necessary.
All right, let's do that before we leave the airways here, and hopefully we can for a little bit. All right, so this is from where? Hohen. This is from Hohen, which is to the northwest. And yes, definitely, that's right on the McLennan-Hill County line right there. And you can see that was looking off to the northwest. No doubt about it. Now, that was a tornado. This is the one that got warned near Aquila and then made its way off toward the northeast. So again, good shot there. Thank you for sending that in. And this is damage from Lane Riggs. Do we know where this was? Is this from, this is Hohen too as well. So this is far southern parts of Hill County. We did have some damage reports there. We've had 18-wheelers that have been overturned as well. So we are getting some of those damage reports into the area. But the tornado warnings have ceased for now. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break on air and on digital for just a little bit. We will be back on if we need to be, but we'll catch our breath here, get some things organized, and we'll get back on digital, and we will continue to track these thunderstorms. But as of right now, the warnings have been discontinued across our area. We could have more, though, later on this afternoon. We're here for you. Thank you for trusting us for today, as we've had several tornadoes touch down across central Texas, and we may not be done. Tornado watch until 6 p.m. tonight. Keep it right here. We'll keep you advised.